Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, day 7 of the 156th season. For everything trainer Chad Brown has accomplished, the biggest race not 20 miles from his childhood home has eluded him. The DraftKings Travers. Enter Unmatched Wisdom. Odds-on favorite in the Curlin Stakes, light in experience, loaded with talent. Should he win today? Next start may be next month's Midsummer Derby. I love that shot. The Spa. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Another picture-perfect day in upstate New York. Look at that. This weather, this racing. Very good crowd on hand, and nearing post time for the opener. 2-year-olds. Very loud 2-year-olds on tap for the first of 10 live races. And there is the favorite. Riders up, Arad Ortiz. Governor Sam, 6-5 with about 9 minutes to post. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The energy of a Friday at Saratoga. Just like when you were a kid, the excitement of the weekend to come. And perhaps even more excitement on this Friday afternoon. The excitement of a Travers prep. The Curlin Stakes, 3-year-olds, and it's early. Race 3 coming your way as you take a look at the field. The condition, 3-year-olds who've yet to win a stakes race this year. Mile and an 1/8 the distance. Number 1, Unmatched Wisdom, 4-5. Morning line favorite, trained by Chad Brown. So welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Guys, we don't have a lot of time to mess around. 2-year-olds coming up shortly. But at the end of the day, when the sun sets, want to hear from all of you, what will the narrative be? What will we be saying about Unmatched Wisdom?
That Flavien Prat's going to have a decision to make on who he's going to ride in the Travers, because Unmatched Wisdom is very, very good, and he sets up his own trip, and he's a very smart horse. Guys, the one thing that we have to factor in, a lot of horses have natural physical ability. Their mind gets in their way. This horse has a great mind. He's an intelligent individual. Look at the way he waits for his rider for direction, and that's a jockey's dream.
Well, I mean, I think this afternoon, probably even the 4th race, I think we'll probably have the discussion over whether or not Tyler Gaffalione is going to get the ride to the mountain back on Sierra Leone.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those things where you're going to be looking at the hot horse coming into the Travers. It's what have you done for me lately? So an undefeated horse going into the Travers for Chad. Chad been trying to win this race for a while. I think this would be probably your second and third choice going in the Travers, just based on that.
Is winning enough, or do style points matter? Does running up the score matter?
Well, I mean, winning, I think, is just enough, because I think there's 2 other horses in there that are nice horses. But, yeah, running up the score, nothing wrong with that. I mean, the horse has run up the score twice already and is pretty talented.
The Curlin. And again, it's early. Race number 3, post time around 2:18 Eastern. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. First race, 2-year-olds start the early pick 5. Pick 6 begins in the 5th, and from Monmouth Park, Jersey Shore featuring superstar Bookham Dano. All that great racing. Still haven't signed up? No worries. Offer still stands. 6.5 weeks left at Saratoga. Get involved. NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. What better way to start than the Spen Thrift 2-year-old race of the day? Spen Thrift, home of North America's 5-time champion General Sire in to Mischief. There's the field, a male equivalent of yesterday's 2-year-old race of the day. 5.5 furlong turf dash. No surprise here. Governor Sam, odds on at 4-5.
High speed on debut in a stakes race at Gulfstream Park, and they went very, very fast. Top connections. George Weaver, so proficient, particularly with turf sprinters. And you get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Co-owned by Houston Astro third baseman Alex Bregman. Governor Sam, 4-5. Scratch Gene and Jude. Dew is in at 10-1.
improved vastly in the second start after a good turf work up here on the Oklahoma training track. Showed improved speed and actually was a nice effort last time on the turf.
Lee Pecoix, homebred, then number 4, After Taxes, a first-time starter, bred in Ireland.
Yeah, Wesley Ward, the third choice in a turf sprint for 2-year-olds. That's wild to say.
Currently 3-1, Tyler Gaffleone. I know how to say this. It's number 5, Kai Anansi, the debut in gelding, co-owned and trained by Amir Shishakli.
Well, I'm glad you enunciated that. Horse with steady workouts. The mare did produce one turf winner, not taking much money on the board.
Test score, Emmerman Racing, first time starting homebred.
Grand Motion, always tough. And, he's shipping horses here from Fair Hill, so he's probably trying to pick the ones that are actually going to fit here. He has other options. He could go to Colonial, he can go to Laurel. The fact that this horse comes here makes him live to me.
Co-second choice, No Evidence. Miguel Clement told us yesterday, watch him at the gate.
No Evidence, the only other horse that George Weaver is rooting for if he doesn't win, a son of Vacoma that George trained.
Vacoma first-time starters don't lose very often, do they? Early pick 5 starts here. Spen Thrift, 2-year-old, race of the day. Who's ready to graduate? Post time 4 minutes as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, from the time these 2-year-olds in the paddock, now warming up front side, they were making all kinds of noise right here behind us.
Well, they were actually pretty good and well behaved, though we saw some get on their toes and a little bit sharp. One that was not doing any of that, though, was your favorite, and that's number 1, Governor Salmon here for George Weaver, the one with experience. Now, he pressed, actually he broke very, very quickly and outbroke Galbadon that day, who definitely did not disgrace himself over at Ascot with a very close second place effort in that Windsor Castle. 27 horses in that affair, not the same amount here at the spa today. This horse looks quick, as he will break from the inside now, as he was more towards the outside last time. He came up short that day. He looked like a horse that would benefit from getting a start. He's still a little bit soft. I wish he looked a little bit more fit, to be honest, in here, but he is training very well. His last work on the turf course around the dogs in 48-4. That's pretty quick with those dogs up, the cones that put the horses out in about the 5 path on that turf course. He was doing it with a multiple winner older horse and Let It Ride, who is more of a dirt horse, but is very good. Definitely outworked that one visually when you watch it too. Let's take a look though at some first-time starters. You always have to respect Wesley Ward in these situations, as he'll send out a son of Kodiak. Not much pedigree on the bottom side, as this one sold for $169,000, the equivalent of such at the Goff's yearling sale. This one, he's pretty quiet for Wesley Ward, first-time starter, though we definitely has that quick appearance. Those really well-developed hindquarters. You can kind of see him bouncing back and forth there. So a lot of power from behind, typical Wesley, wearing blinkers first time out. That is just standard practice from this barn. Watching a work actually 3 back on June 28th on XBTV, he was leading Candlelight, who's a 3-year-old unraced filly. Never really let her by, and then before that, an experienced runner, 3-year-old and well within himself. So showing some ability on the turf, and as his pedigree would suggest, really well suited to this surface. Next, we'll check in with one that has a lot of pedigree, especially if you go back a generation. That's number 7, Test Score. Son of Looking at Lucky for Grand Motion here, who is a little bit better with his routers, more so. The second dam, she produced Coffee Click, multiple graded stakes winner, including our grade 1 Just a Game, as well as Admission Office. All these horses wanting to go a bit further, though, and that's the impression I get from him. This 5.5 just might be a little sharp. I want to watch him because I'm sure there's some ability in there. This might just be a jumping off point, though. As the horse I went for, I see Richie did too. That's number 8, No Evidence. Yes, he is giving away experience, but he is by far the most fit-looking horse in here. No stone left unturned when it comes to his preparations. As you mentioned, Lafitte, Miguel Clement expressing some concern with him at the gate. I can tell because he is a little bit of a more high-strung character. He's the one, too, that's been on his toes and really lively, but he gets to go in last and spend the least amount of time in the gate. That's usually a good thing for horses that want to be antsy in there, but he just looks so well turned out. Watching his OBS sales workout, he worked 10 flat, has a ton of turf action. He wasn't asked for much. My only slight concern is the 5.5 a little too sharp for him too. He might be one that down the road thrives at longer distances, but I'm going to take a shot here with him at 5-2.
And that'll be the moment of truth, Richie, right at the start. For no evidence and not a lot of room for error in these 5.5 furlong turf sprints.
No, the shorter the race, the less margin for error. One thing though, probably with Joel Rosario, he's not going to rush him off his feet regardless, right? He's going to jump up into his hands. I thought he was a very smart-looking individual as far as from a physical perspective, just very well balanced. And you can't deny Vacoma's record, 9 for 20 with first-time starters,
Unreal.
11 for 25 overall. Except this is the first Vacoma, at least in North America, trying the turf.
No evidence, 5-2. Circling back to the favorite, now odds on 4-5. Alex Bregman's Governor Sam Paul. This was his debut 2 months ago. Gulfstream, Royal Palm, Juvenile Stakes. Governor Sam, lot of speed, cutthroat duel, eventually retreats, but this was a live race.
Yeah, live race, and I don't think it's going to happen today because you read the board when it comes to Wesley Ward horses, and you read his works. Wesley doesn't hide his horses if they're fast or not. So you have a horse in the 4 with Wesley Ward. Usually they're fast. The 8 might break slow, and it's broken slow in every one of his works. The 1's going to be like 4 lengths clear of this field.
George Weaver, 13 for 41, 32% with 2-year-old turf sprinters in the last 2 years. He's really stepped his game up in this arena. I think this horse is going to be tough to beat.
Governor Sam, 3-5. Keep an eye on no evidence, number 8. Let's see how he gets out of the blocks. That's the key for him in his debut. All set for the Spen Thrift 2-year-old race of the day. First of 10 on a Friday at the Spa. Frank Miramati standing by with a loading call.
Happy Friday, Lafitte and company. They're moving in. Last couple to go in. Just a tiny delay for Kai Anansi. First time starter. One of several in here. The rider just jumped off, and then 2 more waiting patiently. Test score and no evidence. 3-5 remains the price for Governor Sam in the very late stages of wagering. 3-1 for no evidence, and after taxes getting some solid play at 7-2. Here's no evidence to complete the lineup. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Governor Sam rockets out of there. Quickly opens the length on After Taxes, who has some good early speed, and no evidence is not far behind on the outside. The gray is due, 4th, now 3rd. A gap of 3 back to Test Score, and then it's a huge gap to Kai Anansi. The favorite Governor Sam, 3/4 of a length. After Taxes trying to keep pace 2nd. Another 2 back to due. And then it's no evidence in 4th. The opening quarter in just under 22 seconds flat for Governor Sam. Governor Sam takes him around the far turn. After Taxes, a length back 2nd. Due, no evidence. 3 back to Test Score. And a distance to Kai Anansi, 1/4 mile to go. And Governor Sam turns for home in front. No evidence. Swings out. Due comes through on the inside. After Taxes in between them. No evidence. Now mounting a rally after Governor Sam. But Governor Sam has plenty left in the tank. In fact, Test Score is trying to get into 2nd late. It's Governor Sam. Test Score closing, but 2nd best behind Governor Sam, an easy W over Test Score. No evidence was 3rd in front of After Taxes.
Sprinter who will give you a second move, broke sharp, flashing that speed, re-breaks. Alex Bregman, probably watching from Seattle. Astros at the Mariners tonight. A winner at Saratoga. Governor Sam delivers as the chalk.
Yeah, broke alertly from the rail, had the race under his belt, went 21-4, but was doing it easily. Guys, I think going fast just came easy to this guy.
If we ever get in-run betting in the U.S. and you see Irad Ortiz doing the underhand shoulder taps, go all in. He's going to win.
The difference is the horse I know went 21, basically 22 flat, but got the 2nd quarter in 23, and the race was over. I mean, I understand this horse went off at 3-5, but knowing that the 8 actually did break sharp, but just knowing the action on the Wesley Ward horse, You just knew this horse was going to be really tough to beat. And right out the get-go, you can see out of the break, the race is over about right now.
1784, no evidence. Looked like he was going to get involved. Richie menacing and kind of shifted in the stretch, and then no answer, obviously, for Governor Sam as Governor Sam widens the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like No Evidence was poised to make a nice run, and then he had the kind of over-exaggerated lead change. Was not the smoothest lead change, and he leveled off a really nice run from the 7 test score. Rallied nicely on to be second, even though he was a little bit green, wanting to lug in. That was I guess that's how you would make a 3 to 5 shot pay off, right? With a 15 to 1 shot underneath if you have the exacta.
Absolutely, or a free square in the pick 5, you know.
At 3 to 5, and George Weaver padding those turf sprint 2-year-old stats, yes?
Yeah, I don't think that he targeted getting a bunch of them. I think that he had some fast ones, did well with them, and then I think he was like, oh, you know what, this is kind of a fun little game we could play. I think some of his owners liked the idea of going to Royal Ascot, and I think that he probably this year ended up getting a few more of these types, but George is one of those trainers like Brad Cox and others that just really have a knack for understanding the importance of speed, and that's a game that goes well in turf sprints.
3 to 5, Governor Sam graduates in his second career start. Alex Bregman, winning owner of the first race, Saratoga. George Weaver, Arad Ortiz. When we come back, results plus a soft-spoken, fierce competitor, and agreed to be the first guest after Frankie. Manny Franco, week 2 Cart Talk guest. Just wait till the PDJF basketball game. $20 says he messes around and gets a triple-double. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
Just getting started. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Stellar summer afternoon from Saratoga Lake. You just saw, Richard, don't you have a big fishing trip coming up, my friend?
I invited myself to go fishing with Bob Edwards. That's in Montauk Point, though. That was pretty bold, huh, guys? I just came out to that. So how do I get invited for this?
That was aggressive. That was aggressive. I just watched Godfather 2 not too long ago. I might pass. Governor Sam over test score. The Spen Thrift 2-year-old race of the day, 1-7-8. A serious 2-year-old sprinter as we check in with Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined by some of the winning ownership here. Jake Fallis to my right and Reagan Swimbank. And you've blasted onto the scene. I've heard your name uttered multiple times before this race today.
Hopefully it's good. I hope everything you've heard is good.
Absolutely. You got big fans in Andy Sterling and Jonathan Kinchin?
Yes, of course. Two of my favorite handicappers.
Excellent. Governor Sam, though, Reagan, just a cool horse to be a part of. Obviously, George, successful with those prep races at Gulfstream to kind of get that win in your end to ask it. Didn't work out this time, but hey, you got to win at the spa.
Yeah, that's right. I think, his first race, Weaver and Alex wanted to take a shot down there, and, he ran great and fast, and couple months off, we're back at Saratoga, and what a performance. I mean, the horse was ready. We had expectations. The betting public did too. He was bet, I think, 3-5. So we expected a fast horse, and we got one.
Have you been to Saratoga before?
I have, yeah. Several years. Well, but it's hard to get in this part of Saratoga. It's only my second win being in person in Saratoga. So the town is easy to get to. The winner's circle, that's hard.
I love it. Jake, I saw you on FaceTime with Alex. Yeah. How pumped up is he?
Oh, he's ecstatic. He's in Seattle. This 3-5 price probably had a lot to do with Alex today, in all fairness. So the betting public and Alex kind of brought that down. He's pumped. He loves the game. They bought a really nice horse, and after he signed the ticket, I called him, and he was gracious enough to let Reagan buy into the horse. And it's been a great partnership. He loves the game, and he's very good for the game, too.
He really is. He's such a big proponent for it, and it's always good to see him represented in the winner's circle. Guys, congratulations. Reagan, how you celebrating?
Go Stros!
Flippy?
Go Stros. Paulie, it is good for the game. More eyeballs on the sport. Victor Martinez, Jason Worth, Belmont Stakes winning owner, Alex Bregman, these athletes in the crossover taking an interest in having success in thoroughbred racing.
Yeah, and it's pretty funny. I talked to Jake before, and he's like, I got to calm Alex down a little bit. He wants to buy more and more, but a lot of guys in the Astros clubhouse are getting into it as well. I got to become friends with Alex because he's very, very involved in autism, too, as well. He's so enamored on and off the field what he does, too. He's an unbelievable humanitarian and probably is a Roberto Clemente Award winner, too, as well. But he loves horse racing. He watches it, and he watches our show a lot. He's got a nice horse right there.
Governor Sam, onward and upward, graduates in his second career start. We turn the page, race number 2 in about 21 minutes. Start of the early pick 4, $50,000 claimers, non-winners 2 lifetime fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Number 4, Wings Like Eagles at 2-1. How do our handicappers see this one unfolding? JK, what do you think?
I think this is kind of limited to 2 horses. I think the 4 and the 8 are the most likely winners. I like the 8 on top. 4's got to break a little bit better. Been breaking slow lately.
That's race 2, and then race 3, bet the favorite, beat the favorite. Which way you leaning? What's the approach? What's the strategy? What do you think?
I'm going to bet the favorite. I just think that Unmatched Wisdom's likely going to be a little bit over bet, and so you could try to pick up some value by hooking that up with another opinion. I think it's a 2-horse race in the second, so I'm going to play doubles with the 4 and the 8 into the 1 Unmatched Wisdom. And one of the good things about that is you can look at the double probables to get an idea of what that's going to come back. I wasn't able to do that. We're doing the show. But you can look at the double probables to see what the 4-1 is playing and what the 8-1 is paying. And you can sometimes make decisions based off of that. I think that value between those 2 horses will be a little bit better than you'll get in the win pool. Obviously, you got to have 2 things happen. But I'm okay with that situation. I'm going to bet the favorite by betting doubles into the favorite.
As good as he is, as good as he's supposed to be, Paulie, this is, in terms of the competition, a better than par Curlin Stakes, pound for pound.
Well, it is. I mean, if you want to include timeout, and I think Elephant's here, too, is a horse that's finally crossed that finish line a little bit. I know McPeak's kind of liked that horse for a long time, but they're going to have their running shoes on to beat Unmatched Wisdom.
That's coming up in the Curlin prep for the Travers as that 3-year-old picture continues to develop with all roads leading to the DraftKings Travers. Speaking of which, Kentucky Derby winning trainer Kenny McPeek about to unleash the big filly, calls her a grizzly bear, and she's performed accordingly. Torpedo Anna, heavy favorite in tomorrow's Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind Frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Tomorrow, Fox Saratoga Saturday returns to Fox. Top class 3-year-old fillies, championship implications, the Coaching Club American Oaks only on Fox. Great story behind the name, wet paint, last year's winner. What color will the Silks be? The winning jockey of the CCA Oaks tomorrow evening. And it is, of course, the America's Best Racing race of the week. The field, compact field, as expected with the presence of Torpedo Anna. Grade 1, mile and an eighth, $500,000 purse. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Candied. Grade 1, Alcibiades winner, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher. There she is.
If there's to be an upset, I think this is the most likely upsetter. Candied has never run a bad race. You can make the case he was best in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last year, maybe a bit unlucky. One of her problems, she doesn't like to change leads. Manny Franco worked her the other day, and she changed leads absolutely on the dime for him.
Said Todd Pletcher has to move forward, but sometimes, quote, strange things happen at Saratoga. Number 2, Barbara Tina, $21,000 purchase. First start with George Weaver.
Yeah, black type thoroughbred, Swinbank Stables. You just saw Reagan in the winner's circle from the first. Feels like to me like a horse that they're just trying to pick up some pieces here, get some black type, Grade 1 black type at that.
There she is, the grizzly bear, Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, looking for 4 in a row, and she's 5 for 6 lifetime. She's got $1.7 million in the bank, and she is the one to beat. She's so talented.
Number 4, the very expensive Leslie's Rose, a solid effort in the Acorn.
Yeah, I spoke to Todd Pletcher, conditioner, about her, and he said, you know, with Johnny Velasquez aboard, you know they're going to get their position going forward, and it's a tightrope. They want to put some pressure on Torpedo Anna, but they don't want to use themselves up completely. That is a tricky one to negotiate.
Looking at the only filly to have defeated Torpedo Anna, Intricate.
Yeah, ran sneaky well last time, broke a little bit slow. And ran well in that spot. Another one that it's going to probably need to get a little bit faster to beat a horse like Torpedo Anna, but definitely deserves to be in this race.
Based on what Torpedo Anna has done all season, right here last month, Grade 1 DK Acorn, Richie Torpedo Anna. She lost a shoe, and no matter, she simply strolls once again.
Yeah, good horses just continue to find ways to win. They don't find excuses, and she just does things so easily. she has gears. Every time Brian Hernandez asks her a question, she seems to have the right answer.
She has this season. Perfect, Paulie. We were there for her 3-year-old debut, the Fantasy. She was nervous pre-race. It seems like she has not had an anxious moment since then.
Yeah, that was kind of her coming out party from the 12 hole, and she just crushed that field, and she's just continued to crush fields. And look at her ears. Like, it's just crazy. She just does it so easy, and she wants to do more.
No such thing as a sure thing. JK, any reason to believe she's ripe for the picking or vulnerable in some way, shape, or fashion?
Yeah. In August of 2015, I saw American Pharoah get beat here, right? I mean, anyone can lose, and American Pharoah was significantly more dominant than she's been. She's good, don't get me wrong, but it's just not a foregone conclusion that she's going to be getting her picture taken on Saturday.
And you touched on the key early on, Leslie Rose, Torpedo Anna, and what that looks like heading into the clubhouse turn.
Yeah, you know, we know that Johnny Velasquez's philosophy on riding, one of his principles of riding is getting your position going forward. So he's going to come out running, and then at least Torpedo Anna has to go on a little bit. He's not going to sacrifice his filly, but at the same time, Johnny's style is to get his position going forward.
Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, tomorrow, race number 11, post time around 6:15 Eastern, only on Fox. 1 down, 9 to go here. When we come back, big weekend for trainer Chad Brown. What else is new? The favorite in the Curlin Unmatched Wisdom tomorrow, trying for an 8th win in the Lake George. Good problems to have. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
This summer, giveaways at Saratoga. Look at that line there. No joke. Today it's the tumbler. JK, I've already been threatened by family. Do not come home without him.
There was when I got here for Talking Horses at 11:30, the line was from the Big Red Spring, which I think where you pick them up, all the way to the front gate. The line was here where people were grabbing these
Not
things.
surprising. Not surprising. You have the tumbler, Eventually, the jersey, we're working on it. It should say LaDuca on the back. We're not sure just yet. Trucker hat, that windbreaker. Great stuff this summer from Saratoga. Updated odds, race 2, $50,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime on the grass. You're looking at the favorite, Wings Like Eagles. Maggie's in the paddock. Maggie, her jockey, had a pretty good day yesterday, and Eric Cancel with Big Torpedo.
Yeah, I'm sure that win felt extra special for Eric as well, getting him the win. And I know he was DQ'd last week. So, as he said, it was good to get a win before I had to go and serve a 3-day suspension. But, of course, he will be aboard Wings Like Eagles. And it actually feels as though the public has the right one pegged, at least at the moment here, in watching her. Now, do note that number 2, Magic 8 Ball, will not participate in the walking ring or the post parade. She's going to stay to herself. I'm not sure if she's going to leave before or after the field goes out. But Wings Like Eagles, I mean, I just think about that Will Walden horse yesterday that had a similar type of profile, won for many, but had never run for a tag and was able to get the job done and just facing lesser company. She looks great. In fact, the last time I saw her was back in last year, in the spring and winter of last year, and she's done very well in the interim. She's put on weight and conditioning. She used to get herself a little bit more revved up. She is getting that way now that the jock's about to get up, but before she was fairly calm, which I appreciated, and I just think she matches up very nicely against the foes she faces here. But she will deal with the 2-headed monster from the Chad Brown barn in 2 drop downs. Now, Dia Matrona, I'm not familiar with. She was a bit eager, I thought, while chasing 3 wide, while Chad's other horse in that Monmouth race, Maman June, came back, or I should say, came from last to win, but also came back and ran very well in a tougher group, finishing second. She has had a lot of lines in her form, and between the 2 of them, she actually looks lesser of the fit from a fitness perspective. So I don't mind her, and she's very relaxed here in the paddock, so we'll see where she's positioned early on. I would foresee her being somewhat forward. Now, number 9, It's Hot in Here, I did see in her last performance, and as I always say, sometimes it's not about you individually, it's about who you're facing, and she really just looked overmatched in that field. It looked as though she hadn't gone on at all from 2 to 3. Damaso was able to wire the field. There have also been 2 other, 3 next time out winners, including Sensitivity, coming back and running an 85. I just think she looks stronger, and on top of that, she just looks more formidable against this field than what she did coming back. So for me, she's kind of the one, she is the one I want from the Chad Brown barn. Guys.
Looking better, lesser competition, perhaps the formula to victory here for It's Hot in Here. Chad Brown with 2, Dia Matrona, It's Hot in Here, favored at 5-2, number 4 here, JK. Wings Like Eagles for trainer Riley Mott.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has been running well. The problem is he's made a little bit of a habit of breaking slowly. And look, especially in like a 2-turn turf race, it's not like it's detrimental to break slowly. But the truth of the matter is you are spotting someone a length or 2. And when these races, trust me, I remember yesterday I got snapped in the nastiest nose ever photo. It matters when you're giving up that ground.
Post parade, starting with Magic 8 Ball. Javier Castellano at 6-1.
Magic 8 Ball is one who I just don't think is going to be able to take advantage of the potential pace edge this one might have.
A backstretch Rose, number 1, just graduated in her 9th lifetime start.
Yeah, this one for Kenny McPeak. Won last time out, like you said, for 50. Now going to try winners for the first time.
Number 3 from Hello, New York bred with Dylan Davis.
I like this horse. If Dylan can just get out of there a little bit better, a little bit cleaner, I think Wings Like Eagles is definitely in the mix.
There she is, the favorite, Wings Like Eagles. Eric Cancel, they're winning yesterday's Cap Callaway.
Yeah, and 1 for 15 lifetime, but if she runs back to some of her races, she should win here. We'll see.
Unicorn Cake, Kendrick Carmouche, 2 wins yesterday.
Yeah, Unicorn Cake is one that just probably seems to be the lesser of this group.
Ali Song would be a big surprise, 36-1 outsider.
Yeah, trying the turf for the first time. They tried to get her on the turf last time.
Dia Matrona, French filly, 3rd start in North America.
The 4 horses that exit that race in Monmouth that have run out of there and run well have run 10 points faster on average on Time Form US. I think that figure is a little bit low.
Brown runners to break side by side. There's It's Hot in Here. Rod Ortiz looking to sweep the early double.
Yeah, but don't take off your clothes. This horse is dropping for 50.
3-1 as he goes second choice here in It's Hot in Here. 5 minutes out, race number 2 on this Friday program at Saratoga. Live look there at From Hello. And Richie From Hello, if she's going to be a factor on this afternoon, what's the key A as we revisit her start 2 back? Aqueduct, late May, and a big effort here. Just going to fall short by a neck, finishing 3rd.
Getting forward position, that's the key to success for From Hello. When she's able to secure some position, she runs on. I don't think she has a big turn of foot. Last time she didn't break particularly well and got very rank in behind horses. I think Dylan Davis gets away clean. I don't think there's a tremendous amount, I want to get your guys' opinion, of speed in here. And I think that if she can get forward, that's her best chance.
Yeah, her race 2 back was outstanding. If she could run that, duplicate that effort, I think the last race was the 9 furlong race. I think it was just like the pace wasn't all that fast. Probably just got a little lost out there. But yeah, From Hello, the 3 horse in here, if they can find that effort, that second place effort where it was 66-1 that day.
Yeah.
I think she could be in the mix here.
From Hello, Dylan Davis, and Wings Like Eagles. Paul, your top selection 2-1, 3 minutes out.
Yeah, I mean, I chose this horse with trepidation, obviously, because the horse is 1 for 15 lifetime. But if you go back to some of those efforts, this horse has been behind Lady Milagro. Some of those efforts would win this race, especially the race at Churchill Downs, about 4 or 5 back. Even the race 2 back, horse really had a bad trip. And like JK is saying, sometimes the gate can get in a horse's way, and maybe this mare is maybe can figure it out today and get out of the gate.
Diamatrona towards the outside, 5-1. 3 minutes out, and this is so cool. The Naira Star program. Parents, ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star. It's the Naira Students of Thoroughbreds and Racing. This free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles. Create lasting memories at the racers. Learn more at naira.com/star. Over to Maggie.
I've been trying to push the Naira Star program on some of my new friends here. We got Gianna and Carlotta Testo, as well as Miss Addie here in the winner's circle. And Gianna, you were just telling me you only live a few blocks away, and you said, I basically come every time my dad comes.
Yeah.
Do you love the track, though?
Yes, it's very fun.
What is your favorite part about Saratoga?
I really like the track mostly, but there's lots of fun playgrounds. Yeah. I go with my sister a lot.
Do you love the horses?
Yes. Yeah.
And do you love to watch the horses run, or do you like them back in the paddock more? Like, what's your favorite part of the track to watch the horses?
Mostly when they rise. Yeah.
Now, I was trying to sell you on the Naira Star program. You just make the cut as you are 12. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes.
I love it. Gianna, ladies, had the best day ever. Enjoy watching this race from the winner's circle.
Thank you.
Well, if anybody else interested in the Naira Star program, this is only one of the perks that you get in the program, being able to watch the races here trackside from the winner's circle. Lafitte, I am so excited about this Naira Star program. I can't wait to meet all these young new fans.
It's such a great idea, such a great concept. Naira Star program. Richie, the kids at the racetrack, it's a very different place than when you were growing up, when I was growing up. The racetrack wasn't as family friendly as a place as it is now. A better experience for kids to be exposed to this great sport of thoroughbred racing.
Well, particularly here in Saratoga, look around us where our set is. I mean, all these families picnicking, having that interaction with each other, and, exchanging ideas about the races, and getting young people close to horses, to me, is the key. We've got them get them close to the animal. And once they feel that energy and see that beauty, that's what really kind of captures their imagination.
And visiting the winner's circle, not a bad place to start as they get set for the second race at Saratoga. We'll find out who visits the winner's circle after this $50,000 claiming event. You see our selections here from our handicappers. What are we looking for early, Rich, in terms of race shape?
Well, I just don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed, and I think it's about who has intention. Magic 8 Ball can show some speed from the inside. From Hello does her best running when she gets away clean and is forward. And Unicorn Cake coming out of sprints, you got to think she's going to have some kind of speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the 4-horse being 9-5, Wings Like Eagles, since the public is leaning on this horse, I think the first thing that I would look for is, does she break cleanly? If she does, the way they're betting her in here, she might be tough. But like I said, it's been a habit. The last few starts has not broke well.
9-5 now. Paulie on your top selection. Wings Like Eagles. Eric Cancel coming off that win yesterday in the Cab Callaway with Big Torpedo.
Yeah, it looks like Eric's been walking this horse around for a while so that she can just be a little bit settled. And I would think that has to come with her gait issues. Just try to get her to settle down a little bit. Park in the gate. Listen, she's not going to be a rocket out of there, but just so that she does not just fall out of there and cost herself 4 or 5 lengths right off the beginning.
As they've reached the starting gate, we go right back to Maggie.
Yeah, we do have some nervous fillies in here. As you saw, Wings Like Eagles, she was the one who was walking around behind the gate. As Paulie said, one that can get a little bit nervous. She's been really good today, though, from what my previous knowledge of her and things based on. She is wearing front wraps, though, for the second time in a row. Magic 8 Ball, like I said, with her, she's a bit of a nervous type, but she's handling herself well now since she's gotten to the track, guys.
And Wings Like Eagles, Richie, something else you've noticed watching her race?
Yeah, at times she'll have a little bit of a habit of wanting to lug out a little bit, bear out. When she broke her maiden on the dirt way back last February of 23, she was trying to drift pretty considerably throughout. Hopefully she runs straight, because in turf racing you don't want to lose ground.
Taking some coaxing into the starting gate, the favorite, Eric Cancel in the hot pink colors of Gary Barber. Wings Like Eagles 8-5 at post time. All set for the second live from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
One more left to load. It's hot in here to the outside. Walking up. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Magic 8 Ball sprints out of the gate. So too Unicorn Cake. And Unicorn Cake is right up on even terms. It's 2 lengths back to Dea Matrona in third. It's hot in here, comes away in fourth. Wings Like Eagles, Pink Silks racing on the inside of Ali Song, who's 6 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to From Hello, who jumped just slightly awkwardly out of the gate, but is 8 lengths off the pace, and it's another 3 to a settled backstretch Rose. Around the first turn, and Magic 8 Ball sprints away through a quarter that went in 23 4/5 seconds. She's built up a 5-length lead. Unicorn Cake in second, Dea Matrona by herself in third. It's a strung out field. 3 more back to It's Hot in Here fourth, followed by Ali's Song as they head toward the half-mile pole. Wings Like Eagles is having to steady, now calms down a bit, racing 2 in front of From Hello, and another length and a half to backstretch Rose. 47-2 for the half mile, and Magic 8 Ball has extended that lead to about 8 lengths with Unicorn Cake in second, and Dea Matrona is now asked to get a little bit closer in third and is doing so. It's another 3 lengths back to It's Hot in Here, followed by Ali Song in fifth. Now Wings Like Eagles switches to the outside and starts to gain some momentum outside of that pair as the field turns for home. Magic 8 Ball's lead down to 3. Dea Matrona taking aim in second. It's Hot in Here along the inside, needs to find room, trying to get through and does so. Dea Matrona takes the lead. It's Hot in Here going with her. These 2 are clear. 3 lengths back. From Hello moves into third. They pass the 16th pole. Dea Matrona, It's Hot in Here, nose and nose for the wire. It's Hot in Here, outfinished Dea Matrona. Then it was From Hello and Wings Like Eagles.
Stablemates slugging it out in the second at Saratoga. It's Hot in Here, resolute inside, comes back to defeat Dea Matrona in the second at the Spa.
Yeah, this was a heck of a race for 2 horses from the Chad Brown barn. You saw Irad Ortiz on the 9. It's Hot in Here. He turned his filly's head out into Dea Matrona to make sure he secured that position in between horses. And then she was a little bit sideways, a little off balance. The last 50 yards, when he was able to kind of throw her head back away and she straightened out, she found a bit more. There was a bit of contact. I don't know, though, if it was just a function of the 2 of them leaning on each other.
Yeah, you got to see the head on. I mean, obviously, the head on, when we get a chance to see that, you'll have a better idea. I thought the 8 might have moved maybe just a taste too early. And sometimes that can happen when they get stretched out like that, Paulie. I think sometimes you got to ask yourself, when do I go? When do I go? And maybe just a taste early.
Yeah, but Irad's so skilled, it's disgusting. Because for him to, I wish we could get a head on, because for him to negotiate around the 2, kind of sideways, doesn't look like he fouled the 8, and to keep the horse going in forward motion, the more I look at that, that was a phenomenal ride.
Manny Franco, Richie, doing everything he possibly could to try to keep It's Hot in Here locked in. Arad Ortiz having none of it. Found daylight, and It's Hot in Here responded.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a rider's job to make it as uncomfortable on his rivals as possible within the boundaries of the rules. And Irad, though, if he doesn't turn his filly's head out into her and secure that path, you see, he's already kind of past it now, but you see his filly's head's turned out into her, towards her. But getting around the 2 was the key, and him being able to secure that one sliver of space in between the tiring 2-horse Magic 8-Ball, who was just a runaway early, and his uncoupled stablemate in Dia Matrona. And the only person that wasn't concerned from the 16th below the wire was Chad Brown.
Chad Brown, 1-2. Arad Ortiz sweeps the early double. Paulie, Wings Like Eagles, the favorite, off the board. What went wrong?
Nothing. The horse broke very, very sharply, and I thought the horse was going to go to the rail. But Eric backed the horse up all the way up to about 7th or 8th. It reminded me of the Florent Giroux ride yesterday. You just can't have a horse 15 lengths out of it and think you're going to beat some horses.
Brown out in the second at Saratoga. 9-8-3-4 results when we come back, and Chad Brown not done yet. There he is, on his way over. Unmatched Wisdom 4. Chad Brown, the Curlin favorite. Ironic name, given his biggest concern, lack of experience. Will it matter? We'll find out. The Curlin is next from Saratoga.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Picture perfect Friday afternoon in Saratoga Springs, and a picture perfect start to the afternoon for Arad Ortiz. 2 rides, 2 wins. This one, It's Hot in Here. Exciting finish. The stablemates run 1-2. Chad Brown standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Really nice way to kick off the afternoon for Chad with the Exacta. It's hot in here, though, Chad. Just being realistic, I think, with her placement today. Showed some tenacity on the inside of her stablemate, though.
Yeah, she did. Both horses were coming in the race pretty good. I needed to drop in class a little bit. As these horses get into the middle of the three-year-old season, it gets more challenging, these races. But both of them ran really well. It's too bad there had to be a loser in there. But come out of this race, hopefully both of them move forward and get a little faster.
Yeah, exactly. Always have that upside with the three-year-olds lightly raced, but one that is also a three-year-old and lightly raced coming up in the next, the Curlin. Very talented, unmatched wisdom. You have been saying that this horse has impressed you every step of the way.
Yeah, it really has, and there's no room for error when you're trying to get on Triple Crown Trail. And this horse, unfortunately, had pneumonia last fall, and he couldn't get running. But we always thought a lot of him, and his first 2 starts, he did it easily. Much tougher race today, but we do have high hopes for him.
He's so tactical. He's a kind, rateable horse, but he also has that brilliant natural speed. For you, ideally from the rail, where does he lay early on?
He looks like the fastest horse on paper. He's tall and fast with a big stride, sort of a rare type. And if he breaks clean, I'm just going to, let Flavian do whatever he wants anyway. But I can imagine him being on the lead. And if that 3 horse that has a little bit of speed really wants to clear him, then this horse can rate as he showed last time.
What makes him so special?
He's like a 6'10" point guard. I mean, with a horse this tall and a stride that big, you'd think maybe he's a slow mover, but he has sprinter speed for the size of his stride. And those are rare horses to find.
Really? Well, best of luck with him. Really exciting race. Congrats here.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's hot in here. It could be getting even hotter in the next one, guys.
I think you just said unmatched wisdom, Paul, is Magic Johnson, 6'10" point guard out there. And that's the question going in. Unmatched wisdom, like, should we believe the hype? Do you think he's that good?
We'll find out today. I mean, listen, it's only 2 races so far, but watching his races, he does look like he's about 7 foot tall. Maybe he's a Wembanyama running around the court.
Unmatched wisdom, that's coming up next, the Friday feature here, the Curlin Stakes. Richie, for viewers just joining us, what does make this Curlin such an important race?
Well, I think the ramifications going forward to the Travers Stakes, and these are what I would term second of the year kind of horses, right? Horses that, for whatever reason weren't going to make the Triple Crown races, but there's a lot of good racing still left. Obviously Travers, Pennsylvania Derby. Look at the Haskell this weekend. And as well as going on to the Breeders' Cup and taking on all the horses. You go back to 1975 when Wajima was, hadn't even won a stake yet while Foolish Pleasure was winning the Derby. Wajima wound up 3-year-old champion. So, there's still a lot of season left, and to me, this is kind of who's going to throw their hat in the ring as that second half of the year kind of horse.
It's very different than it is with the fillies as you look at the field for the upcoming Curlin here, J.K., where you have a Torpedo Anna, heads and shoulders, the star of the sophomore fillies in terms of a chase for a 3-year-old title. The boys, room at the top, wide open.
Yeah, there was 3 different winners of the Triple Crown races, and when that happens, it usually tells you there wasn't someone dominant, and it's kind of like, the kind of get the last word in the Travers and with the Haskell as well this weekend. So if Unmatched Wisdom wins this race, goes on to win the Travers, he's right there in the mix to be a 3-year-old champion, depending on what else he does. The same for a horse like Mindframe with that second in the Belmont, going on to win the Haskell. And if he goes on to win the Travers, I mean, that's a foregone conclusion there as well. So.
You mentioned the 3 different winners in the Triple Crown races, 8 Grade 1 races for 3-year-olds this year, 8 different winners. Wide open division key races en route to a title. Tomorrow's Naira Bets Haskell. Next month, DraftKings Travers. And in September, Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. Let's start with the Haskell. Rematch of sorts. Dornick, Mindframe, Paul, going head-to-head once again.
Yeah, Dornick showed his heart again like he did earlier in his career when he beat Sierra Leone. You can see Mindframe looks like he is home. Now he's going to get a tiny bit green here in the stretch, and Dornick is just going to get very, very brave here. You see Mindframe, he's getting a little bit tired. He's going to start wandering out. But then you could see he's going to ask for the right-handed whip right here to try to get that extra punch. But meanwhile, Dornick's kind of going away from him here towards the end. I thought it was a gutty effort.
Dornick, Mindframe, Richie, who has the better second half of 2024, starting with that head-to-head matchup tomorrow in the Naira Bets Haskell?
That's a great question because Dornick is a fighter, and I agree with Paul. I don't think Mindframe was ever getting by him here when he spotted him. But this is Mindframe's only his 3rd start. And he was put into a position where he was, stepping up to the plate in the World Series coming out of Sandlot Ball, right? So, and I think it took him off guard. the left-handed crop by Irad, because he won his first 2 races so easily that he didn't not really understand what it was to have to come under that kind of pressure. Now, I would have ridden him the same exact way. You're right there to win the Belmont. You're going after him. But I think with that experience, he should be a lot more focused, less green this time.
And reported this morning, Dave Brenning of the Daily Racing Form, Jonathan, for Todd Pletcher, Tuscan Sky, Mind Frame, Van, to the Jersey Shore, Monmouth Park, where Fierceness is still here.
Yeah, Fierceness is chilling here waiting just in case. If he gets a phone call in the morning, I'm sure they'll pick Fierceness up and get him down there. But yeah, there's no reason to run both of those horses in that spot. You know, especially Mike Rapoli likes to win races. You don't want to, you're guaranteed to get second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth with one of them, so you might as well split them up if you can. If Mind Frame's all good to go, everything's good, ships down fine, is able to run in the Haskell, I would imagine that Fierceness will point for next week in the Jim Dandy.
Who would you take? If you had a chance to own Fierceness or Mind Frame right now, who would you take?
Oh, definitely Fierceness, because I'm pretty sure he's already got a 2-year-old stallion deal from his 2-year-old year. Yeah, look, if I'm talking about winning races, give me Mind Frame moving forward. But if we're talking about overall value, I'll take the 2-year-old champion.
If you promise he's going to bring his A game each and every time, Fierceness, which has not been the case. But for now, all eyes on that undefeated colt, Unmatched Wisdom. Sky's the limit. What will he do today? His biggest test in the Curlin Stakes, next on Saratoga Live.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness! A powerhouse win!
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Curlin is uncoiling that powerful strut of his, and here he comes for the bid for the lead as the field turns for home here at Old Saratoga. Past the point to get. Curlin runs at him with a furlong to go. Curlin on the outside, past the point at the rail. Wandering Boy is third, and Curlin has taken the lead, and Curlin is pulling away, and Curlin here at Saratoga, the #1 horse in the world, remains that way today.
I don't know who was better that day, Curlin or Tom Durkin. JK, both brilliant, both effortless.
Yeah, I mean, when I look back at all these historical races that mean so much or that you remember, hearing Tom Durkin's voice over them just makes it all that much better. You could have put that on mute just now, and it would not have felt the same. And that's what a race caller does, and we're lucky to have someone like Frank Miramati doing the same thing here every day.
No question.
Vin Scully. He was the Vin Scully of horse racing.
Highly decorated Curlin. Is an eye-crossing resume. As a fan, Richie, my only regret as you look at Robbie Alvarado, his pilot throughout the course of his career and the highlights of his career for Curlin, the regret that second Breeders' Cup Classic on synthetic at Santa Anita.
Yeah.
Ravens Pass isn't beating him on dirt.
No, I agree 100%. And he won that Breeders' Cup at Monmouth that was in those impossible conditions. It's like 3 feet of mud that day. It was crazy.
I'll tell you what, that's one of the better fields. Hard spun. A lot of people forget any given Saturday was in that race, didn't hit the board. And the other thing about it is, Curlin debuted for Helen Pitts.
That's right.
And won in about the 10 pass by about 10 lengths, and then obviously it was bought privately. So a little shout out to Helen.
Lawyer Ron in that field, Street Sense in that field.
Yep.
Curlin, 2-time Horse of the Year, Hillendale Stallion. Curlin, well represented in the race that lives in his honor. On the left, Corporate Power. On the right, Timeout, both by Hillendale Stallion. Curlin, very cool subplot in this DraftKings Travers prep. Field for the Curlin. 15th running, updated odds, mile and an eighth. No surprise here. Unmatched Wisdom at 2 to 5. As we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia, in the paddock, what has caught your eye amongst these 3-year-olds for the Curlin?
Luffy, it is an intriguing race, especially with some of the other ones trying to beat the favorite in the Curlin today. And starting with the number 2, Corporate Power for Shug McGahee, coming off a win during Preakness weekend over at Pimlico. This is a horse who is a little bit quirky in the way that he runs. Watching him in his recent races and even 2 starts back when he was swapping leads, Shug McGahee saying that the blinkers have made a big difference for him. Last time out, though, you could see throughout the running of the race, he kind of had his head turned to the outside. And I found it was interesting watching his most recent workout on XVTV. He actually worked without the blinkers and still was a little bit wonky when switching his lead. So he's a horse that I think is continuing to improve as far as his mentality and his professionalism throughout the running of his race. He's very well muscled coming in off the back of that Sir Barton victory, beating Gould's Gold that day, who would go on to finish second in the Ohio Derby. Now, Kenny McPeaks sends out 2 runners in here. The number 6, Django, will be ridden by Irad Ortiz. Brian Hernandez Jr. not able to make it here for this Curlin due to the Microsoft outage we had with flights earlier, but is on a private flight to be able to make it later for Torpedo Anna tomorrow, which is good news. But as far as Django, this is a horse who took a long time to break his maiden. Watching him come into the paddock, he's a massive son of Medaglia d'Oro, who did outwork his stablemate Elephant's Ear in his most recent workout, is half to Finley's Lucky Charm, and a horse that is very, very sharp. If he can keep things under wraps, he's one that comes from off of it. Maybe he's getting right at the right time. But Maggie, they all have to get around Unmatched Wisdom.
That's right, Acacia. Let's talk about Unmatched Wisdom for Chad Brown, a horse that I saw in his debut, and he really proved me wrong. I mean, I thought he was this big, unfurnished type of horse that just needed to develop a little bit more, and he has done that with now just his 3rd start of his career. He has won in blown-out fashion in both of his efforts so far. This is a horse heading in the right direction, and if you were on for the interview with Chad Brown, he said he's like a 6'10" point guard. He has that tall, just massive stride to him, but he's naturally fast, and that can be a lethal combination. I love what I'm seeing from him today. He ticks every box of a horse that is on the uptick and on the rise. Moving on to the other fancied one in here. Actually, he's a big price at 6 to 1. That's Timeout. don't forget about this guy here. He was outworking Arthur's Ride, who had that phenomenal performance here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, going 1.25 miles, blew out the field to earn 111 buyer. And this guy outworked him. Now, you know, apples to oranges. Sometimes horses are more morning glories, and they just know when to perform on the racetrack, vice versa. He is so handsome. This son of Curlin, of course, just really well muscled. He's a big, burly horse. I like what I'm seeing from him. Now, he got the job done going 1 1/8 miles. He's one that has been asking for more distance. He gets the same distance here yet again in this Curlin. He looks phenomenal. Both of these two horses look like forces to be reckoned with, Lafitte.
Claiborne, Adele Dilschneider, homebred, timeout. Maggie at 6-1. How much do you read into that? JK, breezing, working with Arthur's Ride, Whitney bound.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Bill Mott, I would imagine, is not in the business of taking an overmatched horse, working him with a horse who's going to be one of the horses to beat in the Whitney, and discouraging a talented young horse that's by some of his best, that's owned by some of his best connections throughout his career. They must obviously have some talent to be able to keep up with a horse like Arthur's Ride.
Overlay 6-1, timeout. Number 5 is Elephant's Ear, trained by Kenny McPeak. Big weekend on tap. Standing by live with Acacia.
A very big weekend, especially as the 3-year-olds are concerned. Lafitte, Kenny, you're sending out two. Let's start with Elephant Ear, the one who's a little bit more seasoned as far as the wins are concerned. What have you seen from him winning at a big price last time?
Well, he had 2 races that were head scratchers. We couldn't really figure out why, but he didn't punch at all, a couple 3 back. And then the last race he woke back up for us. Unfortunately, we had Colby Hernandez coming back up here to ride him again. I was going to give him that mount back, and they had flight issues, so Colby couldn't get to town. But this horse went the right direction last time out, and he's going to need to do it again to beat the 1.
And as far as Django's concerned, what a big, good-looking horse he is, and he's sharp today.
Well, he's run against a lot of very good horses. He second to Dornock as a 2-year-old. It's been surprising that it took him so long to break his maiden, but he may be going the right direction. I mean, I'd love to think either one of them is a pleasant surprise here. I think the added distance, 1.8 miles, is going to help him, and I think both of them really could use 1.25 miles.
And as I mentioned, big weekend as far as the 3-year-olds with Torpedo Anna coming back. How does the whole team feel getting a chance to see her back on the races? She's just been so impressive.
Well, it's a really special position to be in, to have a filly like that, and just really proud of the work we've put into her. And she just trains like a beast every day. I mean, she's first set every morning, and my man Danny Ramsey gets on her every day, and she's strong and stronger than ever right now. So fingers crossed she can hold her form. And, you know, look, it's graveyard of favorites up here, right? So a lot of things can happen, so we don't assume anything.
We can't wait to see her. Good luck here, Kenny.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
I don't know about Colby Hernandez. Brian Hernandez better not miss the next flight. He needs to be here tomorrow, a date with Torpedo Anna in the Coaching Club American Oaks. First things first, field for the Curlin. You saw the favorite. More on him, Unmatched Wisdom. There's Corporate Power.
Yeah, Corporate Power is an interesting horse, right? I mean, he ran well down at Pimlico, but man, it was a little bit desperate, I got to tell you.
Katir Vizcaya ran well both starts here last summer.
I would think this horse is your pace setter, right? At 24-1, at least go out there and try to give somebody an excitement. And I would think the 3 goes to the front.
Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider's homebred, timeout.
Yeah, it's a heck of an endorsement, the fact this horse has been working with Arthur's Ride. You know, he ran well last time. He's going to have to get faster to beat the real Unmatched Wisdom if the real Unmatched Wisdom shows up.
The McPeak runners, Elephant's Ear now with Julian Leperoux, Django now with Arad Ortiz. Ortiz looking for 3 straight and an upset here.
Yeah, Django. Looks like they worked together last time, so that's good to know. It ran fine, just a little bit slow on numbers. He's going to have to get faster.
That's the field. Curlin, 3-year-olds. Stepping stone towards the DraftKings Travers late August. And all eyes on Unmatched Wisdom, who is 1-2, his second career start at Aqueduct late June. Richie, what did he show you in this effort?
He just reinforced what I thought about him when he went on debut. He's just a very smart individual. A lot of natural speed, high cruising speed. And that's evidenced by his works. He always works a half in 48. That's 12 seconds every 8th. He's got a high cruising speed. He can stay. But he was waiting on direction from Flavien Prat. He was on the lead, flicking his ears back and forth. And then when Flavien asked him, he went on, did a little bit more, put it to bed, and then shut down again. You know, horses like this take care of themselves, and they make life easy on a jockey.
And maybe that negates the lack of experience, Paulie, that Flavien Prat, he emphasizes just what a professional Unmatched Wisdom is, given the only having raced twice.
Yeah, and, you know, he's got such a horse, as we're taking a look at the 2 Corporate Power here, who won with the blinkers on last time and without the Lasix. You know, I think he's got the, no pun intended, the power with Unmatched Wisdom to basically go towards the front and then force the hand of maybe the 3. But here's Corporate Power's last win, and I still don't know how Gold's Gold lost this race. The Gold's Gold's the 6 in here, and Corporate Power gets one of the dirtiest bobs you'll ever see. It was a nice race, but again, this horse needs to step up a little
He looked
bit.
like he was done.
Yeah.
Looked like he was absolutely done, JK. Corporate Power in this wild finish emerging in the stretch late in the Sir Barton.
Survived an inquiry, too. Trust me, I
Yeah.
remember because I singled him. I think I was watching it on the subway, the A train. So imagine how stressful that is, right? You're like in between stops because when you're in the tunnel, you don't have service. So it's like the inquiry sign goes up and it's painful waiting to get to the next stop and the video to buffer. He stayed up, but he's going to have to run faster and more professional here today if he wants to beat Unmatched Wisdom.
You're like, he won? He looked like he was going the wrong way at about the 8th
watch
pole.
that, and it looks like the 6 won the race. I mean, crazy.
Corporate Power. There's timeout. His maiden win last month, Aqueduct. He's favored, Richie, and you'll see that he's losing ground, but on the move, and an impressive score.
Yeah, he was wide, but he was always traveling, and you know, beat older horses as far as, you know, maidens here. But, you know, you think about Bill Mott and how he does things, and you know, you can go to Cody's Wish. You can talk about Elite Power. These are horses that didn't win on debut, and they just built into a form. That's what Bill Mott develops horses. This horse could take another step forward.
Richie, for me, the question I have is about the favorite in here, Unmatched Wisdom. What should Flavien do from that situation, right? He's got a horse that's a 6'10" point guard, who's got a big stride. Does he cruising speed? Does he pop away from there? What if someone tries to make the lead? What would be going through your head right now if you were in his position?
That I want to come out running. I want to run to the first turn. I know my horse isn't a rank horse, so even if I ask him a little bit leaving there, he's not going to lock on the bit and run away with me, right? He's going to come back to me. And this ensures that if somebody like the 3 wants to go, they're going to have to really go, commit to it. And then they're going to go on and gives me options. It spreads the field out. Now they go on, I slide out to the clear, I'm laying second. I'm controlling the race from second. If he doesn't go, then I'm controlling everything from the lead. But particularly with post 1, you don't want to just come out of there and allow horses to fold over, slow it down, and now you're in a jackpot.
Over to Maggie and Acacia, trackside.
Well, we will first discuss your heavy favorite, Unmatched Wisdom, Acacia. You hadn't seen him before. What do you think?
No. Oh, he's so good looking. And, you know, that's easy to tell from his races. Just a tall drink of water. And I loved the way Chad Brown described him. But interesting also, talking about the tactics, he was very quiet in the warm-up out on the track. And that's not uncommon for a Chad Brown horse.
Right.
But you would sometimes expect with the rail, maybe to see him kind of get the blood pumping a little bit more out on the track.
Yeah, he's kind of naturally on his toes, but it was not an aggressive warm-up from Flavien Prat, who isn't a guy to necessarily always warm up something with a lot of vigor. But number 2, Corporate Power, you talked about him in the paddock. He just seems like a big thug. Still trying to figure out the game, but there's ability in there.
There is, and I think it's all about being able to channel it. For horses sometimes that maybe mentally are a little bit behind, and especially a big colt, they kind of like to throw their weight around and not really listen to authority, not really adapt when their rider asks. And I think with the equipment changes, again, Shug McGahee really going back to those blinkers and the difference that it made. He still doesn't look like he's the easiest to ride, but Javier Castellano has a lot of experience with him.
Now, one that did get a big warm-up from Julien Leparoux is number 5, Elephant's Ear. I don't think we're gonna reinvent the wheel with this horse and we're gonna suddenly see him on the lead. I just think Julien is cognizant of the fact that it's a short field, and he doesn't want to let them get too far away from him.
And if you watch his last race, too, you could see he actually broke running and then just didn't really have much acceleration after that. So I would imagine it's more to get position than anything else.
Exactly. Well, they're loading in for this really talented field for the Curlin Lafayette. Can't wait to see what happens and what we get from Unmatched Wisdom.
This is exciting. Gentlemen, final thoughts as they've reached the starting gate.
I like Elephant Ears to run a big race here. I don't think he can beat the 1, but I'm telling you the 5 was not a fluke last time.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 to 5 is probably a little too short to bet the win. I'll be watching and hoping that I'll see a horse that's going to be very, very competitive in the Travers.
And I'm a salmon going upstream. Everybody likes the 1. I'm picking the 4 Timeout by Curlin's race's namesake out of a Warfront mare, Lull, bred by Claiborne Farmer and Adele Dill Schneider, and I think a horse going in the right direction.
Beautifully bred. Timeout, but all eyes on Unmatched Wisdom. Odds-on favorite. Post time for the Curlin live on Fox Sports 2. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Django goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Katira Vizcaya was out quickly. Elephant's Ear has speed, and there goes Unmatched Wisdom. He wasn't fast out of the gate, but he's very fast now, and he goes right through to take command and open up. Unmatched Wisdom with a 1.5 length lead, and he's moving right along. Katira Vizcaya is in second. It's a gap of 5 already. Back to Corporate Power, who's by himself in third. Couple lengths more. Elephant Ear on the outside. At the rail comes Timeout, and it's another 3 or 4 lengths back to Django. The opening quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. Flavien Prat and Unmatched Wisdom showing the way. Now slowing down and cruising along with Katira Vizcaya in second. The others getting a little bit closer. Corporate Power on the outside, and Timeout is down at the rail. Those two race right together with Elephant's Ear just behind them. 4.5 lengths off the pace. Another 2 back to Django. 48-1 for heavily favored and undefeated Unmatched Wisdom, who goes into the far turn leading by a length. Katira Vizcaya is asked to get after him, and on the inside comes Corporate Power trying to get into the race. Corporate Power has taken second and comes to challenge Unmatched Wisdom. Timeout is down along the inside, now third. Elephant's Ear is next. Katira Vizcaya has dropped out of it, and Django about to go by him. 3/4 in 1:12-3. Unmatched Wisdom, Corporate Power. They come to the top of the stretch together. Unmatched Wisdom opens up a length. Corporate Power took a shot, but is now shifting about in second. Timeout picking up some momentum. Third inside the 8th pole. Unmatched Wisdom, 3-length lead. Corporate Power trying his best. Unmatched Wisdom, Corporate Power. Unmatched Wisdom remains undefeated with a wire-to-wire win in the Curlin. Corporate Power was second. Timeout finished third in front of Django.
Too much. Unmatched Wisdom, still undefeated, takes down the Curlin. Big effort, Corporate Power, but Unmatched Wisdom here. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, wire to wire.
More workmanlike than eye-catching, but he got it done. Didn't break particularly sharp from the rail, had to be hustled hard to make the lead. And now Corporate Power comes and takes this big shot at him, really extends him, and he stayed to task on Unmatched Wisdom. But don't you think it was a little bit maybe Corporate Power losing focus, wandering around, drifting, because he came on again late?
Yeah, he sure did. Look, and he kind of ran with them for 3/8 of a mile. The 4-legged athlete, Unmatched Wisdom, I thought was outstanding and definitely deserves to get a lot of the accolades he's going to get, and he's going to be an exciting addition to the DraftKings Travers. But the 2-legged athlete, Flavien Prat, the way that he just was like, I'm going to the front, I don't care what you do, I'm on the best horse, that got me going. I love riders that do stuff like that.
That was a smart move, too. It ended up being the winning move. He eliminated the 3 right out of the race, and the 2 just would not let him go. I did not like the 2 at all, and I'll tell you what, this horse ran a courageous race. The blinkers have changed Corporate Power.
Unmatched Wisdom, owned by Seth Klarman, standing by live with Acacia.
And Seth all smiles, and rightfully so, with Unmatched Wisdom getting the victory. Seth remaining undefeated. How special is this horse for you?
It's great to see. I mean, we bought him, paid a lot for him for us, and he's proved to be worth every penny and then some.
had to fight for it today, showing another dimension with that tenacity. Were you encouraged by what you saw in the stretch?
Of course. He's a fighter. He's got tons of ability, and I think he's learning every race. So we're fingers crossed he stays good.
Of course, we've seen you with a lot of nice horses, but winning the Curlin and going on to the DraftKings Travers, what's this feeling like with a good 3-year-old?
This is the time of year to do it. Chad and I agree that winning the Travers would be an amazing achievement, and so we're, if he stays sound and the race, gives him an opportunity, we'll look to that.
We look forward to the future. Congratulations here.
Great to see you, Acacia. Thank you.
Same here. Lafitte?
So much success over the years at Saratoga. Seth Klarman, unmatched wisdom for Chad Brown. The race so close to where he grew up, Mechanicville. Everyone knows the story. He's yet to win a Travers Stakes. Unmatched wisdom. I think the one thing here is JK, while we were waiting for unmatched wisdom to perhaps really pour it on, re-break and separate from the rest of the pack, corporate power able to stick around, it wasn't as visually flattering.
It's a good horse. And like Richie said, and like Richie's pointed out, it might be a little bit better than it looks based on the way the start of the race happened. I'll say this, though. It's a heck of a 1-2 punch if this horse shows up in the Travers, right? Because you're going to have the speed horse who kind of will take no prisoners on the front end, and then you're going to have Sierra Leone for Chad Brown, who's going to come from out of it. It works well, I think, for his stable to have these two horses with these two different styles.
Unmatched wisdom, much more to unpack. This Curlin Stakes, 1, 2, 4, 6. Flavien Prat, believe that's a 4th stakes win on the meet. Unmatched wisdom shakes off corporate power, takes down the Curlin. Next stop, DraftKings Travers next month.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Dust settling following that performance. Unmatched wisdom in the Curlin. Watching Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Hilladale. Atalapa. Entering the winner's circle. Lots to be excited about here with Unmatched Wisdom. Basic Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? We expect to see Unmatched Wisdom in that Travers late August. 280 for the win over Corporate Power. Timeout 1, 2, 4 in the Curlin. Right back to Maggie standing by in the winner's circle.
That's right, with winning rider Flavien Prat. And Flavien, talk a little bit about this horse. 3 for 3 now, has responded to every question that you and Chad Brown have presented to him. Your trip today, he found it fairly comfortable on the front end. What did you feel late?
Yeah, he broke a little sluggish at one hole. So he broke a little sluggish, but then after that he got to the front end. He was very happy there. I was traveling well all the way around, and yeah, down the lane, just looking around. He had to start, and he won pretty easily. So I never really asked him to run much down the lane, and I think he was just playing around.
His ears were flicking back and forth. That's usually a sign of a horse doing things easily, but maybe not focusing.
Yeah, absolutely. It just felt like you say, I think he has a bit more gear underneath him. It just felt like I haven't hit the bottom of him yet.
You have ridden many talented 3-year-olds, especially this season. Where does he rank?
I mean, to be honest, he since his first race, we always thought he was a good horse, and as of right now, he's been showing it. So hopefully he'll rank as the first one.
I was going to say, for the Travers, for you?
We'll see. I mean, Chad's going to decide what he wants to do with him and Mr. Klavich, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you're off to a great start at getting another stakes win here at the spot. Congratulations, Flavien.
Thank you.
I'm Flavien Prat with Unmatched Wisdom. They are a perfect team so far, guys.
Very diplomatic.
Smart, too. Good rider, also smart.
Yeah. Maggie tried to put him on the spot.
The right
he
question.
was having none of it.
It was the right question, and he handled it just right.
Absolutely. Right question, but he eluded giving a real answer.
Yeah. So, if you had that call to make, hypothetically, you could ride between Sierra Leone, Unmatched Wisdom, in the Travers.
Why would I make that decision today? Let's ride Sierra Leone next week. Hey, and horses are like strawberries. They can go bad overnight. I want to make sure they're both healthy and getting there. If he lets me wait till day of entry, I'll wait till day of entry.
Give me the one that's forward that goes straight. That's the one.
Well, he looks like a lot more fun to ride.
Yeah.
I'll take Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone. Do you feel better about Unmatched Wisdom as a Travers prospect now after winning the Curlin or going into the race?
I think he's okay. I think he's a very talented horse. He's 3 for 3. You can't take anything away from an undefeated racehorse. But the horses that he's going to face in the Travers, which could include Torpedo Anna, we don't know, is going to be a different animal. Now, he got tested today by Corporate Power. We kept on coming at him, and I don't know. I just think that Sierra Leone, listen, the bottom line is I think Sierra Leone's best 3-year-old. It's the horse who's going to get it out of the gate. I mean, the fact that he only lost the Belmont by about a length after that beginning is amazing, the way that racetrack was playing. So I just still think, I know he's not on top of the division. I still think he's the most talented horse.
Going back to the start of this Curlin, Unmatched Wisdom, and Flavien Prat, Richie, what did you notice?
Well, not only brake sluggish, did you see the left-hand turn he made?
Look at that.
Look where his starting stall was, and look where he wound up right on top of the fence. When you're going sideways, you're losing momentum. You're not going forward. So he did a really good job of not overcorrecting where he slowed him down, but getting him to go forward as he ducked in.
Lafitte, I'm looking forward to this 4th race because it's a 1.8 miles on the dirt, so we'll be able to compare those times. The other thing, too, is the figure makers will have a much easier time giving you a very reliable figure because you have those established forms of those claiming horses in the 4th race. And so we're going to know how fast he ran, and it's not going to be like, oh, was it too slow? Was it too... We'll know, and you'll be able to make a decision after you see that speed figure.
What a performance. Remains undefeated, Unmatched Wisdom in the Curlin Stakes. And yeah, Chad Brown, he is not done yet. Runs 1-2 in the second, has the winner in the Curlin, Unmatched Wisdom. And the Lake George, yeah, he's been dominant in that one as well. Sights set on an 8th victory tomorrow, perhaps. All depends on oversubscribed, the Wild Applause winner. Stay tuned.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Regal Glory comes up on the outside, and down toward the inside, it's Dog Tag. Regal Glory, Blowout, and Dog Tag. These three arrive at the 8th pole together. Regal Glory on the outside to the front. Blowout tries to battle back on the inside. Dog Tag third. They're coming down to the line, and it's Regal Glory in the Lake George, a half a length on the wire.
That was her first graded stakes victory. Regal Glory would not be her last. Richie, in the end, 8 graded stakes wins, 4 of the grade 1 variety.
Yeah, to win at that kind of level consistently is the mark of a really top horse, and a small but select field there, Lafitte.
Just 3 of them. Too much class. Brown running 1, 2, 3. Peter Brandt's Regal Glory, what a mare. As for her trainer, Chad Brown, would have run in the Lake George. 5 straight and 7 overall. Last week it was all about the Diana. He was able to rack up a 9th, now trying for an 8th win in the Lake George. So let's start with oversubscribed, Paulie. Far back in the wild applause, but here comes the furious rally from off the pace.
Yeah, and his last start before this start, he had a horse check. He had to go around another horse. He probably should be undefeated, but he just explodes down the center of the racetrack here. And you're thinking he's just going to get there. He ends up winning the race by 3 1/4 lengths. This is the kick that he has. Most Chad Brown horses do. Going to have to start a little bit sooner here at Saratoga, but I thought this was actually a very, very good race.
In hand late, we just heard from Seth Klarman, Unmatched Wisdom in the Curlin moments ago. He has owned 3 other Lake George winners selflessly. Surge Capacity, Technical Analysis. Jonathan, oversubscribed. She doesn't have a lot of experience. How much upside are we talking about here? How good do you think she can be?
No, I mean, as a racehorse and owning her, I think she's got a ton of upside. I mean, I think she could go on to do some really special things. My concern is from a wagering standpoint. I just feel like she's going to be a little bit overbet, and that's the problem with horses like this and horses that Chad trains. He wins so many races here. You could argue that his horses are overbet, but maybe they deserve to be bet the way they are.
You thinking that streak for Brown in the Lake George comes to a screeching halt tomorrow afternoon?
I'm very high on the 3-horse in here. Monomer Gold, full to overcharge, 5 for 5 on the turf, 15 for 18 lifetime. Really big work on June 28th on the Oklahoma training track around the dogs. She worked with an accomplished older horse. And when they go a minute and change around the dogs on that turf course, and then I spoke with trainer Todd Pletcher, and he said he was very impressed with her move on the turf. The family is strong. That mare, Charged Cotton, throws nothing but winners. She's a prolific producer. And the fact that this horse has shown so much ability on dirt already and then worked that well on turf with a pedigree that suggests that she could even take a step forward, I like her.
You guys made a decision just yet?
I mean, I like her too. I think she's going to be a little bit overbet. I think a lot of us are going to pick her. So not that they're going to overbet her because we picked her, but I think a lot of people are going to see the same thing we saw. I'm starting to kind of warm up to Sweet Rebecca a little bit, who I think might be ignored. She ran well last time. Richie, we were on together down at Aqueduct, and you pointed out how she had slipped a couple of times between the 3/8 pole and the quarter pole, and maybe got a little discouraged.
Yeah, she was trying to rally, and that's a very tight turn at Aqueduct, and she just slid. And I think she lost all her confidence there. Now, obviously, she wasn't injured. I just think she went, whoa, I'm not comfortable with this. You know, you think about horses that run 6.5 down the hill at Santa Anita. The ones that do it well are the ones that have confidence. It's when they lose their confidence running down the hill, they shut down. I think she just lost her confidence and shut down.
I think the 8 pounds got a big shot. Mark Cassie's barn's going well. I don't think the horse wants to lead. Had a bad race before the Penn Oaks, and went to the front end with Javier Castellano. If you look at her last win, it was from off the pace, and she ran a 90-some-odd buyer, beating Life's Inaudible. I just think the way the Cassie barn is going, if this horse can sit back a little bit, I think the horse got a good shot at a decent price.
Stellar Saturday at Saratoga, all about the 3-year-old fillies in the Lake George and the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks on Fox. Saratoga Saturday, tomorrow getting started at 5 Eastern. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the 4th $32,000 claimers. Love these guys. The Warriors, hard-knocking vets. You're looking at the current favorite, 7-5 Command Performance in his 20th career start. Over to Maggie in the paddock. Maggie, I imagine a lot of familiar faces in there.
Exactly, Lafitte. That was actually going to be my opening line. As you mentioned, these horses are the backbone of our industry, and several on here I'm very familiar with, as they are some of our winter warriors. But actually, I'm going to take a look at the two coming in Kentucky, including your current heavy favorite. 5 currently on the board is number Man Performance, who is a little bit of a lack early speed, which often hurts him in his races. So Joe Sharp and his team putting a fairly significant cheater cup blinker. So, it's about an inch and a half out from his eye. We'll see. Does that provide him with any more early speed? Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. And also, class relief will do that too. It'll draw maybe these classier, better horses into the race early, therefore providing them with a better opportunity to capitalize on that drop. So he looks good here. I will say I saw him back at Oaklawn in March, and I thought his weight was a touch better then than what it is now. He's always been kind of a lanky type of horse, but now that he's second off that little bit of a rest, I wish he was carrying a little bit more conditioning. I'm splitting hairs because he is such a heavy favorite, rightfully so. Moving on to number 6, that's Yono in here. He's a little bit of a smaller guy, a 5-year-old. Quality Road, usually those types are a little bit bigger than what he is, but last time he was pinched back and steady significantly going into the first turn, and then he chased inside, and once switched out, he kind of ran on again. So I thought a performance that maybe a little bit better than it looks on paper. Again, I think that is his ceiling. I don't think we're going to get anything better than him because that's just what he physically looks limited to. He's about one of the smallest 5-year-olds I have ever seen. Other than that, he looks good in here. I just wish he'd grown since the last time I saw him, which was 2 years ago, Lafitte.
It's been a while. Let's see what he does today. Tyler Gaffley on the ride. 3 wins yesterday, and good luck to our friend and colleague, Tom Amos with Yono, as we send things upstairs to Frank Mirmati.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us from the Saratoga paddock are 2 members of the 2014 Union College Hockey National Championship team for a ceremonial call of Riders Up for today's 4th race, named in honor of the team. Here to lead the call of Riders Up are Shane Gostisbehere, the most outstanding player of the 2014 Frozen Four and a 10-year NHL veteran defenseman who recently signed with the Carolina Hurricanes, and Daniel Carr, who was selected to represent Team Canada in the 2022 Olympics and holds the title as the all-time leading scorer for Union College. Shane and Daniel, take it away.
Hey everybody, we're here from the 2014 National Championship team for Union College.
Go you. Riders up.
Caught the Riders Up part. Riders Up here. And for them, look, the title, the championship, right, and the bucket list, calling Riders Up at Saratoga.
I mean, it's pretty cool. We talked about it earlier, the crossover. We get, athletes from other sports thinking what we do is cool. We know we think what they do is cool. And my bucket list thing right now, I want to call a race.
You're serious about this. You've been talking about this for a while.
I've been practicing.
Where did this come from?
I think that when you get to my age, you got to challenge yourself. You got to keep trying new things.
Invite yourself on fishing trips.
Absolutely.
Decide a new hobby. You're going to start calling races.
Yeah. I want to call a race.
What would you say when they break away from there?
And away they go.
I will say this, out of all athletes, everybody wants to talk about this and that. I say that hockey players are the best athletes because the ones that I've run into can hit a golf ball. They're bigger than you can think. And you don't want to run into them in a bar.
Hockey players that love horse racing. Eddie Yeo, Eddie Olczyk, Wayne Gretzky, Arlington Million, winning owner. Over to Maggie in the paddock.
It's a long story, but fire away.
I'm detecting the Canadian accent. Talk a little bit about, though, guys, bring us back to that, memorable, fateful day when you brought home the NCAA championship 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it was playing careers, and even though both of us playing pro for 10 years now. You know, it's still one of the.
And Union, it's only, what, 20 miles south here.
Yeah, we came up here all the time here in college, actually. Like, when we come back early for school and think we can get up here a lot.
The technical difficulties, I blame you, Jonathan, as we go through the post-parade. But you don't need to hear an explanation of the raw emotion you saw from winning that title. Look, in any sport, winning at the highest level, winning that championship for them, or here at Saratoga, winning at the highest level for a jockey, Richie, something you know all about as we look at Optic Way and Romero Mirage as we go through this field of $32,000 claimers in the fourth. And there's Cheeky Tico, an outsider.
Yeah, for Eduardo Jones, this one's going to bump from 12.5 to 32. Big long shot.
Number 3, 6%, third at the level in his latest.
Yeah, stretching back out to the 1 1/8 and should be forward off of those shorter races.
4 is out. Key scratch. Rocco Strong, co-conspirator in 12th start this year.
Stepping up in class off of a subpar effort for 12.5 last time. I actually liked him that time for 12.5, not for 32.
Yono. Good luck, Tom Amos.
Yeah, Tom's already got 2 wins in the meet. He won yesterday with a turf sprinter, and this one's got a shot here at 7-2.
Skylander, a really good ride. Dylan Davis's win last month.
Yeah, and first time off the claim by Orlando Noda. This horse really turned it around. That was a big effort.
Command Performance, the favorite, blinkers on, class drop.
Yeah, blinkers go on. Usually when the money shows up in the Joe Sharp barn, that means they're usually live, and this horse is 9-5.
Like a Derby prospect a couple of years back as a 3-year-old. Then a first glimpse last win did take place at the level.
Yeah, tough post being drawn outside, trained by Fernando Abreu. Was a longtime assistant trainer to Alan Jerkins, a really good horseman, and nice to see him have a presence here this summer.
This crew of warriors, the veterans, $32,000 claimers. Post time, 5 minutes for this fourth race. We circle back to Skylander. There he is at 5-2. This was his most recent. What we were talking about last month, Aqueduct, mile distance. Skylander, Richie, who stalks the leaders, tips out, and accelerates with Dylan Davis.
Well, he could not have worked out a better trip. You get that 3-ply battle in front of you. You're drafting in behind him. Dylan looking to angle out to the clear, got out of that kickback, and he drops his head and just finishes. But that was an absolutely perfect setup, Jonathan.
Skylander looking to go back-to-back. And he's currently 5-2. 6%, number 3 at 7-1 for you, Paulie, yes?
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. And like Richie was saying, I think this horse will be a little bit more aggressive. The one thing you'll know about Ramon Vasquez is he is a guy that is very aggressive. Got to know him a lot at Oaklawn, out in Southern California. So I would think the 3 will be forwardly placed. I just don't know if what the intent is. Some of the other runners in here, I do think the 3 might be able to control, hopefully, on the front end.
You're thinking the same, Richie, with 6%.
Yeah, you know, one thing about it, too, when David Jacobson's horses start running, the barn starts getting going. He had a nice win the other day with Ramon Vasquez aboard after a stumbling beginning. And I just think this horse is going to be forward coming out of shorter races. And he has won at the 1 1/8 distance in the past.
Favorite, JK, Command Performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a wide open race. I didn't know what they were going to do with this horse. When you're looking at these claiming races, I think you handicap them, at least I do, differently than you handicap a stakes race, right? Stakes races, you know, everyone, their intent, you know, everyone's there to try to win or they're on a path of improvement or whatever. When it comes to claiming races, sometimes horses could be going different directions. There's a little bit of a poker game that is involved here. Command Performance, I will say this, from a class standpoint, it's hard to compare class at different claiming areas all around the country. But Command Performance has been running against the best horses. The last 3 races, it's clear the class level is higher. He's a plotty type. You know, he's like a bicycle. You got to ride him. Luis Saez is one of the best bike riders out there. And you're getting blinkers on, so hopefully Command Performance will help Louis out a little bit here. I'm not crazy about the 2-1, but I do believe this is the most likely winner in the race, and I'm just hoping he's going to be a little bit more connected.
How exhausting those types, especially in a mile and an eighth race, Richie, when you constantly have to stay after horses, pedaling, constantly encouraging?
Well, you know, these guys are at their peak of fitness, right? So they're going to be fine. Like Louis can ride a horse a mile and an eighth. Obviously, it's much easier to ride a horse that takes you there, and you don't have to keep pedaling. You know what wears you out more is a horse's head carriage. Yeah. When a horse runs with their head low, what we call, heavy-headed horses, that wears you out. They drag you down. You're out of position. Your body and your legs have to work overtime. Those horses will exhaust you.
Is that more difficult than a horse who carries their head like really high?
Yeah, they don't get you as tired, the high-headed ones. They're not comfortable to ride either because it's hard to get in sync with their rhythm.
Can you see?
And it's hard to see. But I mean, I used to close my eyes anyway. But
Sierra Leone's a low.
Oh man,
right?
He runs with his head. He's an anteater. He runs with his head out down there.
AP Indy.
Yeah, my dad used to say they're looking for nickels.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how you say that because as a catcher, more times than not, a lot of people don't know when the ball's directly at your eyes. Sometimes you'll put your glove right in front of your eyes, and then you lose sight of it, and that's how you clank a lot of balls. You see guys will clank balls.
Yeah.
It's because they put the glove right in front of your head. That's why I've always told kids, when you're running from a ball, run when your feet down. Do not run when your glove is up. If you run when your glove's up, you are hurting and you're in trouble. Put your glove up last. But it's almost the same kind of concept you're saying. Sometimes when you can't see a baseball coming 95, I can imagine you got to be looking around a horse. That's got to be a little
peeking, especially when you're in behind horses, right? You're up on heels. You're talking about inches. I need to know where that guy's heels are in front of me so I don't jump on them.
Channel Maker used to run with his head up.
Man,
But he was on the front end.
Like a giraffe, Channel Maker would run. Back over to Maggie as they get closer to post time, just about to reach the starting gate for this fourth race at Saratoga. Maggie.
Yeah, starting gate right behind me, one of the cool features of Saratoga because you're so close to the track when you are on the rail. A lot of other tracks, the apron pushed back a ways, but Saratoga, you're so close to the action, so fans really get up close and personal with all the horses. As Command Performance, your current heavy favorite, really got a big warm-up from Luis Saez. They want to keep this horse more forward, from every sign, at least, that they're showing us in the preliminaries. And moving well, so like what I'm seeing from him now, 6%, a horse that you guys are mentioning. He's a horse that struggles behind. He has kind of lopsided hindquarters. He struggles with his left hind a bit when you look at it visually. One of the better times I've seen him, and I think Ramon Vasquez is a good fit for this horse because he does keep him more engaged early. A horse that at times has had the propensity to get a bit detached from fields, and last time he kept him closer than usual, which I think resulted in a good effort.
And Jonathan paying very close attention to the clock, the final time in this fourth race.
Yeah, Unmatched Wisdom went 150.7. So you'd obviously want this race to be a little bit slower than that.
Significantly, yes.
Keep an eye on that. The par for this race is an 84 buyer. So just keep that in mind. These horses should run about an 84.
Command Performance, the favorite. All set here for the fourth race live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Frank Miramati standing by.
Glimpse will be the last one to load. He walks in. We're set. They're in the gate. And they're off. Beautiful start. Optic Way is sprinting out for the early lead. Cheeky Tico and Co-Conspirator in between them. Those three vie for early supremacy. 6% is not far behind in fourth along the inside, followed by First Glimpse on the outside of Skylander, who's 7 lengths off the early pace. Majestic Frontier is next. Command Performance second to last, racing 2 lengths in front of Yono. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. And so it's Optic Way leading the way narrowly, with Cheeky Tico along the inside, just a head back second. Then Co-Conspirator, 6%, is wanting to get closer. He has to hold at this point, nowhere to go, but full of energy in fourth, looking for a seam. It's another 3 lengths back to First Glimpse on the outside of Skylander. Down at the rail, Majestic Frontier, Command Performance, and Yono. They're coming toward the half-mile pole, and Cheeky Tico puts his head in front of Optic Way. Co-Conspirator 3 wide. That half went in 48 1. Ramon Vasquez still with a handful on 6% in fourth. He's going to go to the outside now and make a bid. They're followed by Skylander in the yellow colors, fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Majestic Frontier is down on the inside. First Glimpse has lost a couple of spots. Behind them, Yono and Command Performance is last and hard-ridden. Here comes 6% after Cheeky Tico. 6% traveling kindly throughout. Pounces at the top of the stretch and is up to take the lead. Skylander running a good race inside of him. These two square off at the furlong pole. 6% and Skylander. 6% is in front by 2. Skylander second. A late bid from Yono. He's coming fast but running out of time. It is 6%. He loves Saratoga and wins again. Scores by 3.5. Photo for second to Skylander in front of Yono. Then First Glimpse.
David Jacobson, winning owner, trainer, 6% in the fourth year at Saratoga. Well done, Paul and Richie.
2 seconds slower.
Yeah, almost 2.5 seconds slower,
yeah.
right? Yeah. But this horse was cruising in behind him a couple
right.
times. It looked like he was a little too keen. He got up on heels. He had to wait. But when he put him in the clear, you could see the amount of confidence Paul Ramon Vasquez had. He knew he had a lot of horse underneath him.
Yeah, I was yelling at the TV, don't let the 7 into this race. And you can see Tom's horse starts rolling late here, Yono. But yeah, no doubt about 6%. He was laying in the right spot. You know, he was kind of getting a little bit of keen. And then Ramon just grabbed a little bit, you know, just to make that, you know, 3 horses in front of him develop, and you get a nice price here at 6-1.
Par for this level at 1 1/8 was
84, and 6%'s been running 78. So someone smarter than me will have to tell you what the math is on that. Someone ask Andy Serling on Twitter; he'll tell you what that kind of equates to. But 2.5 seconds. I mean, I think Unmatched Wisdom ran
flattering to Unmatched Wisdom in his performance in the Curlin 3-7-6-9 fourth race Saratoga. When we return, Manny Franco, you're up. This week's guest on Cart Talk. He can do it all. Want to be a shortstop, point guard, and he can flat out ride. This week's guest on Cart Talk. That's next on Saratoga Live.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind Frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get it back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal, San Diego. You're watching Saratoga Live. And this Friday program rolls on. We just had the fourth race. We just watched 6% win. We want our new viewers to know because Paul and Richie had the winner there with Ramon Vasquez in the saddle. Paulie, Ramon Vasquez, young rider, new face here at Saratoga. Easy to root for.
Very easy to root for. He's just got a great head on his shoulders. Was out and actually in California, and I give him credit. He made the move to Oaklawn to get on some nice horses, and he's a very, very good rider. And I give him even more credit, Mig, to come here, because you know when you come here, you're juggling. You don't know what's going to happen. He's got 3 wins already, which I think is an accomplishment.
And he's riding well, and he's making the most out of his opportunities. When he gets a live mount, he's delivering the rides. And like you said, Paul, there's so many good riders in this room. You got a 10-horse field. They got 20 options they could be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah.
So, you're trying to find where you fit, Lafitte, getting your foot in the door. But he can ride, and he's as nice a kid as you're going to meet. And Billy Castle does have connections, so hopefully they get a chance to get some momentum going.
Delivering, given the opportunity, 1580. Well done, Paulie and Mig, and well done to those young men, Union College, and celebrating the title, the men's hockey championship here, and to celebrate that, and all the praise from the fans here at Saratoga, and the opportunity for a couple of them to call riders up here at Saratoga.
I mean, they seemed as thrilled with that as lifting that trophy when they won the championship.
It's a 10-year anniversary of a college that has 2,000 students. I want to know how that parade went for 2,000 students.
Amazing. Manny Franco aboard Positive Carry, the 8-5 favorite. $75,000 maiden claimers coming up in race number 5 here at Saratoga. Would work out nicely if Manny Franco found the winner's circle after this. Manny Franco, who just captured his 12th New York Racing Association riding title. Last year, he won more races than any other jockey at NYRA for the 3rd time in his career. Manny Franco, 29-year-old Puerto Rican riding phenom. He's a terrific rider, terrific athlete, and this week's guest on Kart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
Manny Franco, the LeBron James of the jockey basketball game. Every time I go to the game, you're in there just hitting threes, getting to the rack, layups. Did you play basketball a lot when you were a kid?
Yeah, I used to play in, back home when I was a kid. Not in teams, just for fun at home.
I mean, I think it's clear you're definitely the best jockey in the room, right, in basketball? Nobody can beat you one-on-one, can they?
I don't think so.
Well, who do you model your game after?
Man, I love Steph Curry, so yeah, I think I'm just okay, just try to have fun.
Manny, you were an athlete before you decided to become a rider. Baseball is where you kind of started. What position did you play in baseball?
I used to play shortstop.
That checks out. Manny, every time you walk into the jocks room here at Saratoga, you walk by that picture that says leading jockeys, Angel Cordero, Johnny Velasquez, 2 Puerto Rican riders. Tell me what it's like, the pride you have as a Puerto Rican rider riding here at Saratoga.
Man, I'm super proud, man, because like you say, they from my country, Puerto Rico, and they open a lot of doors for us. They winning so much big races. Angel Cordero was my agent. I learned a lot from him. Even Johnny is a great rider also. Still here with us, competing with us, and just happy for Puerto Rico.
Speaking of Puerto Rico, there's been so many great riders, yourself, Irat, Jose, Johnny, that have come from there. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like at that jockey school in Puerto Rico.
You have to be there in school 2 years, learning everything about horses. All the stuff over there, they are so good. They used to be riders. It's a big advantage that we have back home.
Man, you started riding in 2013. You had $4 million in earnings that year. 2023, you had 17 million earnings. Through that 10-year journey, you had a pretty special horse. Talk a little bit about Tiz the Law and what he meant to your career.
He stepped on my career big time. I mean, that's the horse that any rider need.
But it is Tiz the Law is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
He's my big horse. I still get goosebumps when I talk about him, and just hopefully I can get another Tiz the Law sooner.
One of the things I've noticed about you is how important family is to you. Tell me what family means to you in terms of this sport, and why it's important for you to always kind of have them around.
To have the opportunity having them with me, my daughter changed everything. And having my dad here in the jocks room is unbelievable. He's there with me day in and day out, even at home. So I had the best partner in my size.
All right, this is the most important one. If I can find someone to give me odds that I can bet that you're going to win the MVP for the 2024 jockey trainer basketball game, do you think it's a safe bet for me to make?
Oh yeah, definitely. So go all in. I'm gonna win. So trainers, be prepared.
Trainers, be ready. All in, says Manny Franco, Gainesway Farm. Brought to you in part by Gainesway is Cart Talk Power, passion, performance. Manny Franco, yeah, that's a safe bet based on what we've seen in years past, how good he is, how fluid he is on a basketball court, just an athlete in general.
Yeah, pull up threes and running down and doing reverse layups. He's an unbelievable athlete. And I told him it didn't make the final cut, but I told him, Richie, I think you'll agree. When they're in the stretch and they're finishing, the torque on his body looks different than other riders. He is so athletic, and he can really, really finish on a horse.
Oh, he can really finish on. Super strong. And, you know, what you're talking about with that torque is he gets his whole body into it. Everybody talks about riders' upper body strength. Obviously super important. But it's your legs that's your foundation. And he gets it all into it. Starts from his legs up through his diaphragm, through his arms. I mean, he puts his whole body into it.
12 titles at the New York Racing Association. Some of the career highlights for Manny Franco, and for 3 times during the course of his career, Paulie. It's not like he's always going head-to-head with the Ortiz brothers, but still 3 times during the course of his career, most wins on the NYRA circuit.
He's kind of like, I forget, somebody called him the quiet assassin. Silent assassin, whatever you want to call him. He's just so soft-spoken. And a lot of people, listen, I was talking to Irad and Jose a long time ago. They are big baseball junkies, and I remember I got a couple autographs for them for Jose Reyes, who was their best favorite player. And I remember talking to them, and they said, listen, Manny's the guy you want to talk to. He could have got drafted. I've talked to many people. He could have got drafted in baseball as a shortstop. That's how talented he is. And, you know, that's a different realm when you have baseball to being a jockey to, like you said, when you get on you go in the YMCA, you think you're running into this guy that's small, and then he's going to end up schooling you. So he's just one of those guys that is well-versed in everything, and you can see when he rides a horse, he's in sync because all of that other stuff that he's done, being a baseball player, being an unbelievable athlete, translates.
Yeah. If you want to win a trivia bet at the bar, you know, talking to some guy, maybe he's had a couple, say, who do you think's won more races in New York last year? They'll probably guess Irad, and you'll win because you know that it's Manny. I know that's near and dear to your heart, New York guy, winning lots of races in New York.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, it's a difficult thing to do. You know, people like to sometimes discount winter racing. First of all, it's much harder to ride in the winter. The conditions are not fun.
You're not lying.
Yeah, and the colony stays deep in New York. Yes, some of the other guys go trying to keep a hold of their good horses, follow the good 3-year-olds, but there's still a room full of top riders in New York year-round.
And how many races he's won for Chad Brown, and the confidence, that relationship. Like Chad, he trusts Manny Franco. In the winter, if Irad's not there, or some of the go-to riders that are typically Flavien Prat, he trusts Manny Franco. It's been a couple of years where Franco's been the jockey who's actually won most races for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and listen, when a trainer of that caliber has that kind of confidence in you, it breeds confidence in yourself. And then it also opens up other trainers' eyes. Wow, if a Chad Brown or a Todd Pletcher, you know, any one of these big names think that this guy's good enough, well, he's good enough for me then too, and it opens other doors for you.
He going to get a win here? Positive carry?
Yeah, I think this horse is a single. I think Chad drops horses sometimes to move them on. I think most times he's dropping them to move them on. Sometimes with intent to win. I think this is one of those intent to win.
4-5 favorite. Great stuff with Manny Franco. Cart Talk, week 2 of Cart Talk this summer at Saratoga. Franco aboard that filly. Positive carry. Odds-on favorite for Chad Brown. Brown looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon. 18 minutes out. Start of the Pick 6 on the Friday program at the Spa.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Great to have you with us this Friday afternoon. Watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Congress Park, less than a mile from Saratoga Racecourse, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. That is a postcard kind of afternoon here in upstate New York. And the live racing continues here at Saratoga, and it's a massive weekend as well at Monmouth Park tomorrow with the Haskell a little bit later on. You're going to see this today, right here on Saratoga Live, the Jersey Shore 6-furlong sprint. These are 3-year-olds, and look out, Bookham Dano, top-ranked 3-year-old sprinter in North America, 3 to 5, already a Grade 1 winner, Richie, based on his handiwork Belmont Stakes weekend here at the Spa in the Woody Stevens.
He's just very good. I mean, he brings his A game every time, and he takes his show on the road. Now he's getting to walk from his stall at Monmouth Park over to the paddock, and I always think that's an advantage, but he's just a very good horse.
Yeah, the good news for him, there's been a couple of scratches in there, but the 3 horses that he'll run against are all speed horses. So they'll run away from him. He'll get some pace to close into. That would be his biggest enemy. He comes from out of it, but he's an outstanding horse, and he should make easy work of this group.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was down at Monmouth Park, Derek Ryan spoke to me right before this race, and I said to him, how's Bookham Dano doing? And he said to me, I'll buy you lunch for the rest of the Monmouth meet if he loses. I was like, that was pretty good. And he won the race. He was training out of his mind at Monmouth Park. And you're right, Mig, out of his backyard, he's going to be tough.
And look, I mean, we would have loved to have seen him in the Amsterdam next week, but they probably want that extra week before the Allen Jerkins. So no harm, no foul. We'll see him there, and if he does what I think he'll do, he'll be the favorite in that race.
Bookham Dano, and the fact that the connections, it's a New Jersey story through and through. Buddies that grew up in New Jersey together. He's a New Jersey bred, and the connections that never got Derby fever. The way he won the Pasco at Tampa, 9 out of 10, that 3-year-old's likely going to run in a Derby prep, maybe a Sam Davis. They never got the Derby fever. They stuck to what they thought he was going to be best doing, sprinting, and right now he is the best sophomore sprinter in the country.
Cooler and smarter heads prevailed. Not every horse is cut out to go the distance, play to their strength. Bookham Dano's show up to a mile, he is very, very tough. The Derby third-place finisher, Forever Young, nosed him going a mile over in Saudi, right? But I like when connections identify what a horse does well and allows that horse to do it.
Well, Derek Ryan, like I said, mentioned this before. A lot of people will think, who's Derek Ryan? Well, he did campaign Musket Man.
Mm-hmm.
He almost won 3 straight Tampa Bay Derbies. He had a bad beat with Big Truck, and he got beat with Odysseus, if I'm not mistaken.
Odysseus was right there in that photo.
Yeah,
Might have
and
been
so obviously
Super
Musket
Saber,
Man.
maybe?
So he knows what to do with a real horse, and he's been on the Derby trail before. So for him to make this audible is key.
You'll see it here, the Jersey Shore on Saratoga Live. Maggie's in the paddock and not guilty of throwing a fit.
I don't know where that came from, but she really got excited. She's a big girl, too, so well done, Declan Carroll, who has her on her head and keeping hold of her, but she's feeling fresh now that she's got the tack on. We do have a late scratch here. Do note that number 2, unfortunately a horse that I was actually kind of interested in, Day Away, is a late scratch. So looking back now to number 1, Not Guilty. She's a daughter of Blame. Blame can kind of go either way when it comes to turf influences. She is half to a 4-time winner, Spirit Maker, on the turf. She has a turf hoof too, and she's by far the best looking filly in this field. Now, she might just be a little bit big and slow, and there's that possibility. But I wouldn't be surprised if she actually does appreciate this switch of surfaces, and I kind of like the fact that she's woken up a bit since the tack's gotten on. I don't mind this energetic behavior that we're seeing from her, because it's not like she's nervous. She's just feeling frisky. As we'll take a look at a horse that debuted in an off-the-turf event back at Belmont at Aqueduct, and that's number 9, Ori, a daughter of Hardspun, who, if you know me, you know that I'm a fan of Hardspun. If you're not, I'm a fan of Hardspun. I just think he is an underrated sire that can get horses to do anything. And this one, while there isn't an abundance of turf pedigree on the bottom side for Michelle Nevin, she does have a turf look and a turf hoof. And I actually noted her first time out for being a Michelle Nevin first-time starter that, you know, at least had the appearance of being somewhat fit. She's a little green looking at the paddock bar there. She's, what are all these people? I did not see these many people at Aqueduct, that's for sure. But she kind of was a little bit green away from there, got into contention, and then faded. So she ran like a horse that ultimately needed the race. But I think she moves up here with the switch of surfaces. I'm intrigued to see what she does, as she'll be a big price and offer quite a bit of value here, Lafitte.
Ori at 14-1. Turf debut, circling back to Positive Carry, not 14-1, the 4-5 favorite with Cart Talk star Manny Franco to ride. Positive Carry, there she is, nice and settled. This was 2 starts back. Aqueduct, early May. Manny Franco rode on that afternoon, Richie, and the favorite, but going to have to settle for a second-place finish.
Yeah, I mean, she looms up like she's going to just, you know, blow by and open up, and the race is over. But I think it was another Chad Brown horse had another idea here, right? In the one horse, I'm not saying this name right, but Spaladay, who angled out and came and ran her down, but maybe she was just second best because the other filly had to extricate herself from trouble.
When it comes to Positive Carry, you'll look at her past performance and you'll see 4 races in a row, you know, $1.30, $1.45, $1.70, $1.30, and she's getting beat. A lot of times people say, oh, she doesn't want to win. Ah, yes, if she was in a maiden special weight race, then she doesn't want to win, but she found her friends now, and when the running starts at the top of the stretch, she's going to be looking a different type of animal in the eye.
Setting the over-under PDJF basketball game, how many points, Manny Franco, if you were setting that line?
I'd
17 and a half.
Oh, geez, I was going to say 16, so
Wow.
let's do it. I'll go over.
Okay, I like it, yeah.
You can do it all. Slick fielding shortstop. Wanted to be the next Derek Jeter and play at Yankee Stadium. Instead, he rides it at Saratoga.
Yeah.
Travers winner. Tis the Law was so popular. Tis the Law was so good for an extended period of time. I felt bad for Saratoga Stable, Barkley Tag, Manny Franco, and for the fans that was during the pandemic, that the fans weren't here on that particular afternoon to see Tis the Law do what he did in the Travers.
Yeah, it felt so different, obviously quiet, and you know, you hope that it doesn't diminish the accomplishment because they still accomplished it, whether it was people here live watching it or not. But those hockey players want to know how good Manny skates.
I tell you, I asked Manny about that. If he lays in bed at night and just says, that was fun, I just wish there would have been people there. And he said absolutely. He thinks about it too, how he wishes there would have been people there, and he definitely wants to get another Travers with a full house for sure.
A Belmont Stakes victory at Travers. Manny Franco, positive carry here, 4-5 in the 1863 club. Fans here looking on and getting ready for the pick 6, race 5 in 7 minutes, positive carry. What does Franco need to do with him early on to give him the best opportunity as we see Jose Ortiz?
Well, I think he's just very well drawn, right? Inner turf, right to the first turn. He's going to get to save ground. And I think when you're on the best horse, you just don't want to give her too much to do. We saw a couple of races yesterday in particular where horses were just left too much to do. And to expect a horse to make up 15 lengths is an unreasonable request.
I'm with you. I mean, you look at this race, though, maybe the 4 shows a little bit of lick. I would think Kendrick on the outside the 9. He always has an intent to go, so I think the 9 might be the one that gets sent. And maybe the 8 here for Louis and Mike Maker putting the blinkers on.
Post-parade, not guilty, behaving better now on the track front side.
Yeah, and, you know, Cherie DeVaux's been on fire, so it's hard to throw this filly out by blame.
The favorite, positive carry, in Manny Franco.
Yeah, like I'm with Jonathan. This horse is going to be tough to beat, especially the way Chad's going right now at 4-5.
Number 4, Capodonna, the class drop.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It feels like one's a little bit longer, but the class drop might kind of cancel that out.
Big Beautiful out. Here's Classy Mischief in the Elite Pecoy homebred.
Classy Mischief, yeah. This is one that's probably a little bit too slow. We'll see if this one can handle the turf.
Our finest hour, Louis Saez, blinkers on number 8.
Yeah, adds the blinkers. I see where Paulie's coming from. They might try to be aggressive. This horse hasn't shown a lot of early speed, though, in the previous races.
Mike Maker, a couple of wins yesterday. Then Ori, turf debut at 11-1.
Yeah, didn't have the best beginnings and just stopped. So I would think today with Kendrick aboard and some of the scratches, you know, only a 6-horse field, that this horse can get to the front.
Graduation day for one of these maiden claimers of the $75,000 variety. Post time 5 minutes, and the pick 6 gets started. And of course, you can enjoy amazing racing views in a clubhouse box. Get a personal tablet to wager and access to our weight service with an a la carte menu available for purchase. Limited availability remains at naira.com/tickets. So many great places to spend an afternoon here at Saratoga and watch the racing. And what Paul wants to see is that filly graduate this afternoon off the class drop. You're going with not guilty at 4-1.
Well, listen, I'm just trying to beat a 3-5 favorite that's going to be very tough in here, and I think the 1 is your other option because Cherie DeVaux's horses have been running well. Now, this is a filly that started on the dirt in the first 2 starts, now going to transfer over to the turf. She's 13%. So the unknown Lafitte for me is enough to maybe just take a shot against a 3-5 shot.
Jose Ortiz aboard. Not guilty. And then, Richie, you're going with a 7-1 outsider in Capodonna.
I actually thought this horse's debut was pretty good. I'll draw a line through the Churchill race. Some horses just don't handle the Churchill Downs course. And I actually thought she ran okay. It just appeared to me she didn't want to go the mile and 3/8. Now she turns back to a mile and a 16th and makes that drop in class. And she has a little less exposure than you know, maybe your favorite, who's had 7 starts. She's had 3, and I think it's maybe that Goldilocks effect. Maybe now the right distance for the right price.
Handicappers all in agreement. JK with positive carry, who's now 3-5. What did you expect at post time in terms of, does this feel about right to you?
Well, I think it's a little bit shorter. To keep in mind, the 2 in here was scratched late. Yep. It was 9-1 when they were scratched. The 5 was 10-1 morning line, but I think was a little bit interesting. If I'm not mistaken, I think Andy Sterling picked on top in Talking Horses, so I think the horse probably would have been a little bit of a shorter price. So I think that the 3 would have drifted up a little bit from that 3-5. But this is a game you have to play here, and it's a game you have to play often, is these droppers and understanding what's the intent. Is this this horse can't run, completely give up, or is it this horse doesn't fit what we're trying to do, we're going to win, move on, and delete the horse from the Excel sheet in terms of expenses?
Find out in a couple minutes. Positive carry, Maggie, and what would be a third win already on the afternoon for Chad Brown.
Well, over the years, we've gotten quite used to Chad Brown winning multiple races on a card. Maybe a little bit slow with some off-the-turf events, but definitely heating up now as we all expected. But Positive Carry is a horse that fits nicely, and, you know, it's just about being realistic. I think she's never one that honestly looked as though she should be upper echelon type of horse. So I think she fits nicely in this field here. She's never one that really grew. She filled out quite nicely, is warming up beautifully with Manny Franco. A lot of these fillies opting to be taken away from the ponies and really, you know, got their legs moving, which is the same that can be said for number 4, Capodonna. She turns back in distance. I kind of got what they were trying to do with her with these longer distance races, just to see where she fits. But at the end of the day, let's just, you know, they bought her for $80,000. This is $75,000. She makes sense being here. And Ray Handel's horses are typically turned out well. She's a little bit girthy, a little uncomfortable back in the paddock, but Dylan Davis, again, gave her a big warm-up. Now she looks loose and free and has gotten kind of her blood up, and that's a good sign. And as I mentioned, I said I liked Ori. And I guess Kendrick Carmouche heard me. As I was walking out, he looked like the cat that ate the canary, or the Cheshire cat, saying, I hope you bet me. So hinting to me that he likes her too. And I've seen Kendrick do this, you know, with horses that they have to run on maybe not what is their preferred surface. He gives them an education, gets them around there, wraps them up, puts them away. And now she's where he, too, wants her to be, and that's on the turf. So I'm going to take my chances here with Ori, a horse I liked first time, and now she's on what I think is going to be her preferred surface, guys.
12-1 outsider there, Ori Kendrick Carmouche. The first few days, Richie, it was a little bit frustrating with multiple second-place finishes, and then yesterday it all came together with 2 wins, the bookends on the Thursday card.
Hey, you got to stay the course. I think he was, you know, you're riding well. We get so result-oriented. Someone doesn't win right away. Oh, they're not riding well. No, that's not the case. He was riding well. Put him in the right spots.
But for a rider, if you're not a star rider, if it's day 7 and you're struggling, maybe you haven't registered that first win, do you start to press a little bit? Do you panic at all? Do you lose confidence?
Well, you try not to press, but I think human nature, you're going to press. And it's a fine line between riding well and riding poorly. And what that dividing point is your confidence. You don't have time to second-guess yourself out there. And when your confidence is low, you tend to second-guess yourself, and opportunities have passed you by. You've got to block out all of that noise, all of that nonsense, and just do your job.
But do the fans, the owners, the trainers, do they notice? Do they notice if it's a yeah, but he's riding really well, or is it so results-oriented? All they're paying attention to is how many trips you've made to the winner's circle.
Unfortunately, the vast majority of not only horse players, but owners and trainers that don't watch a race realistically, it's too many. It's about, if a guy wins, it was a great ride. If he loses, it was a bad ride. I rode great races and finished 4th and was criticized, and I rode terrible races. The horse bailed me out and won and told what a great ride when I knew I didn't ride well.
Imagine how differently the unmatched wisdom race, the Curlin, could have gone if Flavien wasn't operating with supreme confidence right now. He could have taken back, ate dirt, and gotten beat.
Yep.
Undefeated, unmatched wisdom in the Curlin earlier. Chad Brown looking for a third winner here with the favorite. Positive Carry, odds on. Time for the pick 6. Frank Miramati standing by. It's post time.
Ori will complete the line. And they're off. Clean start. Positive Carry had an alert beginning. So did our finest hour. And there goes Ori. Ori will set a nice tempo. Not Guilty moves into second, and down at the rail, Positive Carry is inching up closer in third, 3.5 or 4 lengths off the lead. Our finest hour races fourth through the opening stages. Then it's Capodonna, and Classy Mischief is at the back of the field. They're covered by 8 lengths, rounding the first turn behind Ori, who ran an opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. Ori with a 4-length lead. Not Guilty traveling comfortably enough in second. They're followed by Our Finest Hour third, and down at the rail, Positive Carry is fourth at this point with 6 lengths to make up. It's another 2 to Capodana racing on the inside of Classy Mischief. They try to take closer order behind Ori. Ori, left alone on the front end, has a 3-length lead. Not Guilty has been second the entire journey. The half went in 48 and 4/5 seconds. They're followed still by Our Finest Hour, and Positive Carry is down at the rail, fourth, now 4 lengths off the leader. 2 more to Capodana and Classy Mischief. Ori has been the controlling speed, rounds the far turn, 2-length lead. Positive Carry now starting to make a move along the inside, called on to do so, does respond, Not Guilty third. Then it's Our Finest Hour in fourth, 6 furlongs, 112 flat. Ori, Positive Carry angles out for the final 1/8 of a mile. Ori hanging tough, Positive Carry still 2.5 behind, coming toward the 16th pole. Ori on the lead under Kendrick Carmouche, just keeps on going. Positive Carry still 2.5 behind and can't get any closer to Ori. Ori all the way. Positive Carry was second best. Our Finest Hour third, Not Guilty fourth.
The cat just ate a $22 canary. Theft from Kendrick Carmouche. Ori in the 5th, wire to wire at the Spa.
Left the gate with a plan and executed it to perfection. Bounced her out of the gate, made the lead, slowed her down. You could see down the back that she had a lot of horse. His hands were up off her neck, raiding her along. And here came your favorite. Big challenge at her. She jumped back to her left lead, but she kept finding and kicked on again. And you got to start to question a little bit now with the 3, Positive Carry. Jonathan, how much she really wants to go buy horses.
Zero excuse. I mean, she ran fine, and the 9 ran really well. But no, I mean, she had dead aim. She was a perfect trip from Manny. She was supposed to run by if she was who I thought she was.
Maggie knows that look from Kendrick. Paulie, confident going in, 10-1 at post time, 9-3, 8-1. Ori strong in the stretch.
Yeah, it was strong. You know what? The mile was 135. I thought the horse ran really well here. Good call by Maggie too. The scratch of the 2 and the 5. 5 was a late scratch. I don't know if that did anything, but I don't know if they were beating the 9 today. Nobody really made the 1. Not Guilty was trying to, and you could see Ortiz was trying to keep up with Ori, but the race was already over.
Added satisfaction, Richie, when you kind of sneak in the back door and just like steal one the way Kendrick just did?
Absolutely, but this is how you steal a race. You're on a horse that other riders aren't taking serious enough because you're 10-1. You leave the gate and throw down the gauntlet. Hey, I'm doing this. I'm going to the lead. And everybody else goes, well, all right, I don't want to get involved with him. I'll take back. And then you get to control the race. And there's Michelle Nevin.
She doesn't look surprised.
She does a tremendous job with her horses. She was a longtime assistant to Rick Dutrow. Her father was a tremendous horseman. She knows how to win.
And for Kendrick Carmouche, last couple of days, getting things going. The 2 wins yesterday and now this one here. Ori and Positive Carry. Yeah, in the stretch, it never looked like she was going to really menace late and close that gap.
No, and every time Kendrick got after Ori, she kept finding. I think it was just a matter of he just needed to relax, cook some gumbo, reset,
9-3, 8-1, cooking gumbo, winning races at Saratoga. Will be stepping aside, but first you're dipping into your bankroll. Yes? What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm going to do a $400 win in the last on the 4-horse Geopolitics. I was when this horse crossed the wire downstate, I was excited to get this horse up here going 5.5. Tactical speed horse, a horse that can be forward. I thought Joel got a little bit. I don't know exactly what he was feeling, but maybe just a little bit comfortable and didn't really ask her, kind of waited to the last second. I think he'll be a little bit more aggressive today, and that half furlong cutback should help quite a bit. I like this horse quite a bit.
Geopolitics, best of luck, JK. That's coming up in race number 10. Second half of the Friday program coming your way as our coverage continues here from Saratoga. That'll wrap things up for us. You just saw Ori wire to wire at a price, 10-1. Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Nevin in the 5th to kick off the pick 6. Greg and the crew coming up next. Much more from Saratoga on the eve of the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate. siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community. Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS2. As we just saw a little bit of an upset gate-to-wire win with Ori, as I'm pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by trainer Michelle Nevin and the guy on her back, Kendra Carmouche. Michelle, I'll start with you. You opted to run her in the Off the Turf event first time out. Was that to get a little fitness and experience?
Yeah, I definitely felt like she needed to understand what was happening, and she was a little on the heavy side too.
Oh, she's beautiful though. I like the girl's chunky.
She is. She's very pretty.
She is. Kendrick, you gave me that old Cheshire cat smile coming out of the paddock today. You're pretty confident, Nori.
I was very confident in Michelle Nevin. Last time she told me she really loved this filly, and it came off the grass, and you know, she broke a step slow, but I like the way she ran. It don't look like it on paper.
No, I watched it, don't worry.
But I went see her this morning, and she was just all pumped up in her stall, and I say, oh, Michelle. She said, Kendrick, I think she's really ready. And today she came to the paddock all happy, and then she relaxed when she go into the gate. I was like, that's what you want to feel, you know? And she left there running on the backside. She was just enjoying herself. I got to give it to Michelle Nevin. I'm glad I just stayed on her just to make it a win in the Saratoga for Michelle. I ride year-round for her. It means a lot to me that my clients that support me throughout the year just, you know, I win for them, you know, at every racetrack. And it means a lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to her team, too.
Well, were you happy with the ride?
Well, there's a few questions, but of course, always.
Really impressive performance. And Kendrick, okay, bye. Were you going to go say hi to some fans over here?
The boys, you know, they all come to the paddock to see us jockeys, you know. It's a wonderful sport. They get to meet guys close up instead of being behind a bench and watching them play football or hockey. They get up close with us. It means a lot to us, too, that they come out and support us and grow in our industry.
Absolutely. NYRA Star program. I'm sure Kendrick could be a key player in that, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Ori with the upset win today, as we will have a new crew joining us on the other side of this break, but make sure you stay tuned as we will have another 2-year-old race, New York bred, sprinting on the dirt, coming up next on Saratoga Live.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome to Friday in horse racing paradise as we gear up for a big weekend in the 3-year-old division. Can the Oaks Derby dynamic duo keep things rolling with Torpedo Anna? The division leader is a huge favorite to win a 3rd straight Grade 1 in Saturday's Coaching Club American Oaks. Her main threat is Candied. A Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old. She's coming off a career best effort, hinting that she just might have what it takes to topple the queen of the division. And we'll look back at the Curlin from earlier today. Could Unmatched Wisdom remain perfect and give trainer Chad Brown more firepower for the Travers? All that and more coming up with this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, absolutely gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs at this historic race course as we gear up for the second half of this card. We'll get into the late pick 5 here in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we gear up for what is a very important weekend in a wide open 3-year-old division. That Curlin from earlier today, some important 3-year-old stakes this weekend, and next weekend's Jim Dandy will determine what our field will look like for that DraftKings Travers. We'll take a look back at that Curlin from earlier today in just a little bit. First, let's meet my team with me this afternoon. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling, one of the top trainers in the country, Tom Amos, and 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. Good to see you guys, and we'll get to that Curlin in just a moment, but maybe we have another 3-year-old in the mix.
Yeah, no, we saw a nice performance in that race, and obviously it is a race that's a prep for the Travers. Only one horse ever did it, VE Day, but one horse did it, and I think it's a 3-year-old division, at least for the males, that's wide open at this point.
What do you think, Tom?
Well, I think earlier today when we watched the Curlin, which is a restricted stake, and it's one that kind of can be a springboard to the Travers. To keep in mind, this race we watched today, maybe it was a little bit workmanlike, but the track, I raced on it later with another horse, the track is deep today. The times are going to be workmanlike.
And Raj, we still may have a filly who could face the boys later this summer in the Travers.
Yeah, Torpedo Anna, she might be ended up running against the boys in the Travers, and I really like her. I think she's the best 3-year-old in the country, either sex. So it'd be exciting if she got a chance to face the boys.
Well, let's go back to earlier today, and in audition for that DraftKings Travers and all the attention on a horse who came in undefeated in here for Chad Brown, Unmatched Wisdom. Looked pretty good doing it. He remains perfect in here, and maybe some concerns. I know not for you with that inside post, but always could be a little dicey. Came out of here okay unscathed, now perfect 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to get the inside post, these mile and 8 races, but he did duck in pretty severely right over the rail about 3 or 4 paths. And the 3-horse who was eased in here, it should be noted, went after him hard, so it was a fast first quarter. And you want to compare this time, it was the first dirt race today, and Tom, you mentioned you were in the 4th race, also the same distance, 9 furlongs, a mile and 8, and that race went 1.81 seconds slower. And those are pretty hard-knocking type older claimers. Probably run a buyer speed figure of 80 to 82, and that would transfer to 96 to 100 for a horse like this. It's a good effort, and it certainly puts him, Tom, within hailing distance of the best 3-year-old colts.
It does, and as you're watching Unmatched Wisdom cross the wire there, he's only run, this is his 3rd start, Rajiv. He's now 3 for 3. These are dangerous horses that get on win streaks. 3 for 3 lifetime, sure. He's going to the deep end of the pool if he runs the Travers next, but you know what? Maybe he can do it.
Well, I'll second your notion about the workmanlike performance. He was, all out. And one of the things is in his first 2 races, he was a dominant winner. I was really looking forward to see him step forward at this level and seeing what he can do. And it's seen where his ceiling is. And I think this is close to his ceiling. He still needs to move forward to be able to compete against the likes of horses in the Travers graded stake competition.
We saw Andy, a Mind Frame, who was so lightly raced. That was his 3rd career start going into Belmont. This would be, for Unmatched Wisdom, his 4th career start, so he'd still be up a little, against it in terms of experience.
Well, sure, he is, but we'll see what he can do. He's not a horse that needs to lead, so he got pressed the first quarter, drawing the rail. You're going to go. We'll see if he rates off horses, and we'll see what he does. I think it should be noted, the horse who finished 2nd there, Conquest Warrior, is a promising 3-year-old for Shug McGay as well. It's not like he beat a bunch of bums.
Right, especially with blinkers on. Conquest,
he beat Corporate Power.
Corporate Power, excuse me, I apologize.
Corporate Power that ran 2nd, blinkers on. He's a different horse. He's a good horse. But for the DraftKings Travers, you're a dangerous horse coming off a win streak. I'm telling you, these are 3-year-olds. They're not full grown. They're getting better and learning along the way. lightly raced, undefeated. There's plenty of raw talent here. By the way, he didn't break that well today and had to go kind of be rushed and get up in there. Yeah, and get up in there, and he able to control things after that. There's a lot of upside here.
Let's take a look at. Did you want to add something? real
No,
quick?
it's fine. I'm good.
Let's take a look at what we have ahead. Late Pick 5 coming up next. Here's what we have coming your way, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 6 through 9 to come. We're going to start the Late Pick 5 with 2-year-olds in a New York bred maiden special weight race. Fast and Firm here in New York. And we will see one of the top sprinters in the country to come as well out at Monmouth, Bookham Dano. That race coming up next down on the Jersey Shore. They are Fast and Firm. Race 10, as you saw, you're going to see on that Fox Sports app or on our YouTube page at the New York Racing Association. You can play all the action, including this Late Pick 5, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. They offer that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus is a new member. You punch in that code right there to take advantage. Spot 250 and bet with us all summer long and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. So Pick 5 pool closing in on $450,000. 5.5 furlongs for these 2-year-old New York breds trying to get that first win of their career. And right now, Saratoga Warrior. First time out for Danny Gargan. It's a My Racehorse runner. They attract a lot of attention on the board because they have about 10,000 owners.
We're good with that. If they're betting, we're good. But it means I'll be betting against and hopefully get a better price than somebody else. I like Joker on Fire because, let's face it, I'm on a show and there are a lot of Jokers on fire in this show. No president's got to be not included, Tom.
Yeah,
I don't want you to be upset by that.
Of course. But with Joker on Fire, the 5-horse, look at that last work. That's a telling work. You know, when trainers are getting a horse ready to run, it's almost always important to get that telltale work in there. That seems like that last workout, which was very, very fast for Joker on Fire, is that telltale work for Bruce Levine, the trainer, that says, I'm putting him in the entry box.
So I would assume you're putting together a Pick 5 for us. He will be included.
He'll be included.
How much coverage are you going to get here in this first leg?
Quite a bit. But you know what? I'm not using the favorite, the 8 Saratoga Warrior. But I do spread out here. And look, 8 of the 10 horses in here have never run before. Not a lot of resume to go on here. So maybe the betting board tells you a little bit. But I'm going to narrow it down the next race. 7-3. These are old class horses going 6/8 of a mile. Only 2 horses going there. Lafitte's Fleet. And, of course, I'm looking at Critical Threat as well. But I think in our big race...
There's no 10 horse in the 8th race.
Well, I don't know who said 10, but it's Root Cause is my man in that race.
The third leg.
Root Cause is who I like in that race. And so we're singling in that race. I think Root Cause is the 1 horse, isn't he?
He's the 10, but that's race 9. Race 8, you have 3, 7, 10. There's only 9 horses. I'm just sorry.
Did you mean the Phil Bauer
3,
horse?
7, 9?
Well,
we'll get it corrected. We'll come back to it. We got a couple of minutes. Get that sorted out.
Oh, no.
Put that back up.
I'm sorry. I just didn't want people to get a ticket that wasn't a ticket.
In the meantime, with more on this 6th from Saratoga, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
9.
All right, we'll try and get back to Maggie in a moment. Some technical issues that we'll sort out here momentarily. First time starter right there for Danny Gargan, Saratoga Warrior right now. The 8-5 favorite with the debut coming up. Stay with us.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind Frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, founded back in 1971, just 5 minutes from this racetrack. And, of course, one of their stallions, Central Banker, New York's leading sire the last 3 years, and again this year, having a pretty good run. We're going to see a son of Central Banker, that 9, Monta Avi, coming up in this race. Let's go to Monmouth Park right now. Bookham Dano, heavy favorite, 1-5. Grade 1 winner, Woody Stevens, last time out.
Bucarino and the gray. Little Knee looking to remain unbeaten. But your current big favorite, heavy favorite, is Bookham Dano. Of course, winner of the Woody Stevens on Belmont Day at Saratoga this year. Little D goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Jersey Shore Stakes. Little Knee from the far outside wins the start. Broke sharply today, and Proprietary Trade will match him from the inside. These two get acquainted. They lead by a length and a half. Bucarino in the 3rd position, and Bookham Dano well off the pace. He's about 7 lengths off the lead, and the lead is being held by Proprietary Trade. Proprietary Trade and Sammy Camacho on top by a length. Little Knee right on his tail. He's taken back to 2nd, pressing mildly now, approaching the turn. Bucarino in the 3rd position. Bookham Dano getting closer, dives to the rail as they round the 4th turn, and he's got a lot of run, but he's pinned in now. Bookham Dano behind horses around the 4th turn. Little Knee pounces on Proprietary Trade and has the lead. Little Knee looking to remain unbeaten and comes to the top of the lane with a length and a half lead. Now Bookham Dano finds a seam on the outside, and here he comes charging. The race is on now. Little Knee trying to hold off Bookham Dano, the Grade 1 winner. Little Knee inside with the lead. Bookham Dano leveling off, trying to get there. Little Knee running a big one, but he's getting the test of his life from Bookham Dano. Photo finish. I think Bookham Dano on the outside might have just prevailed, but it was very tight. Bookham Dano, little knee, ran his heart out.
Bookham Dano, grade 1 winner. Woody Stevens may have just prevailed in this Jersey Shore, but he got a test from Little Knee.
I thought he looked like Forever Young running against Bookham Dano over in on the Saudi Derby.
Yeah, well, Little Knee has been a horse that's been very impressive in New Jersey. He was undefeated as well and winning impressively. He got a matchup of his lifetime today, and he gave Bookham Dano all he could handle.
Greg Wolf warned us before that when we were on set earlier. He goes, I think he's going to have some trouble with a 6-horse. You were right.
Just nudging that one out. It looks like we'll make that official for you in a minute. Again, as we get set for this pick 5, and we'll get that ticket from Tom, again, corrected for you in a moment. He has 3.79 in that 8th race. Here's our post-parade. Under whose radar, Mike Maker?
No, we'll find out if he's under the radar after this race. A firster with Irad Ortiz taking some nibbles.
Chasing Colton was second to the grade 3 Sanford winner in the debut.
One of only 2 horses in this field of 10 with experience. And getting beat by Moplex a ways, but nonetheless, getting beat by Moplex, our Sanford winner.
Dylan Davis on Burning Money.
Not work a very impressive 10 3/5, the 2-year-old sale, and is not taking much money.
Manny Franco on a big price for David Donk.
Yeah, but David Donk is sneaky, right? The average work pattern, but maybe there's a little bit underneath that we don't know about.
That bullet gate drill Tom was talking about for Joker on Fire, that was back on July 7th.
Taking a lot of money in the face of the My Racehorse, horse that has good workouts and some pedigree, my pick.
3Bs has Ricardo Santana Jr. for Horacio de Paz.
You know, with these first-time starters, you look at the board to see if money's showing. It's not for 3Bs, the 6-horse.
The experience and maybe the speed of the field, the toner.
I agree, and this horse has run well in all of the races, though is this a horse that's had a lot of chances, Tom, and some firsters will just be better.
Favorite still, the first-timer for Danny Gargan, Saratoga Warrior.
Yeah, Saratoga Warrior looks good on the track there, stepping out. And as you said, probably the odds are down on that one because of all those My Racehorse people making a little bet.
Here's the Central Banker 2-year-old, bred by McMahon of Saratoga. Monta AV, excuse me.
Yeah, not a whole lot of pedigree on the dam side for this one, and it shows how good Central Banker is, but not getting bet.
And rocked out Kendrick Carmouche for Horacio de Paz.
Another first-time starter. There are 8 of them in this 10-horse field. Money not showing here either on the board.
And this one had a little bit of pedigree. I thought this one could be interesting. Maybe I'm dead wrong. As
I like that. I rode the mare, Stones in the Roads. She was pretty precautious. Won her first 2 races very impressively. Stakes win in New York bred.
There's that corrected pick 5 for Tom. Race 8 was the issue. 3-7-9. Who you have in there, Tom?
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think the key to my pick 5 is going to the 9th race. I really think Root Cause is the one in that spot. I spread my ticket out around that horse, Root Cause in the 9th race.
So 2 minutes to post to kick off this sequence. Let's check back with Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at your favorite in here for firster for Danny Gargan, that's Saratoga Warrior. And I caught up with Danny when I was doing my 2-year-old reports. He was really excited about this son of Volatile. Now the dam, she won some Louisiana bred dirt sprints. One of the siblings won first time out. And watching this guy work in his last breeze over this strip on July 12th, he was on the outside of Instamatic, who albeit is a turf horse, but a multiple winner and a 3-year-old. And he really has a lovely way of going, Saratoga Warrior. He had to be encouraged a little bit on the gallop out, but I thought he responded well to that. He's warming up beautifully. He's been a professional. Actually, I have 2 problems. 1, the price. 2, he just looks a little unfurnished yet. Like the framework is all there, but that muscle mass and that development isn't quite there. And if there's a time to beat him, I thought maybe today would be it, as he does wear blinkers first time out. Moving on to the horse who is my pick. That's number 1, Under Whose Radar. It's not like me to necessarily pick a first-time starter from the Mike Maker barn because I just feel like they often need a start. But this is by far the best looking horse in this field. I wish he was warming up maybe a touch better. I kind of didn't get to watch him when he went off, but I'm going to stick with him here. I just loved his overall appearance in the paddock. Just a big, muscular, burly looking horse that a lot more physically mature than his stalemates. Again, let's watch how he warms up. I'm not loving the way he's trotting there. I might need to change that. we'll see. Just complete 180 on myself during watching these horses on track. Number 5, Joker on Fire for Bruce Levine. This one has a lovely pedigree, especially when you go back a generation. The second dam is Jostle, multiple graded stakes winning dirt router. This one half to Shadow Dragon. But he's actually built more like a sprinter. So yeah, he might want to go further based upon pedigree, but I don't think that first time out here. I think he's capable of getting it. He is so classy acting. He's been the most mentally mature of any of these. He has a beautiful way of going. I love what I'm seeing from number 5, Joker on Fire. Might need to pivot to him actually as my pick here. Number 10, Rocked Out for Horacio de Paz. I didn't get to watch any of the workouts on this one on XBTV, but according to the DRF Clocker report, as he has been working in blinkers, which he's wearing, on July 7th, he actually outworked a 4-year-old, refused to lose quite easily. And he's another one that really has a nice way of going. And he's up there at 21-1. And I thought fitness, maybe not quite there in the face of some of these other ones that he takes on today, but one that I want to watch with some interest because I feel like there could be an engine in there. But let's talk about the horse who does have experience. I think you have to respect number 7, the Toner, who's done all of his running so far in 4 starts against Open Company. And today he gets to face New York breds. I thought watching his replays, he might be a little distance challenged. It's not what I'm getting from him physically. He's got good size, good scope to him. He's obviously the most fit looking in here. Does show up wearing the front wraps, but he's worn them in his last 3. The blinkers do come off today. He was forward but contained, so I think you have to respect him. He's a generous 5-1 too here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Those are the results from the Jersey Shore. It was barely Bookham Dano over a big effort from Little Knee to get that stakes victory. Grade 1 winner, now 6 for 8 in his career as we load up back here at Saratoga for this late pick 5.
We love Bookham Dano.
He's been a fun horse to watch. New Jersey bred who just keeps on rolling. Favorite has remained this first-time starter for Danny Gargan's Saratoga Warrior, although the price is floated up a touch here to 2-1. Luis Saez will be on board looking for his 3rd winner of this Saratoga summer. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off. Chasing Colton, but here comes Under Whose Radar, who's very fast and opens up 2. The Toner comes away in 3rd. Saratoga Warrior is 5 lengths off the pace. Monteavi on the far outside. Joker on Fire in the red, making headway down at the rail. They are followed by Salt Spartan. Rocked Out is 8 lengths off the lead on the far outside. The 2 trailers are Burning Money and 3 Bs at the back. 22-2 for Under Whose Radar, who comes toward the quarter pole, leading a length and a half. Chasing Colton is in 2nd. On the outside, the Toner gets right into the race nicely. Here comes the Toner moving up to take that 2nd spot. Then Joker on Fire there at the top of the stretch. And the Toner on the outside coming right to Under Whose Radar. Under Whose Radar still running very powerfully on the front end though, and opens up once again. Under Whose Radar is under no one's radar now. This is a good looking, speedy performance for Under Whose Radar, who scores nicely at first asking by 3.5. The Toner 2nd by a long way to Chasing Colton and 3 Bs.
Under Whose Radar, first time out like a rocket out of the gate, got the lead and just kept on rolling under a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Tom, you talked about the track was slow. Now, we've seen only dirt routes so far, but I tended to agree. This horse can run.
Yeah, no, this was a big race. Big race by the 1 horse, Under Whose Radar, who made the lead out of the gate, showed that talent right from the start. The experience in here, the 2, Chasing Colton, and the Toner, the 7, they looked like they were going to show speed based on their past races. They couldn't keep up with the 1, Under Whose Radar. And when the 7, the Toner, did come to the lead horse, Under Whose Radar, he just took off again.
Yeah, it was surprising to see a first-time starter like Under Whose Radar be able to outsprint the Toner early, because the Toner's been a horse that's shown a tremendous amount of speed in all 4 of his starts. This horse broke from the inside, and for a bigger bodied horse, like Maggie had mentioned before the race, he's athletic. he showed some good athleticism leaving the gate.
Showed 2 gears, right? He flies out of the gate, right? He just, he's already up, 3-4 lengths to the start. And then, as you say, when the toner came to him the stretch, and it kind of looked like maybe he get a little tired, he just ran away from him again, and they put a lot of separation on the others here. It's a good-looking
Yeah, they
performance.
certainly did. 3 wins already on this afternoon for Arad Ortiz Jr. 6-1 start to the late pick 5, 1-7-2-6, and Mike Maker having a very strong start to the Saratoga meeting as well.
Not the first time he's done that, guys. Remember, was it a couple years ago? He started out like a house on fire. He finally just ran out of ammunition.
And then he came back the next year and was double loaded and didn't have quite the season he had the year before. But it looks like he's going to have a good one this year.
If you haven't got your butt kicked in Saratoga, you haven't gone to Saratoga.
That's right about that. It's a humbling. Amen, brother. Yeah.
Under whose radar with the man who's reclaimed with this 3-win afternoon. Top spot in the jockey colony very early on here, but the probably 1-9 favorite to try and win a 3rd straight. Arad Ortiz Jr.
90% to win. Didn't
so.
I lose a bet to you last year?
You did.
I did. Yeah.
You argued with,
but I'm looking
this
to take
point with me last
I'm looking
year.
to take 10-1 on Flavian Pratt if you'll give that to me.
I'll do that
this year, by the way.
What did I lose to you?
6-1 start. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We're underway in this pick 5 course coming up on Saturday. Kenny McPeak and his grizzly bear of a filly, Torpedo Anna, looking for a 3rd straight Grade 1 win.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Star sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back on our Friday Saratoga Live coverage on Fox Sports 2, presented by Naira Bets, where you can play this meet all summer long and beyond. That is coveted ground right there. Getting those spots as soon as those gates open, you got to line up early, and extra early today because there was that tumbler giveaway as well. Try and get those picnic tables, that lawn space.
It was a great giveaway.
It was. I got a couple.
Great giveaway. Yeah.
Can you tell me who the leading trainer at the meet is right now?
Wow. It's not Chad Brown with 5 wins?
It's a 4-way tie atop.
Two-way tie, Chad Brown and this man, Mike Maker, tied with 5 apiece. Under whose radar?
Mike Mayer has a fairly substantial arsenal of horses. Wouldn't you agree, Tom?
He does, but look, that's impressive, plain and simple. Because he's doing it on the dirt, he's doing it on the grass.
This horse is a
and
stakes
he's
horse.
doing it under the radar. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yes,
Who
he
thought?
is.
Who thought?
6-1 on this first-time starter as we go to Maggie.
Here with Mike Maker, the man of the hour, and Peter Proscia of Paradise Farm. But under whose radar? Did you come up with that one?
Yes, we did. We have good friends of ours, and his wife and Jennifer came up with the name, and we got it approved, and we're so happy. It's a team effort all the way through, from the time we named the horse to the time Mike took the horse and his team, and did a great job.
Now, who was responsible for buying the horse last summer here in the New York bred sale, Mike?
That was me. Well, actually, he bought it.
He paid for it. You paid.
Mike signed it. He did a great job at that.
I was gonna say he's gorgeous.
Yes, he is.
He's just a big-bodied horse. Did he give you the impression as a yearling that he was going to grow into what we see now?
Yeah, no, he was very mature as a yearling, and you know, glad he grew the way we thought he would.
And the speed that he showed from the rail, was that expected?
I was a little nervous because he's usually on his toes, and he was tranquilized in the paddock. Like, I was trying to figure out where that came from, and then the only thing I didn't like was the one hole, but he outbroke the trainer.
Didn't matter. Peter, we've seen you and Mike teaming up with a lot of success over the opening, I can't even keep track of what day it is, but several days here at the spa. This has to be so special.
No, this place is awesome, and we're so lucky to get an opportunity to race here, let alone win here. We've got 3 days in a row, which I'm very proud of and excited, and hopefully get better.
The best is yet to come, as they say. Well, guys, you have a really nice New York bred on your hands. Congrats.
Thank you.
Under whose radar? Well, you may have gotten a speeding ticket today, Greg.
He was quick early, and as you said, Andy, he showed another gear late.
No, this was a very impressive performance. I'll tell you something. When I read Ortiz pays $14 on a first-time starter, that horse might have been $20 if another rider was riding.
You're right about that. And for Mike Maker, a man who shows very little emotion publicly, that's the most emotion I've seen him show in probably the last 5 years. So I have a feeling that he liked this horse going into the race, and there may have been a move to the windows there.
As many times as I've ridden for Mike Maker over the years, that's the most I've ever heard him say. I don't even know what his voice sounds like.
You guys haven't seen him with Paula Duca.
Mike and I get along great. He's been on the radio show in the old days with me. Mike's great with me. I don't know.
He's real quiet.
He's just a quiet guy.
Yeah.
Except with our own Paula Duca. For some reason, Paul brings out a Mike Maker we've never seen before. It's incredible. He has a nice one here, and again, off to a terrific start. This barn now with 5 victories at the meet as we move into the late pick four, $12,000 claiming race, 3/4 of a mile sprint ahead, and no question, Emerald Forest going to attract a ton of attention here, dropping down a class for Linda Rice.
And this is something you're going to see a lot, especially in Saratoga, Tom. People dropping horses, trying to win races, and you have to sort of ask yourself, how negative is the drop down? And Tom, it's a question you ask yourself quite a bit as a claiming trainer.
Yeah, I mean, look, you watch these trainers and how they enter their horses. It's almost like, as a competing trainer, you play poker with these guys like every Monday night or something. You know their styles, right? This Linda Rice move is one to get the win. That's what she does.
Is this when you're dropping on this horse?
What's that?
I did not say that. Is there an Amos claim in this race?
I did not say that.
There are a lot of horses dropping a class, though, in this field. It's
There are.
not just the Linda Rice runner. We'll talk more about it coming up in just a little bit. Our cross-country pick 5, by the way, begins in this race coming up. So maybe for some, get a little skinny here. In this first race includes the 7th at Monmouth, 8th at Monmouth, and then races 8 and 9 here at Saratoga as well. This weekend, not just the Curlin we talked about earlier, the Naira Betts Haskell, and next week's Jim Dandy. Maybe the Coaching Club American Oaks can help kind of shape this Travers field as well. We'll see what happens with Torpedo Anna in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Top 3-year-old filly in the land right now, no question about that. It's part of our Fox Saturday Saratoga schedule that includes this Grade 1 prestigious race. Is there anyone in here, Andy, that can give her a test?
Listen, races, as Greg likes to say, they're not running paper, they're running TV screens. On paper, no. No, she's going to be very hard to beat because she also has devastating speed and stamina, and there's nobody in here that really can run with her unless they overexert themselves. And I think Todd Fletcher has seen some pretty good fillies try to run with her early with disastrous results, and he's thinking, I'm going to beat Torpedo Anna if she doesn't run her A race, but I'm not going to beat her by trying to run hard with her early.
Yeah, I mean, look at her last race, the Acorn. I mean, that was a situation where Torpedo Anna from the outside post had to use to make the lead or right close to the lead. The pace was very fast, and she just keeps on going. So in this race, not as much speed, better post. She's going to control everything early. It's her race to lose, Rajiv.
Yeah, I think Leslie Rose is the only one that has some semblance of speed that could actually give her some tests early. And like Andy says, any horse has tested her so far, it hasn't really worked out too good.
I mean, it's not that everybody in this race wants to win. I don't want people to get the impression we're saying you're not trying to win. But, Raj, you've been there before. You're running against a horse that you basically know you can't beat. It used to happen when people used to face you when you were on Groupie Doll, but the other way around. But you sort of ride for second and hope that something goes wrong with the horse. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it is, and you have one of the best at doing that, John Velasquez. I think Johnny's going to push the envelope as much as he can early to get as much speed out of Leslie Rose, put her in a contentious spot, but he's going to find a point where he's not going to overdo it. I feel like that's how the race is going to shape up. We're going to have Torpedo Anna on the lead and Leslie Rose just tracking her from the outside.
Well, those two horses faced each other last time. Leslie Rose had a great trip that day. Every opportunity, she's just not as good as Torpedo Anna.
It's the same thing happened just FYI in the Kentucky Oaks, right? Perfect trip, and
right.
She couldn't beat her. So they tried a different tactics the next race, and with horrible results. You know, Tom, you trained a pretty fast and pretty talented 3-year-old filly, and what happened to horses that tried to run with Serengeti Empress?
They went out the back door.
Right.
You know, I mean, she liked to bury them early. You know, and if you tried to go with her early, you were going to pay the price.
She's a bad break away from being perfect. Second start of her career, they stretched her out to a mile. She did not break well. That's the only defeat of her career. Now, having said that, filly that beat her, the only filly to have beat her, is in this race. It's intricate. She, though, hasn't really gone on with it since then, has she?
And I think that Torpedo Anna might have improved a little bit since that race. Just a little bit.
You mentioned her record, 3 for 3 this year, and she's gone against the best of the best, all 3 races, and they can't beat her.
And she wins the races the hard way. You know, she's not getting gifted races. She's not walking on the front end. She buried a horse named Ways and Means, buried her in the Kentucky Oaks, who came back and ran a 104 Beyer and won a devastating race and may well be the favorite in the test, one of the most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies in the year. This filly is very, very good.
Yeah, we talk about facing the best. She's not just faced them, she has demolished them. 4-length win, 4 3/4 length win, 5 1/4 length win in the Acorn. We're going to see her tomorrow on our Fox Saratoga Saturday program. We're going to get set for the Pick 4 when we come back. Kick things off again with this $12,000 claiming sprint. When we return, we'll have the post-parade for you right after this on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, 140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 new. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's gonna win a Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
And there she is. She has the 8-5 favorite in this race coming up. Just a remarkable run that she has gone on. Last year, of course, tied a record on the Naira circuit for most wins in a year, and she won or tied for 5 consecutive meet titles, including in the most dramatic way possible here last summer, final race of the meet, tying Chad Brown.
Linda will not miss a single opportunity that's presented to her. She's got MTOs in basically every turf race, so if we get rain, and we had a lot, unfortunately, last year, she was there to take advantage of it. If there's an edge, Linda's looking for it.
Well, here's the favorite she'll send out. So Emerald Forest off the claim, and one who, 32,000 to 12, Tom, a big enough drop. But before that, this horse was even against a lot tougher company.
I think we're going to probably watch the backtrack on this horse, but even if we're not, it's important to note that Emerald Forest in his last race left the gate with no enthusiasm whatsoever. And horses can get like that. They get to the point where, it's just a routine for them. They don't have the effort they once had. And if that's the case today, it's not going to matter if Emerald Forest is dropping to $12,500 or $1,000. You're just not going to get it done. She's just going to go through the motions.
That's very fair, but having said that, the common denominator on his 2 subpar efforts in his last 2 is they were both wet, sealed tracks. This is a dry Harrow track. If you go to the races before the wet, sealed tracks, he was on dry tracks and he was running figures, make him very tough to beat. Now, having said that, she's still dropping off a cliff, so maybe Linda isn't saying it necessarily was the wet track.
One thing I agree with you, Tom, here is that his race last time was just so flat, and the race set up for him. It was a scorching early pace. for him to close into a pace that collapsed, and he still didn't do much running.
But it's not a pace that collapsed. It was a scorching fast pace, but the horse who won the race was actually stalking the pace. Excellent timing. So while I agree with that, and it was also Saratoga on the last Sunday here, and that was a day where we rained, we're off the turf, and speed was dominant throughout the day. I'm not making major excuses, and I don't. If somebody wants to bet against the favorite, I got no problem.
There's a look at the jockey standings. Arad with 3 already this afternoon. He's got a big chance here to make it number 4. But, Rajiv, we see this with this man, especially at Saratoga, year after year. He gets on these runs, and he starts ripping off a lot in a row.
Yeah, Irad rides live horses every day and in a slew of top-quality mounts, and he's one of the best out there, so he's going to win his races. And it's so funny to think, as many races as he won on opening week, it was actually a little bit below his standards or the expectations for him. He's really got into gear in week 2.
Does Flavia know that the race is over? I'm not going to tell him, Greg. I don't want to break it to him.
I think everyone knew it was over before they came here.
I'm not giving up. I don't think Tom's winning the training title, though. I've pretty much given up on that. Tom, I hate to be the one to tell you this.
I'm only 3 behind.
You're a good meet.
I'm only 3 behind.
You're a very good meet.
You never know.
You're live. You got a 2-year-old. Is it on Wednesday? It looks live. Second time stars. That's Sunday.
That's
Sunday.
Sunday. Just so you know, Tom picked you 3rd in the bankroll contest.
Because his best handicapping job. Well, wait a second. When we all end up with 0, I'm only 3rd if I go out first. I may have my entire bankroll tomorrow.
Andy's bankroll didn't show any enthusiasm out of the gate.
No, it didn't.
My bankroll is limping.
I can see the last day, everyone has $1 left in their account and no one wants to place
Believe
a
me,
bet.
Raj, by the last day I'll be begging for money.
It's like Jeopardy. You got 0.
I'm going to borrow from
That's
Tom.
an
I want to know if I could double dip.
Pace-wise in this race, guys, you have a horse on the rail in Chateau.
Right.
Andy, you well know, he's very, very quick. He did not show a lot last time out. Now he comes back in just 7 days.
You know that 8 of the 9 horses in this race are dropping in class from their prior start, running at a claiming price lower than they ran prior, as is Chateau. He is one of the fastest horses early, literally on the grounds. But the thing about his last race is the long shot Disco Dino that won, the long shot Close Hell that was second, they had speed. They were forward. So it's not like it was a pace that collapsed. He just collapsed, and I think that's why
But there's
Rudy
plenty
Rodriguez
of
is
others
dropping
here
him.
they're
not as fast. I'm not sure they're quite as fast.
I'm not saying they're
as
as
him.
fast as he is. I'm just saying they're going to chase.
This is going to be a fast
So,
race. This has to be a fast
The
race.
8, the 9, the 4. I mean, these are horses that want to show speed in their races. Their resumes say that for previous races. So, okay, the one clears, comes off 7 days race, 7 days rest, maybe. But those horses are going to be right on his tail.
I completely agree. For this is one time I agree with you completely, Tom.
That's kind of why I lean towards the number
Means it won't
7 here as
happen.
my top pick. I was looking for a horse that's not going to be too far off the pace, but not necessarily involved in the pace battle, because I feel like they're going to go after Chateau early, and it's going to be, they're going to get softened up front.
Never would have guessed you would have picked your cousin in this race. Romero Mirage will be on American Gentleman, the 7. Guy, you look at this board, Andy, would you say the 4 maybe is the sneaky one right now, taking money? He faced a pretty good one in Colonel Vargo last start. He was 12-1 morning line. He's 5-1 right now.
I agree, but it was a day that you wanted to be on the inside, the rail. The inside of the racetrack was a big advantage. We saw horses running well on it all day long, and he was right down the inside. Now, he was dueling with the talented Colonel Vargo, but as Tom mentioned, he's one of a number of forwardly placed horses here, and I think there's going to be a lot of pace. I think he's overbet at 5-1,
He's
Tom.
definitely overbet because this is a horse that wants to make his living on the lead. He's not, by clearing. He's not going to get that here.
And if he does, he's going way too fast.
Yeah.
Here's our post parade. We'll kick things off with the speedy Chateau for Rudy Rodriguez.
If you bet him, you'll at least have an early thrill. Whether or not it'll happen throughout the race remains to be seen.
Big drop as well for Notable Bob. He's faced some good ones the last couple starts.
Has been descending down the class ladder looking to find a race that he could win. This one is going to benefit if the pace goes really fast because he's a deep closer.
40-1 shot next door, who's an 8-time winner, by the way, honorary degree.
He does have a win 2 races back, but that, believe it or not, was in a lower level race than this.
Tyler Gaffleone, he had a 3-win day yesterday. Part of that, and thanks to Tom Amos on ribbons and medals.
This one second off the claim for trainer Wayne Potts. Finished second for 20 last time, is in for 12 today.
Even money on Emerald Forest.
I feel like this horse is overbet, and I picked him. Is it because they're not betting anybody else in here? But, man, this seems like an awfully big price on Kenner Carmouche looking for another win.
Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn with Lafitte's Fleet.
This one taking a massive drop in class after finishing 5th by 6 lengths at the $40,000 level last time out.
One Raj had brought up with his cousin aboard, American Gentleman blinkers on.
He continues to drop with each start recently and continues to not be competitive.
8-horse seems like he is a player here for Rob Falcone Jr.
One that also has a lot of speed early. Look for this one to be in amongst the pace setters.
Critical threat there, second off the claim. And here's the 9 High Heat, Dylan Davis for Orlando Noda.
Dropping down considerably in class and was a little bit against the way the racetrack was playing last time, but as Tom noted, and I agree, he's another speed that feels like he could be a casualty of pace.
So 4 minutes to post here in the 7th as we get set for this pick 4. The public can't get enough of Emerald Forest in this spot, who took that last time out, that big drop down to 32,000. That didn't work out. But, it, you know, as Andy brought up, Tom, maybe it's those wet, sealed tracks that have been part of the reason for the poor performances.
And not only that, Linda Rice had this horse in the past. So this is not the first time that Emerald Forest has come back to Linda Rice's barn. And Kendrick Carmouche was her go-to guy on this horse in the past as well. So Linda understands, for this horse to run well, he's got to be given some enthusiasm out of the gate. Kendrick might be one of the best gate riders that we have on the grounds here.
You make a good point for her using Kendrick on this horse. I think she's probably looking to wake him up early, like getting him a bit more involved because he was just so lackadaisical.
There's that warm-up we're used to seeing from Kendrick Carmouche. He's on the even money favorite. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
You do see that big warm-up from Emerald Forest out there. This is a horse that I've just always had a little bit of an affinity for. I don't know what it is, but he just shows up and kind of wears his heart on his sleeve. He's one that just, no matter whose barn he's in, he carries his weight, he carries his conditioning. He seems to just look after himself no matter where he is, and getting that big warm-up because he's a horse that sometimes really can be a little bit more laid back recently in the preliminaries, and so I love to see the way that he's moving out there, and with his ears pricked, I think that it's really showing you everything you'd want to see as the favorite. Nearly ended up picking him on this big drop in class, and yes, he is a reclaim for Linda Rice, which I always pay attention to. The number 8 Critical Threat, he definitely adds a lot of speed to the party, and he was sharp back in the paddock, really on his toes heading out, and he typically is a very energetic individual, so he's definitely going to be forward. I don't think anybody is as fast early as Chateau. But one thing to note about this guy too, Critical Threat, is that last time out, while he was able to hold on and win over High Heat, he was a horse that was drifting out in the stretch. So he stayed clear, but he was getting out a bit. And when Louis Rivera Jr. was asking him to kind of straighten up, he ended up kind of swapping his leads a little bit as well. So not the easiest horse to ride. So definitely keep an eye on him as he too gets a big warm up out on the track. I did land eventually on the number 6, Lafitte's Fleet, thinking that he could potentially get a good trip in here. Yet another one taken away from the pony, moving well out there too. He's had a little bit of a layoff as well. We haven't seen him since that April race, which was disappointing for his first start for the Dutro barn, and he does now drop coming back, but they claimed him for 16, and I just think that he fits in here. He also leapt up a little bit at the start last time, very awkward out of the gate, and so Irad Ortiz kind of keeping him moving out on the track. He's a closing type, but you want him to break well enough to get some position. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. You know, we look at this 6 handy, and can you make the argument, at least he's proven, I know he doesn't have a stellar record here, but he's run really big races, certainly last summer here at Saratoga. Not all of them wins.
You know, he's a tough call. I think he's probably a better gamble at 4-1 than the 5 is at 6-5, just from the standpoint of being a drop down. His last race, obviously not good in the layoff, but he's got races good enough to win. I picked him second. I didn't have anything clever to say about this race.
We're going to take a look.
When you're talking about that 6 horse, you know, there's a requirement here at the track that a horse off a long layoff, which the 6 hasn't run since April, has to have a minimum number of works. He just barely makes the minimum.
Let's get to Critical Threat. This was back on April 5th, and he was forward, got to the front fairly early, got to win over High Heat, and Dot's Dollar for the level. Pretty good horse.
Yeah, no, he ran fine last time, and Rob Falcone, his trainer, Falcone, has good numbers when he drops precipitously. My biggest concern with him, and once again, I picked him third, I think he could win, is what you said, Tom, that this pace just seems like it could be somewhat debilitating, and I don't want the forward horses here.
You go back to that last race, this horse made an easy lead from the inside post. He was able to relax on the front end, have energy for the end of the race. That ain't happening here. for Critical
Can
Threat.
we just bring up what we saw off screen? We saw the 7 who Raj likes anyway, American Gentleman. For some, he might be tough to find on form, but Raj likes him. He looked outstanding on the track, didn't he, Tom?
Blinkers on for the 7, American Gentleman, making a class drop as well, and probably has the right style for this race. That's got to back up a little bit, doesn't it?
So, Raj, again, what do you like about him?
I like the fact that we're all talking about the pace factor, and I feel like he's the horse that's going to be in that second flight to inherit the lead and make the first run at the speed horses and hopefully hold off the deep closes.
So the last name of the rider had no play whatsoever, in your opinion?
Ramirez has been riding really good.
He's a handsome guy, unlike other members of family.
But his genetics, his cousin. That's where he gets.
According to him, he has overcome the Mirage curse. That's just according to him. I'm not getting involved.
I'm going to give that round to Rajiv.
Well, we talked about this race earlier today, and we both see it the same way. There's a lot of speed in the race, and he's looking to sit in the second flight and try to inherit, get the jump on the deep closers.
Well, still, public continuing to just hammer this Linda Rice runner. 6-year-old Emerald Forest, the 5. Kendrick Carmouche looking for a second win on the card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. They're off. Critical Threat comes out in stride. Chateau moves through along the inside a little bit quicker. And High Heat, those 3 vying for command. Down at the rail, Honorary Degree is a joint 4th, followed by Ribbons and Medals racing in between horses 5 lengths off the lead. American Gentleman is next. It's a gap of 5 to Emerald Forest, who's 8 off them. The 2 trailers are Notable Bob and Lafitte's Fleet at the back. 22 and 3 for Chateau, who moves to the 3/8 pole in front, leading it by 2.5 lengths. High Heat on the outside of Critical Threat and Honorary Degree moving through to their inside. From the back of the field, here comes Emerald Forest. Emerald Forest finding his best stride. Big orange blinkers on the far outside as the field turns for home. Chateau in front, Critical Threat way out in the middle of the racetrack. Emerald Forest as Honorary Degree finds a seam. They're in the final furlong. Chateau, tenuous lead, tackled by Critical Threat. And on the outside, Emerald Forest keeps coming. He's right next to Honorary Degree, but it's Critical Threat who hits the front past the 16th pole. And Critical Threat will prove to be too much. Chateau was second. Then Honorary Degree. Lafitte's Fleet was on the scene as Emerald Forest dropped out late.
Critical Threat, Luis Rivera Jr. for Rob Falcone Jr., second off the claim victory, and now back-to-back wins for the 6-year-old.
And the pace never developed the way it looked on paper, and while Chateau went, 22.64 if accurate is a very, very slow time, as evidenced by the fact that 2 horses that were forward ran 1-2 here, and that was just an odd trip for the favorite. It didn't finish, Tom.
Didn't finish that well at all. And we talked a little bit about enthusiasm out of the gate. He was pretty far back early on. Had a lot of running to do down the lane. It's him and the green blinkers all the way on the outside. For Critical Threat, he showed a little diversity here. He's a speed horse, but he laid off that fast 1-horse Chateau, and he was able to punch at the end, something he's shown way back in his form that he can do. So he's versatile.
One of the things that I found when I was riding is sometimes when you see so many horses at speed in the race, everyone starts overthinking it, and we start taking a hold or, just trying to avoid getting into a speed duel, and then the pace doesn't materialize. And this was one of those scenarios where the 2 horses on the front end actually got a comfortable pace considering what they're accustomed to, and they just control the race.
Happens every day. Too many races here at Naira. I sometimes wonder if the riders sometimes are afraid to go after different trainers and things and what it is. But for this pace to be as relatively slow as it was is a little bit surprising in here. But I'll tell you what, that final time at 1:12.67, as you noted, the track very slow. Doesn't that make that Mike Maker 2-year-old look all that much better? Yeah. Holy cow.
Yeah, he ran 5.5 at 104.
I mean, these are old class horses, so they know how to do it. I mean, the last 8 was almost 14 seconds.
This is a strange race.
Let's go back to the beginning, see how they came out of the gate. Of course, the speed of the speed. Now 1-horse Chateau. Nice break from the 8, and that was probably a telltale sign that he was going to run a big race.
Yeah.
Very sharp early.
Good point.
Seemed like they were sending it. I thought they'd be going relatively quick. The field separated pretty fast, and I'm not saying 22 and 3 is necessarily that slow on this track, but still, the way the race was run, it's hard to believe the pace was that fast.
It wasn't a suicidal pace, that's for sure.
So you guys, I have a 10 commandments in horse racing. You probably don't know that, and it's one of the commandments that I break all the time is never claim back a horse that you've had once before. It never works, right? So for Linda, I'll hand her my 10 Commandments. She needs to start following that one.
We got to get a hold of this 10 Commandments.
They're very, very good after the race.
Oh, apparently he's lived by it.
Not always. I break that one.
We're going to be back. Price's Critical Threat with the win here at 6-1. Back-to-back 6-1 shots to start off this late pick 5. Stay with us.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up and onside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. As race 7 is official, it went to the number 8 Critical Threat, as I'm very happy to be joined by Luis Rivera Jr., who picks up his first win of the meet. But Louis, not your first Saratoga win. You got one during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, but to win here during this prestigious summer meet, how special is that for you?
It feels great. You know, I've been watching Saratoga races since I was a little kid, and, you know, winning races here is a dream come true for me.
You gave this horse, Critical Threat, a big warm-up in preparation. Not as fast a pace as we might have anticipated going in.
Well, I warmed up the horse good because I was just expecting just to go to the lead. But as I studied the race, I knew number 1 got a little bit of speed. So the race one I expected, he took the lead. I see right off of him, and, you know, let my horse do the rest of the job. That's it.
And doing it well, too. Your horse drifted out a little bit last time, but today, much more professional. When you ride a horse again and you're familiar with them, is that those little quirks things that you keep with you from race to race?
Of course, yeah. You know, I remember what happened last race, and, you know, I didn't want it to happen again, so I was just paying attention to him and making sure he was going straight.
Doing a good job. Great to see you in the winner's circle. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
Now, good for that young man to get this victory, and always, he says, calls his dad after every single day of riding to get his advice. His dad and his godfather, between them, over 5,000 victories. Raj, who did you lean on for mentorship when you were riding early on in your career?
Well, my father is a former jockey as well, and he's the one that got me started with the baseline ability of being a jockey. And I was fortunate evolve from with my dad's knowledge and his experience. My first agent that took me to New York when I was an apprentice was Angel Cordero. He coached me for a long time, and then Jerry Bailey became one of my biggest mentors. So I've had the best of the best. I was very fortunate to have those people in my corner.
What about Winston? Winston gets no love? My man Winston?
Oh, he just yelled at me when I lost and congratulated me when I won.
He's Jamaican.
No, Winston was great, yeah.
He's a great man.
2 6-to-1 shots here in this pick 5 as we look at the follow along here. Under whose radar? First time out, Mike Maker. Now critical threat at 6-to-1. And what have been really 2 competitive races to begin it. We still got a long way to go here.
Good luck if you're alive in this sequence, because this is a very good start for you if you got alive. And you almost wonder if the first winner is probably a better price than pick 5, because some of that win money was IRAD money, right? So a little bit better than pick 5.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
Race 8, we move along. Things don't get a whole lot easier here. First level allowance race, 6 furlong sprint. Roswell, 9-5 favorite, who chased the really quick Money's Gold on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week.
This is a very interesting race, because there's a horse in this race that you want to watch distinctly at the break, and that's the 2 Wailua. If Wailua breaks the field, I don't think it's possible there's a horse that can run with her. But she has a tendency in her last start to break significantly behind the field. But the fact that she broke as badly as she did last time, still made the lead in 21-4 for the quarter, and then won the race is remarkable. She can't get left in this field and win, but if she breaks with the field, she's going to be tough, and she's going to be in front if she breaks.
She's got her early lessons with Wesley Ward, claimed out of the first start. Wesley teaches those horses before they ever run, they're going to leave the gate running.
Yeah, there's a long shot that I love in this race, and that's the #1 do-gooder. I think she had a really tough trip in her last race, coming out of that Wilson chute from the inside post, and I think cutting back to 6 furlongs. This is a sneaky long shot play for me today.
Yeah, I like that horse. I like that horse going back to 6 furlongs
I
as
picked
well.
her second. I agree with you. I don't know how big a price she's going to be. I'm looking at doubles. She's a very similar price to the 2, but I agree with you. She's a sneaky, a little bit off the radar horse.
A lot of interesting runners in this field. We'll dive in deeper here in a moment. We're going to look ahead to another big 3-year-old race on the docket this weekend. The Naira Betts Haskell. Grade 1, purse of $1 million. Belmont Stakes winner, Dornick, back in action. Fierceness, the 2-year-old champion in that lineup, as is Mindframe, and the return of Timberlake. What a group this is.
It is. Now, Fierceness, so people are clear, is not running if Mindframe runs. Todd Pletcher did not ship him. He has a van. He's going to ship him down if something happens to Mindframe, but he's not expected to run. But this is quite a race. A race worthy of Naira Betts.
And for Mindframe, coming into this race, 2 starts only, combined margin of victory over 20 lengths. You know, a horse that really doesn't have the seasoning for a race like this, but still outran his odds and ran great. That they should benefit greatly.
That was him veering out, and if not for that, maybe that inexperience, maybe he would have won that Belmont Stakes.
Right.
Does this race give him that foundation now to play catch up a little bit, Tom?
I think it does, and I think what I really like about Mindframe is coming into the Belmont and having those 2 victories against lesser competition. He showed he belonged, you know, that day. And now it's the Haskell, it's Todd Pletcher. He knows how to get him ready. There's a lot to like about Mindframe.
Tom, with your experience with the horses going into the biggest race of their life and running such a gut-wrenching race, do you find it that they usually excel and propel from that race, or B, regress?
Well, a little of both, right? But that's what makes great trainers. So, and I'm speaking of guys like Pletcher that's watching that horse daily. How does the horse bounce out of the race? Is he ready to perform again? If Todd Pletcher's running Mindframe, he's convinced he's ready to perform again. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. He knows how to do it as well as anybody in the business before him up to now. So I've got all the confidence in the world that he's going to get his race.
But I think it's a great question by Rajiv, because I think that is the question. Whether or not you're confident he can take that step forward, or you wonder, lightly raced horse doesn't run as well. I think it's the question of the race, to be honest with you. And what about Timberlake? Nobody's talking about him, and he's sort of like, he's
coming
sneaking
back
in the back door, right? Nobody was talking about him.
He was my favorite 2-year-old last year after his impressive win in the Champagne, and after his last race, he was very rank, very keen. We were over at Oaklawn. He was tossing his head, and it wouldn't settle, and we heard that they were going to step back and cut him back in distance. I was surprised to kind of see him around 2 turns off a long layoff.
And I agree, and is that a good sign? if Brad Cox, a trainer of his caliber, changes tactics and said, I want to run long. And I think you're right. I think Flavien kind of, maybe he shouldn't have gone as forward as he did. Maybe he's a tricky horse to ride, but when he's good, he's good.
Well, this is some big ones for the boys. Naira Betts Haskell Saturday, that Jim Dandy the following week. Then the big one, DraftKings Travers, August 24th, biggest race of the meet. Grade 1 Penn Derby out there as well. It is going to be a fun summer, 6th year in a row. We've had 3 separate individual winners of these Triple Crown races. No one's really established themselves as the leader of this division, so it's there for the taking.
Which means, I guess, that Mindframe or Timberlake will win this to just add another name to that list, right?
We're going to take a timeout. Coming up on our Sunday action, Grade 2 Shuvi fillies and mares at 1 1/8 miles, and Raging Sea for Chad Brown, looking to add another graded stake to the resume.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect, integrity, and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, Fox Sports 2, Saratoga Live. What a gorgeous shot that is. Lake George.
Man, that's beautiful. Some of the most valuable real estate in the country.
Indeed it is. Coming up on Sunday, Grade 2 Shuvi, 1 1/8 miles fillies and mares, and a purse of $200,000. We went to break talking about Raging Sea for Chad Brown. Flavien Prat will be aboard. And we're going to meet the field. Let's start with Shotgun Hottie. Cherie DeVoe will have Paco Lopez aboard.
And she's a horse that looked like she was getting very good last year, and the hope is she's finally rounding back into that good form.
Next door, Venti Valentine, the New York bred for trainer Jorge Abreu.
And maybe the speed in this spot, for Venti Valentine. Sharp from the gate last time.
She's over her head.
Well, you want me to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raging Sea, Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables, winner of the Double Dog there at Keeneland back in April.
Isn't she a real test of the track on Travers Day? A horse that ran extremely well at Keeneland 2 back and maybe compromised by a track that wasn't favorable to horses trying to close. And if she runs back to race 2 back, she's going to be very tough.
4 for 9 overall. Interesting point. And, Misty Vale next door, 20 times first or second in 38 starts, and not that far away from $1 million in earnings.
Yeah, and she's going to get there. I mean, that last race that she ran at Thistle Downs, the Lady Jacqueline, rated well, came around everybody, and just dominated the group.
Mike Makerbarn, they'll have Ramon Vasquez aboard. And on the outside, in this 5-horse field, just Catherine who just missed by a neck of the Grade 2 Bed of Roses last start.
In my opinion, if you want an upsetter, it's her. She was an hour the best in the Bed of Roses. She got completely eliminated at the break and was forced to circle the field while the winner got an absolutely perfect trip up the inside. She's still got to run better maybe than she's ever run before, but her last is a lot better than it looks. And she won here going a mile and eighth last year at Saratoga.
So, Raging Sea, Andy, that 4-year-old return to the races, did you feel like that was a big step forward for her in the double dog there?
I do, and she easily beat Celia in this race, and Celia is the horse that beat the horse in the rail Shotgun Huddy last time. Now, maybe Celia didn't run a race in here. She's the Juddmonte horse in those pink and green silks, but Raging Sea looked like she had taken that step forward from good 3-year-old form, but not spectacular. And then she headed into the Ogden Phipps looking like a player. Maybe she wasn't as good as Randomized and Idiomatic, but maybe she also was a little compromised by a track that was kind to front runners.
Yeah, and that was a tough race. I mean, those were top horses.
Serengeti Empress would have fit that racetrack like a glove.
Yeah.
Came out of that and, obviously faced the champ, faced Randomized, Grade 1 company in the Ogden Phipps. It's not going to be that level of competition.
No,
for
but
her.
she's going to have to show that race wasn't just a first effort of the year, and she's going to have to show she can build on that effort. She does, and she
What
knows
I'd
to
like
beat.
to add about Raging Sea is she's a jockey's dream to ride. She has natural tactical speed. You can put her close if the pace is slower. You can sit back a little bit more if they're going faster. And I think that adaptability is going to be essential for her going
That's
forward.
my concern with the race. So we were, Andy and I were doing the post-parade. We're talking about Venti Valentine, the 2-horse. She's the pace setter in here, in my opinion. And when there's only one in a field of 5 that's going to show the way, then you better be the one that's making that first jump on her when they turn for home. You don't want to be the one that's sitting 3rd or 4th to make a jump on a horse that you think is going to collapse at the end of the race in terms of pace setting. And so tactical speed is everything in these kind of races.
You don't think that Paco Lopez will be aggressive from the rail with Shotgun Huddy?
Well, he may, but that's not her style, right? I mean, I know it's his style, but is it hers?
But is it really Venti Valentine's either? You know what I'm saying? Neither one of them are particularly run-and-gun type horses.
I think what Tom is saying is that if he takes her out of her game too much, she might not have the same explosive kick in a stretch like she has.
Talk more about it on Sunday. Take a look at the stakes entries closing tomorrow for Whitney Week. De La Rose. Raj, I brought that up to you earlier in the meet. I had a nasty beat thanks to you on Thundering Sky a few years back.
Let it go.
George Weaver, nice horse.
It was an exciting win for me.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Let it go, Wolfie.
Grade 1 test, August 3rd, the Whitney. And
all Raj's
Saratoga
fault.
Derby Invitational, automatic entry for the winner of that race to the Cox Plate down under in Australia.
And they have to bring you and I down with them, right?
Yes, that's part of the deal.
Part of the deal. So we'll be going there with the winner.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I think only 6 horses were claimed in the last race, by the way. Only 6.
Just
of the-
6?
Only 6 of the 9 were claimed.
And we had that Belmont Gold Cup with that automatic berth to the Melbourne Cup, and now this is a lot of fun. We had the Melbourne Cup on our desk, which was incredible, and now an automatic entry to the Cox Plate.
And before people laugh and say, oh, good luck to that ever happening, 3 years ago, I think the winner of the Saratoga Derby won the Cox Plate. So actually, don't laugh. It has happened.
That Melbourne Cup, you say it was on our desk, but there were a few babysitters with that trophy.
Yes, there were.
And they had no sense of humor, I might add. So
I heard it's at the Amos house now. I don't want to, I'm not starting
The
trouble.
Melbourne Cup flew first class from Australia to America. I mean, that was pretty cool. I was in coach.
By the way, State of Rest, the horse that pulled that off.
That's a long time to be in coach.
Very competitive race coming up here in the 8th. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And a fun group coming up here. So we'll start things off with Roswell, the current favorite, Greg, who was chasing a very fast horse in Money's Gold last time out. Now, obviously, Money's Gold was able to wire the field, but she is class. And she was coming back off a layoff and after trying some really, really tough competition. And Roswell was a horse that I had actually had a little bit of interest in that day to potentially try and upset the favorite. And while I liked her that afternoon, I like her even more today. She looks like she's really strengthened up now, 3rd off the layoff for Belmont. She's handled herself beautifully here in the paddock, just very relaxed, very professional. You see her just kind of standing there quietly in the saddling stall, taking it all in. She just looks like she's really doing well, and see if she can take a step forward and maybe not be chasing somebody quite as quick early, the likes of Money's Gold last time out. Looking at a couple of others, though, the number 9 Princess Madison, a bit of a new face coming in from Kentucky for Phil Bauer, and I can see why they tried her long 2 starts back. She is a leggy filly. There's quite a bit of her. There's good size, good substance there, but obviously she's shown that she's just a better sprinter and also better on a fast track. Comes off of an impressive victory last time out. The second place finisher came back to win with an 85 Beyer speed figure, and it seems like watching that race too that she just was always going best and was able to pull away by many. She's very intriguing, and I love what I see from her from a physical perspective. And once again, always take note of Phil Bauer's horses when they ship in. A horse I'm intrigued by is the 2 Wailua, who won a restricted starter allowance last time, and she's going to be tested for class, but she's she's won both of her races, and especially last time off very slow and then kind of rushing up and then being able to pull away and win against that field. We saw another horse out of that race in Sharper Gal run the other day and finish a rather disappointing 3rd as the favorite in a claiming race, and so wondering what this one will do. But from a pure physical perspective, she stacks up. She looks like the quintessential sprinter. Great weight to her coming in here for Saffie Joseph Jr. She looks like she's been training sharply here locally, striding out beautifully. She's kind of been dragging her groom around the paddock too, and looks like she has run on her mind. Needs to get out of the gate better today. There could be some ability. We'll see how she stacks up with some tough company, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Going to get to the post parade here momentarily. Leg up to a man who's teamed up with Tom Amoss for some wins. 3-win day for Tyler yesterday, and he might be the biggest surprise among the leaders of this meet right now. Tyler Gaffleone with probably his best start ever, Rajiv, here at Saratoga with 7 wins already.
Well, for those who don't know Tyler around here, Tyler has been winning races in bundles over the past few years in Kentucky. He's one of the leading jockeys in the nation. So usually he doesn't have this kind of success here, but this year the Kentucky horses are running really good.
Oh, no, I think you're wrong. I think he's had a lot of success here. I think he started very slowly last year, and then he picked it up and ended up with a lot of wins.
Rajiv, I like what Rajiv just said at the end of that. These Kentucky horses have been more competitive this year with the local New York horses than I've seen in the past.
Good rider, good agent.
Oh, he's done well. He's done well. But we're talking about in range to win the meet. He's never been in that range to win the meet. He's just a few off the leaders. But it's
according to Greg, it's already over.
It's just week 2.
According to Greg, he should pack up and go to Ellis.
Tyler on the speedy Wailua. Meanwhile, several others to keep your eyes on in this race. Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm happy to be joined by trainer Phil Bauer and family as sending out Princess Madison. Phil, I was commenting, I can see why you tried her long as there's a lot of her, but it seems like she just prefers sprinting.
Yeah, for now, I think, everything she showed me in the morning indicated that she could appreciate more ground, and I think maybe in the future it's still a possibility, but we just, what her dam did and then Spitestown, we cut her back in the 3rd start, and it proved to be true. So, I mean, we'll keep her here for now and then see where we go.
She went about as easily as you could have asked last time, too. Can you talk a little bit about how she's done since that big performance?
She's done super. We've always thought a lot of her and kind of been shocked and not necessarily not winning, but I guess Oaks Day threw us for a loop. But, I think she ran to her training in her last start, and she's done great since. So spaced her well coming up here with this race in mind. And, a little surprised how tough this race came up, but I told Mr. Rigney, I said, I think we'll get a good answer of how good she is today.
Can't wait to see. Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Acacia, thanks. We'll get to his filly, Princess Madison, last here. We start with do-gooder for Jenna Antonucci.
I'm with Rajiv that she's an interesting long shot in here, getting a little less distance, and she's been keeping some very good company.
Here's Tyler Gaffleone on the speedy Wailua.
Yeah, got left last time, 2 for 2. Look for this horse to be up front early.
Kara's time with a big effort off a short layoff last start.
Yeah, I mean, she did run great last time, but she's going to have to improve on that, I think, to beat this field. This is a much tougher group.
Wesley Ward-Barnes sending out Sam's Treasure, who was behind Roswell last out.
Yeah, interesting last race. Look, Sam's Treasure wasn't going to win last time, but, this horse was not asked the last 16th of a mile in that race.
The 6, that's Tricky Temper, Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, so for Tricky Temper, first-time Lasix, New York bred, possibly a player here.
Here's Roswell for the Bill Mott barn with Junior Alvarado.
Ran behind a horse who could be favored in the Honorable Miss last time. Now, both she and Sam's Treasure ran career best races. Can they duplicate them?
Here's Broderie for Fernando Abreu. Flavian Pratt rides.
Yeah, in this field of 9, there are 2 4-year-olds in the race. That should give them advantage in maturity. They're the 2 longest prices on the board.
It's a big price on the 8. Here's Princess Madison. We heard from her trainer, Phil Bauer.
Even though she ran faster than the 2 on this same day at Churchill last time, she had a perfect trip doing it, and the 2 broke badly. I think if the 2 breaks cleanly here, she's a better horse and a much better price. I'm trying to beat this one, taking a lot of money.
And the biggest price on the board, the 5, risk-free at 51 to 1.
She has been second or third, 17 of 28 starts with just 1 win.
Maybe can get a piece of it. We will see. Jose Gomez will ride. Favorite. That Bill Mott filly ran so big last time out. Here's the Jenna Antonucci filly from the rail. Had to face the uber-talented Ways and Means last time out. That Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week in an entry-level allowance, and Ways and Means had her way with that field. She's going to get a little bit easier company here.
She is going to get a little easier company. There's no doubt about it. And I think the cutback can help her. We'll see how fast the pace is here. And I think a lot of that will have to do with whether or not the 2 breaks cleanly here, Tom.
But, you know, even though she didn't break clean the last time, unless she's going to get shut off at the gate, she's going to recover and she's going to be fast. That's what she did last time.
And, Raj, she's faced some very tough company as well, not just Ways and Means, but before that as well.
Yeah, her form has been dirtied up because she's been running against much tougher horses. She's been running okay, but she's had some incidents in her races. 2 starts back, she was fractured a bit in the gate, and it made her break slowly in the 8 bells. And last time she was checked coming out of the Wilson chute. So I love the cutback as well. I think she's a kind of filly with natural speed. They were trying to get her rated off the pace last time, trying to avoid a speed duel. I believe cutting back to 6 furlongs, they can just let her do her thing, not get in her way.
I'd love to show the beginning of the 2's race last time so we can show people what we're talking about here to show. And I disagree with you, Tom. The 2 can't get left in this field. She was able to overcome against a much, much weaker field last time. She can't break slowly like this. I'm just
saying that if she doesn't break well, she's going to look. She doesn't break well. I mean, she zooms back into the race.
By the time
right?
she breaks about 2 to 3 lengths slow. By the time she settles in, she's what, about 6 lengths off the lead?
At least.
This horse makes the lead by the quarter in 21 and 4. Now the quarters are fast at 6 furlongs, the big run up at Churchill Downs. But this is a horse that went a quarter of about 21
and 1,
20 and 4/5 if she broke cleanly. But Tom, against this competition, this race, she's not making the lead at the quarter, and she's not winning the race if she gets left again. She could do it against this group. She ain't doing it against this group.
I'm not saying that. I never said that. I'm saying that if she doesn't break well, she's so damn fast. If she doesn't get shut off, she's going to recover from that 2-hole and be a part of the pace.
A pace factor.
Yeah.
I wish I could be confident of that. We'll see.
Having said that, look, this race alone, you're not supposed to last after that kind of a break, rushing up like that. And this is her dirt debut, and she wins pretty easily.
We watch a lot of races. You just don't see this. And while the 77 Beyer speed figure she got is not going to win a stake race, it is still good enough to suggest if she had broken cleanly, she could have run a 90 Beyer speed figure, which would make her maybe the horse to beat in this race. But the concern for me, and I picked her, is she broke badly last time. She could break badly again. Horses often do this more often than once.
Her stallion, Run Happy, her father, if you saw his debut, he broke slow, ran to the outside, ran all over Turfway Park, and still managed to win. So I think this filly has a lot of talent. When it comes to today's race, she cannot give up that advantage to anyone in here. It's too tough of a race. But going forward, keep an eye on her because she could be one that develops and improves once she learns the ropes of the business.
She's the most inexperienced in the field, but as you saw right there, a ton of talent. With more on Wailua, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I think that she does have a lot of ability, and just to bring my viewpoint into the conversation about how she's breaking, obviously my first time seeing her, but Tyler Gaffleone gave her a very aggressive warm-up. You did see her just settling back there and linking back up with the pony, but right out of the post parade, took her away, gave her a strong gallop. And we often talk about trying to read jockey's intent, and typically when you see warm-ups like that, particularly for a horse that's broken slowly, that's the jockey saying, hey, wake up, let's go, we got to be forward and get some position. I really liked what I saw from the one do-gooder, though. I like the turn back and distance for her. She did have to chase the likes of the super talented ways and means last time out, and she faded that day, but it was also her first time with blinkers, and now we do get a chance to see her going a bit shorter too. So I expect to see her forward like she was in her first couple of starts. When we talk about dapples, that is actually a perfect visual of it right there on the screen. Those little spots in a horse's coat, just really speaking to the overall health and wellness of a horse. And her coat is gleaming. You could see your reflection in it. And like I said, I like shorter distance. Big price on the 8 Broderie. She's another one that I really like cutting back in distance. And Tom brought up the interesting point that she is a 4-year-old. Her only wins were against Florida bred company. And you could say, well, she started for an optional claiming. If you're a Florida bred, you don't have to run for the claiming tag in those types of races down at Gulfstream. So she never has been offered for a claiming tag at a big price. She's one I thought could potentially outrun her odds, Greg.
Yeah, Broderie was sort of rounding into form a little bit, and then they went long with her on a couple of starts, so she gets back to sprinting almost 30-1. Andy, surprised to see Princess Madison outside the favorite?
Yes. I think the people are just sort of, they like Phil Bauer. He wins races, but I'm trying to beat her here. I may be wrong and lose to her. None of us picked her for whether that's good or bad, and I don't think she's supposed to be the 2-1 favorite.
She was dominant last time. I mean, dominant. I mean, that was as easy a win as you're going to find in her maiden breaking effort at Churchill Downs.
And she beat a horse that came back with a big winner next start, but I want to see it again.
Well, these connections, you heard from Phil Bauer in that interview with Acacia a couple summers ago. Came here with 13 horses for Rigney Racing, won with 6 of them. That was really the summer that we learned about Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing and how dominant they might be. And now they have the favorite here with Princess Madison. Dominant effort last start. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're all in line. Serious activity on the inside gates, moving around. And they're off. Princess Madison broke alertly, so did Do Gooder along the inside. Those two are head and head through the opening furlong, and Kara's time is in between them now, second. So it is Do Gooder to set the pace toward the half-mile pole. Kara's time racing in second. Good trip for Princess Madison, who broke well and now sits 3.5 off the pace in third. Wailua fourth. Sam's Treasure is racing in between rivals fifth, 4 lengths off the lead through an opening quarter that went in 22 seconds flat. It's another 2 back to Roswell, who races by herself. 4 lengths clear of Tricky Temper. Broderie is second to last, and another 3 back to Risk Free. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Kara's time puts her head in front, immediately challenged by Princess Madison. Do Gooder has to do better along the inside. As the field turns for home, Wailua is looking for some racing room on the far outside. Here's Roswell. The half went in 45 and 2. Roswell kicking into high gear as Princess Madison puts her head in front. Princess Madison and Roswell coming to the wire together. Princess Madison ahead. Roswell alongside. Princess Madison digging in. Roswell trying her best, but cannot beat Princess Madison, who in fact pulled away in the end to win by almost a length. Roswell settles for second, photo for third between Kara's time and Sam's Treasure.
Public gets it right. Princess Madison repels that challenge from Roswell, and now back-to-back wins, and we've seen a lot of these horses coming in from Churchill Downs having success here at Saratoga.
And the ones trained by Phil Bauer seemed to particularly have success. And this was a good race by both of them, and it felt like Roswell Tom was going to get past her, but she just could not seal the deal.
Yeah, it helped quite a bit that the Phantom 10 wasn't existing in this race, and my ticket went to the 9.
This is a nice filly. She did well in this race. A lot of interesting stuff, Rajiv, to talk about from this race.
I mean, it was a fast pace. I think Do Gooder broke sharp, and Javier was intent on going to the lead, and they ran pretty fast, and the pace collapsed, and in the end, Princess Madison really showed some grit and determination.
And in fairness, she was fairly close to the pace, and I agree it came apart. Compare this pace in the last race with a rocket ship like Chateau, and I think Javier was dealt a bad hand. With the rail, he felt he kind of had to go, and it kind of hurt him. And once again, Wailua got left again, and in a race like this, you can't overcome it. She ran a little bit, but you can't get left against a field like this.
Yeah, but does the 2 really want to finish in a race? Even that last race we watched at Churchill Downs, they went slow at the end, kind of flattered her a little bit.
You can't finish when you get left and then you rush up into fast paces, so she needs to do is get out of the gate.
One of the benefits of being in the outside post down the backstretch here is jockey Jose Ortiz, he's in the 9. He can have the advantage of taking back off the pace a little bit, whereas Javier on the inside, he's committed. You can't break on the lead and then get shuffled back and try to make 2 runs. And ultimately, that's one of the garden spot is where Jose Ortiz was. He was tracking 2 pace setters and being able to have the first jump on the closer.
So Tom, as a trainer, when you now multiple starts, we've seen that speedster. As you look at winning trainer Phil Bauer right there, doing a great job again this summer. You have a horse that's having trouble breaking now, back-to-back starts. What do you do to correct that?
That's a great point. So I really think the fact that that horse ran for a lower claim for Wesley Ward the first time that horse ran suggests that they really weren't happy with that horse in the mornings. They were willing to give up on a horse like that. And now you can't say that it's anything more than a bad habit.
Well, when
it's a bad habit, it's got to be corrected. So do you stretch her out to make with a pace a little lighter from pole to pole? Her pedigree says perhaps that's not the right move either. So it's a difficult thing.
Meanwhile, Andy, this filly, pretty good group she beats here.
And a very solid time.
What do you think going forward could be her game plan?
Well, I guess Phil has to consider the prioress, the grade 2 at the end of the meet, or they make it a grade 3 at the end of the meet. Still, it's a very good race. Alva Star won it last year, and I think he's going to have to consider that. She's now, I'm still eligible for a non-winners of 2, but I think he has to consider at least the prioress last weekend of the meet.
Because at this time of the year, these 3-year-olds, once this year is over, you don't get the opportunity to have those restricted graded stakes opportunities. So I think that would be probably somewhere that someone would want to look.
You look at a race like that, and then they run the race at Keeneland for 3-year-old fillies going 7 furlongs that Alva Star ran against Vava in last year.
Raven Run?
Raven Run,
Yeah.
exactly, a grade 2. So those are probably the 2 races on a lot of these horses' radars, right? You want to run, and I think if they can get there and get to California, ultimately the La Brea, they don't downgrade grade 1s in California, so it's probably still a grade 1 out there regardless of how the races are.
Really good performance from Princess Madison today.
Close to the pace. Roger's right, good post for it, but she still was close to the pace and repelled a horse that was closing.
Princess Madison back-to-back for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, and Jose Ortiz picks up his 7th winner of the meet. We'll have the prices when we come back.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flower's putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hiltondale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And in the 8th race, we saw a nice performance from a talented group of fillies, won by the 9 Princess Madison and ridden to victory by Jose Ortiz, who's standing by here with me. Jose, Princess Madison with the outside post, she put you in a nice position early on.
Yeah, she broke really sharp, and I was able just to see what's going on inside of me. 2 horses went, so I was able to sit third, and I was very confident, just waiting for the right time to let it go.
Your first time riding her in the afternoons, but you were telling me you had the opportunity to get acclimated and get acquainted with her in the morning.
Yeah, I work her here. I'm very glad, you know, this track is a little demanding, and these horses coming from Kentucky, it's good when they have a work over here, and she drilled here half a mile, and it was perfect. I was very happy with the work, and so was Phil, so Phil's happy, I'm happy.
That's a good way to go about it, and he seems to spot them in the right place. And when you're riding for a barn that's going well and you're riding a horse you've never been on before, what's that conversation like between trainer and jockey as you come into these big races at Saratoga?
Well, Phil says she's doing good, she's a nice filly, you got a good post. He said, let her run, break out of there, let her know she's running, put her into the race, and you know, she's gonna run home. So we were very confident with her. We like her a lot, and she's a nice filly.
It's nice when it all comes out to plan, doesn't it? Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you, Gasha.
All right, Greg, a nice filly, Princess Madison. We'll see what the future holds for her.
Yeah, that was a big effort. Now back-to-back really big races from this 3-year-old filly. So excited to see her return. $6.40 for the win. And again, if you're alive in this pick 5, pick 3, $334. Very good sign of what you're alive for.
For a dollar. Yeah, no, this is one where you look and you go, well, you know, this is a hard one to put together. As you point out with that pick 3, that's more than twice the parlay suggested when we talked about the first winner. And do you guys think this horse was really 2-1 in the pick 3s? Pick 5?
Hard to believe.
Hard to believe she was an overwhelming favorite.
I thought the morning line was solid, 7-2. I expected her to be around there.
Me too.
Well, that one in the books. 2 more to come in this late pick 5 sequence. We'll get to the 9th momentarily. Inner turf, entry-level allowance, mile and a 16th. And Chad Brown may have a strong case in here.
Is there a big story on his European shipper, Child of the Moon, that she's opened up as the favorite? I see she looks like she's not favored in the multi-race bets, the doubles, big 3s. But did anyone here expect her to be favored in here? I thought it would be the speed of the 4 or the 10 root cause.
Well, you're my source when it comes to those kind of things. So I expected you to come with it.
I am a very good friend to people not named Tom Amos, and I don't bother my friends about their horses. So I wouldn't. Let me ask you a question. Have I ever bothered you about a horse? Do I ever text you and say you like your horse here?
Yes, opening day, you made fun of me for a horse I claimed.
No, I make fun of you.
And you said you can't possibly like this horse today.
I said, if you had asked me, I would have told you not to claim that horse.
Yes, that was
because
part
I
of
am
the
your
conversation.
good friend and I would help you. I don't ask my friends about their horses. They get up early in the morning. I'm home sleeping. I don't want their tips. I want them to do well, other than you, Tom.
That was Child of the Moon. Moving by there, she is. State's debut coming up, moving to the Chad Brown barn. One of a couple he'll send out in this race. Of course, he's got Root Cause as well. He's got the 2 top choices on the board, 8-5 and 5-2 respectively. Grade 3, Lake George. That trainer has had a pretty strong say in the outcome of this race as well. He's won 5 in a row. Lake George is 30 miles north of Saratoga, known as the Queen of the American Lakes. If you have not been, you need to make a trip. It is absolutely gorgeous. Grade 3, mile inner turf, preceding the Coaching Club American Oaks on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage coming up tomorrow. 5 in a row, 7 overall in this race for Chad Brown.
It's a good thing there isn't a race named the Mechanicville.
Chad Brown's hometown.
Yes. 13 entered, 10 in the body of the race. Chad Brown is an also eligible go could be interesting, and came up a wide open race, I think.
Now, oversubscribed, 5-2 morning line favorite for the Brown Barn of Joel Rosario, and she looked pretty good in that Wild Applause victory.
But the question is, will she get the same kind of, she's not getting the same kind of pace. The situation of basically a rabbit forcing a fast pace helped her run that fast figure. And I think, Tom, both you and I think there's a horse outside of her in here that might be the controlling speed. And oversubscribed, won't get the kind of fast pace that might help her win the race.
No, I totally agree with you. And when you talk about controlling speed, that means you're not getting big-time pace up front. A horse that maybe makes the lead on her own with a pedigree that suggests the turf is right up this horse's alley.
Well, I don't think she needs that pace. But it happened to work out for her. You know, the pace went fast and collapsed. But in her debut, they ran very slow pace. They ran a half in 51 and change, and she was only 2 lengths off the lead. So I can see where they have her a bit closer to if it's a moderate pace, and she could still have her run. I think this is a really, really good horse. She's the real deal.
Trying to win 6 straight. A former champion in that list as well, Regal Glory. Won it back in 2019.
It's a nice list of horses. Serge Cabasti won the Grade 1 Matriarch to close out her year against older horses last year. Get a lot of good horses and get some most out of them.
Seems like every time we show a big-time turf race and we show a statistic, it's Chad Brown. How many times he's won it?
It's amazing. I mean, that's how we started this meet off. With the first Grade 1 of the meet in the Diana. Winning again now 8 of the last 9 years. Dominance in this race. Looks like it may continue. We'll see.
It may, but it's an interesting race because even horses that we haven't talked about, there's some nice horses that are sort of tertiary players in here listed around 6-1 morning line. It's a good one. It's a big field, and we love the big fields. Gives you a chance to get some prices, and it means the favor is not likely to be that short a price, not a heavy, heavy favor.
Yeah. That's race 10 on our Saturday coverage, 5:38 Eastern start time. And speaking of some others, Viv Vuv, Sweet Rebecca from the Wonder Again. Back on May 27th.
And Sweet Rebecca, who had a very visually impressive debut win, was purchased privately by Resolute Racing, given to Chad Brown for that win. She had a nice win with a perfect trip in a subsequent aqueduct, but Tom, this race didn't work out.
She's supposed to finish better than that.
Kind of slipping and sliding a little bit, but she's going to have to show that she can come back against better fillies and run better. But she wouldn't be running back here if she wasn't going to run better.
And look, it was a great trip for the winner. I mean, that was a perfect, perfect trip. Waited for room and opened up at the head of the lane. Was able to take that spot without using horse, Rajiv. Yeah. When does that happen down the lane, right? And so she has something left for the end.
But you know, taking into consideration, they kind of changed her style in her last race. She was perched 3 to 4 wide the entire race. It was a faster pace than she's used to running in. So it kind of impacted her finish. In her first 2 races when she won, she was covered up like a European style and came out with one quick, furious finish. I think they're going to revert back to those tactics.
Sweet Rebecca?
Yeah, Sweet Rebecca.
Oh, no. Sweet Rebecca had a disastrous trip in her first start. She was bad start, bad position there, and still won in spite of it, actually.
But she was buried behind horses and then came out and made a stretch run. And her last race, she was 3 to 4 wide the entire way in a half that went 46 and the 3/4 that went in 111. Pretty fast for that kind of race.
I think she's supposed to show more at the end. She just totally emptied.
That's coming up again. We'll have it on our Saturday coverage. Precedes the Coaching Club American Oaks and Torpedo Anna. We're going to debut a new segment coming up on the program. Rajiv's Ride of the Week. We're giving it away already?
Yeah.
Stay with us. We'll tell you who it was on.
Jockey this year was the winner.
When we come back, stay with us.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
She's the Gray, wins the Preakness!
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back at our Friday coverage, Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Play with us all summer long and beyond at the summer place to be. Well, Rajiv's provided some great rides of his own in years past here at Saratoga, but now he's putting all these riders under the microscope. Time for his first Rajiv's Ride of the Week. He sits down with Flavien Prat.
Flavien, it's highly recognized by industry experts and fans and people talking about this race that you pretty much stole this race by walking the dog on the lead, setting such a slow fractions. What do you think about the race going in?
It was the strategy to break well and get ourselves forwardly placed. She's in general, she breaks well out of the gate, and that was the case again.
We get in the gate. You're filling seam 7, boom, she breaks right on the lead. At this point, what did you think was going to happen with Evie's jet, the expected pace setter? And were you surprised that she didn't show up with as much speed?
Not really, because my filly has a lot of speed, out of the gate. Evie jet, she drew on the outside of me, which in the previous race was the other way around. I drove outside of her, and so I sat right next to her. I think, obviously, going a mile and 8, they were unsure about the distance, and they felt pretty happy just getting an easy pace next to me.
So now the positions are established. You seem to have it your own way. What's going through your mind from here? Let's run down the backstretch. What is Flavien Prat thinking his main focus is on?
Very pleased with the way she's going. She has her heel prick. She's feel very happy. It feels like the tempo is pretty slow. So going into sometime when the pace is very slow, there's always somebody from behind that try to make an early move, and by doing that make the race go early, and sometimes when you're on the front end, it makes you go too early, and you're gonna fade at the end. But that was not the case.
Now you come into the stretch, you've had it your own way. What do you do from here on out to be able to hold off the late closers?
Just mainly negotiating my turn well, going into the stretch and get her well balanced, and from there, I mean, she need to throw the rein and hope she can run them down. I mean, it's after it's up to her, and she did the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, we see that slap on the shoulder. You win the first Grade 1, and actually you win the most races on opening week.
I was very proud of the effort, and obviously everything went according to plan, which is as you know, it's 90% of the time it doesn't happen. But so yeah, I was very pleased. It's as you mentioned, it's a Grade 1 in Saratoga, so it's those races are hard to win, and so yeah, I'm very thankful.
Well earned Rajiv Ride of the Week there, and he took advantage early in that race, was able to go gate to wire. We brought him up a lot, but what makes Prat so special?
Well, when I'm looking at a ride of the week, I'm looking for a difference-making ride. A ride that the jockey did everything optimal to get the best chance of winning. And you can see with Flavien, every move he made in that race was so intricate. Every point of the race, he did exactly what you're supposed to do to gain the advantage. From the gate, he broke well, then he slowed down the pace, he moved at the right time, and him being able to optimize his best chance of winning seemingly every time, and being such a well-rounded jockey, that was on display in the Diana.
Oh, he'll be aboard this one for Chad Brown, who's going to make her States debut coming up. Child of the Moon comes in from France. Let's go to Acacia for more.
We'll start right there, Greg, as she did open up as the favorite Child of the Moon, though she hasn't raced in about 13 months and makes her U.S. debut here. Now, oftentimes you will see horses, particularly the fillies, coming in from Europe and just be much more lighter framed types, not carrying a lot of condition. That is not the case with this girl. She has a lot of substance to her. And I watched a couple of her workouts on XBTV, most recent of which on the dirt, where she always seemed to be going better than her mate and finishing much better on the gallop out. And typically with turf horses, you don't see as much of a gallop out as well. She seems like she's been training great. I would like to see her maybe get a little bit more definition in her barrel, tuck up a bit, but she looks like she's coming in strong. And just a quick note, the short comment of her last race in France said very easily. I would disagree with that. I do think she was hard ridden in the stretch, but she did accelerate and pull away. Or cheek pieces that day, nothing on her face today. The other Chad Brown runner, the 10, Root Cause, comes in off a layoff as well. She also looks like she could do with the race as far as just a little bit more definition, but she's always been one that carries good condition, and she has plenty of class with who she's been facing. And also just to note that Sands Point was in the rain and on a yielding turf course, and she did not look comfortable that day, especially a filly with so much size like she has. She's sharp and touting herself here in the paddock today. The number 4, Vino Rouge, should be forwardly placed for Tony last time out, but was able to get good position. She continues to strengthen and progress, and she was on her toes today as well. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Coming down Champions Way, getting set for our post parade here as we approach the 7-minute mark to post. Here in this 1 1/16 turf event, where the favorite is that Chad Brown runner on the outside, Root Cause at 9-5. We'll kick off the post parade with the 2, Anyport, here in just a moment, who last time on the turf faced a filly who'd actually won 4 of her last 5 on the grass.
It gets back to the turf after running in a match race against peak popularity last time out. Yeah, her most recent turf start was a 2nd place finish down at Tampa.
Now, we talked about the Lake George. This filly faced the favorite for that race, oversubscribed last time out.
Running a solid 84 buyer, finishing 2nd in the Wild Applause. Gets back against Allowance Foes today.
First of 2 from Chad Brown. Here's the foreign import, Child of the Moon, with Flavian Pratt.
Makes her American debut today. Does it coming off a year layoff.
Annihilate with a victory last start, getting off to a slow beginning, still won that race.
Mild upset last time, coming from well off the pace to get up in the shadow of the wire. Needs a fast pace to materialize in front of her for her best chance.
Here's a New York bred who has won 3 in a row, Determined Lily.
Yeah, don't discount Determined Lily. Won the last 3 in a row, 2 this year, and those last 2 wins, she did it under slow pace conditions coming off the pace.
22-1 on More Mango, who was just behind Annihilate last start.
Yeah, she was 48-1 last time, and they finished ahead of her. It kind of makes me feel like that race was not that much of a quality race compared to this race.
And here's the other Chad Brown filly, Root Cause. She'll be making her 4-year-old debut.
Boy, she was
a neck away from being a stake winner after finishing 2nd in the Virginia Oaks. Hasn't run since last October.
So let's look back at September 9th for Root Cause. This was 2 starts ago, Virginia Oaks, and she comes from well out of it to just miss by a neck.
Yeah, this was a crushing defeat for me. I bet her 20-1. The story in this race is very simple. It's pace. There are 3 major contenders here. The 4, Vino Rouge, the 10, Root Cause, and potentially the 5, Child of the Moon, the wild card, the European. The others would be an upsetter in here and probably trigger a pick 6 carryover. Vino Rouge has speed, could be in front here. If ridden properly, she will be in front, barring a bad break. While the other horses, now we don't know about the Euro, but they're usually not that fast, and we know that Root Cause is a pace-dependent horse. I think the Root Cause is the best horse in the race, but she is pace-dependent, and you've got a situation where the longest shot of the 3 legitimate contenders here is the main speed. So to me, that presents an overlay, and I'm going to bet on the 4, Vino Rouge. I don't know if she's the best horse in the race, but I think she may have a tactical advantage. Beating all 3 of these seems to me to be extremely unlikely.
And not only tactical advantage, but also a recency edge, right?
What are you laughing at? You like speed. You're a trainer like speed, Tom.
I don't want to do this because I don't want to put you on tilt, but isn't the story in any race how it sets up pace-wise?
Well, I thought it was important to talk about it since nobody else had mentioned it at any point. So I thought I'd barge in and talk about the important part about the race.
I thought that piece that Rajiv did on Flavian Pratt put it right out there for us.
I didn't.
Pace makes the race.
Two gentlemen did the post parade, and I didn't hear a sing. Greg, did you hear a word about the pace?
We usually bring that up after the parade. We'll get to it. We can all get along here. We got time. Here's the 4. So Vino Rouge, you think if ridden properly by the winningest rider in the history of Saratoga and the Hall of Famer John Velazquez, will be in front?
If you're looking at this race, you're John Velazquez and Tony Dutra and not thinking, I'm going to be in front here because there's no speed. And also, more importantly, she may not be quite as good as Root Cause. Though it's close, and she has recency, and Root Cause hasn't run in quite a while. I need every advantage I can get, so I think she's going to be forward. John Velazquez, as I recall, he's won a lot of races, and he's won quite a few of them in the front end for that Todd Fletcher guy. So Johnny Velazquez knows the importance of speed. He was on the horse, in fact, and finished 3rd here, gotten that big speed duel in there. So I think you're going to see her forward, and listen, the 5's a wild card. Who knows? You know what I mean? You never know what's going
fresh,
on. Right. You have no way of knowing. Europeans don't usually possess the speed of our horses. Root Cause, who I do think is the best horse in the race. I agree with you, Tom, from that perspective, but she is a horse that is pace challenged, and one of the reasons she has the record she has is because she's been pace compromised.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about that pace, with the number 7 Determined Lily, a horse who could be forwardly placed and was by far the one that was acting the most like a horse that would be forward and on her toes, really sharp back in the paddock. Watching her out on the track as well, she is just like she has an engine. Talking about the 7 Determined Lily, this is a horse that I know last time out sat behind a couple of pace setters, tried to keep her a little bit more settled with the pony. That's because she was really getting a little bit more revved up out back in the paddock, but she seems to have calmed down now. Like I said, just based off of demeanor, she's acting like she wants to be forward, but a horse that has really found her form and in good form right now. The number 4 Vino Rouge also had a pretty quiet warm-up. She stayed with the pony as well, but a horse that I just really like what I see from her. I like how she's progressing too now in the second half of her 3-year-old season. We watched that race, which was won by oversubscribed. One thing I will point out about Vino Rouge that I didn't get to mention back in the paddock too is that she was hanging on her left lead till very late in the race. And we like to see them switch to their outside lead to get a little bit more of a push, a little bit more momentum in the stretch. I think she's still figuring things out mentally as well. And just from what I've seen from her in the preliminaries, it seems like she's starting to put things all together. Hopefully she shows that in the race as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3-1 Vino Rouge for the Anthony Dutrow barn with Johnny V. But public has made Chad Brown the 1-2 choices here in the race. And again, the Euro off the long life, we don't know what we're going to get. A lot of times, we just saw it in Regive's Ride of the Week. A lot of times he is aggressive, even when we don't think he's going to be aggressive.
It's just unusual for Europeans to have a lot of speed. And now I'm not saying, by the way, that Vino Rouge is some sort of bullet, but she's faster, I think, than the horses here if she wants to be. But a lot of the Europeans, not all of them, but they're slower-paced races, and she's been going the route of ground. She's a wild card. Who knows what she's going to do?
And having ridden for Chad Brown quite a few times in the past, when he brings his imports in that haven't run a long time, usually in the first race, they're not looking to go out to the front and change up the way they'll be running overseas. It's kind of a starting point for most of these horses. Now, that makes me feel like I would be really surprised to see Flavian send this one out to the lead. That would kind of go against how they usually bring these horses over here.
For what it's worth, Chad Brown with foreign shippers in turf routes, first-time Lasix, bring him in here over the last 5 years, over 250-day plus layoff like this horse. He's 8 for 20, which is strong. I mean, it's 40% with a $1.80 ROI. So they haven't lived up to their odds, but they've done pretty darn well.
So I know what you're going to say here, but the 2-horse, any port, and you're going to look at the rider and say that's a guy that doesn't send, but he's got the inside draw.
She's supposed to be sitting no worse than second here. I don't disagree with you.
She can be the pace setter here.
She could be, but not if Johnny wants to be assertive here. And if she is, I think we'll be seeing a very tepid pace.
Well, her race 2 back when she ran on the turf against a Primera Vista, that's a filly that reel off 3 wins in a row.
She's a burner on the front end.
And she just got beat here a couple days ago off the turf with Frankie Dettori.
And it's that inside post that makes me feel like Julian is going to have to use a little bit.
But it's a little different, comparing a 1:16 dirt race. I'm not saying she can't be forward, but it's not like the 1:08 dirt races where you hit the turn so quickly. They have a reasonable run to the turn. So listen, I don't disagree. She can be forward. From my perspective, liking the 4 in here, I'd like to see John Velazquez put her in front.
On occasion, Not a lot, but on occasion, the other one to throw into the mix maybe. We've seen Determined Lily, the 7, be somewhat forward.
Yeah, now she was behind an incredibly slow pace last time, which is why she appeared to be forward. If she's in front in this race, it means the 4 and 2 didn't get out of the gate or they just got horrifically bad rides. She's going to have to improve. These are better horses than she was facing last time
When I
out.
was riding, one of the best ways for me to be able to judge how fast we were going is actually understanding what the capabilities are of each horse in the race. And if I was in a race and I saw a horse like Determined Lily on the lead and the rider having a hold of it, I knew we were walking.
But even if you don't know pace, like when you're first starting, especially routing on the grass, which is a difficult pace understanding for a young rider, don't you go by how well the horses are bunched together versus how much they're spread out after the first quarter mile to understand pace?
That's definitely a good indicator. You know, understanding also your horse's baseline ability. If you know your horse is capable of running this pace, that's your baseline ability, and it gives you a good idea of
So I see
pace.
this group bunched up. I see this being a slow pace, and you can judge it from first to last in the field after they've gone a quarter of a mile. I think they'll be closely together, this group.
I agree, but when you're in the race, if you're second or first, you're not necessarily looking behind you to see how close the field is bunched up.
2 Chad round runners. Top 2 choices on the board. They're co-favorites at 2-1. The States debut for Child of the Moon. And the 4-year-old debut for Root Cause, the 10. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the 9th from Saratoga.
Root Cause will be the last one to load. Guided over to the starting gate. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Root Cause broke inward, but did break alertly and will go right to the front. Vino Rouge came away in second. Any Port along the inside third, followed by Determined Lily, who's fourth at this point. Annihilate is next. Racing on the outside of Child of the Moon, and the early trailer is More Mango. Around the first turn, and it's Root Cause. Root Cause, the clear-cut leader, gets over to the fence and has a 1.5 length edge on Vino Rouge. The opening quarter was moderate enough as they make their way onto the backstretch. Any Port is racing in third along the inside. They are followed by Determined Lily, who's fourth and 3.5 lengths off the pace, followed by Child of the Moon, who races on the inside of Annihilate as they swing, straighten up now for that run down that backside. And it is Root Cause leading the way by 2 lengths. It's Root Cause in front throughout. Vino Rouge is racing in second. Down on the inside, Any Port in third. More Mango is inching up on the far outside. Determined Lily is in front of that rival as they swing into the far turn, as is Child of the Moon. And down at the rail comes Annihilate. Root Cause, the controlling speed, has been with a measured lead every step of the way. Vino Rouge trying to turn up the pressure. These two arrive 1-2 at the top of the stretch, and they're sprinting for home now. And Root Cause has something left. Opens it up to 3. Vino Rouge could not keep pace in second. In the center of the course, here's Child of the Moon with a late bid trying to get into second, but Root Cause has spurted clear. Root Cause 3-length lead. Child of the Moon chasing hard. It's going to be Root Cause, and that's 4 for Arad Ortiz Jr. Child of the Moon really motored home, but had to settle for second. Behind them, Vino Rouge and Determined Lily was in a battle for fourth.
Took a page out of Flavian Pratt's riding the Diana here. Root Cause, Arad Ortiz Jr. We did not expect to see this one in front, but comes in fresh, goes to the lead, and goes gate to wire.
Arad Ortiz just simply undressed John Velasquez. When the best horse gets to the front in a slow pace, and the speed, who can only beat her by going in front of her, rates, it's not going to be a good result for the horse rating.
Yeah, look, show was over very, very quickly in this race based on how the race set up. You know, Rajiv, we talked about if they're bunched up down the backside that it's a slow pace. If it's a slow pace and everybody's saving energy, advantage to the pace setter. And the pace setter is the best horse in the race. It's show over down the backside in this race.
And that's a brilliant ride. You think about races that are separated by such narrow margin. At the end, he only won by a head.
Yeah.
Irad had he had the
5.
far outside post. He could have been stuck wide if he tried to get cued and try to lay back.
Won by a head?
Yeah, it was diminishing really fast. Child of Moon was flying. I mean, the race was definitely
I didn't see this horse
one when Root Cause Irad was able to clear over, saved ground, walked the dog, and diminishing a neck to a head.
Look, let's also talk about Child of the Moon that hasn't run in a year. and that slow pace and how strong she finished to give Chad Brown that 1-2 finish. That was a big race.
To be fair, we don't know what the pace was since no fraction's been posted, but we're going to assume since Root Cause is in front. I know a guy who told Chad Brown that Root Cause is the best horse in the race, but she might be pace compromised in here. Well, she wasn't.
Yeah, use my elementary rule. If they're tight down the backside, they're going slow.
I
mean,
imagine
truly,
they're slow,
truly, when we watched this race, down the backside, it looked like it was a mile-and-a-half race based on what they were doing up front. They were crawling.
Irad cleared the field and able to get over to the rail. If he was forced to be stuck outside, it could have been a different race, chasing on the outside. He wouldn't have been able to get in cover because, like you said, the race is bunched up. He made an intelligent, brilliant move by ensuring he gets to the rail before he started raiding.
And took advantage of a tactical error by another rider, because if you look at that start, neither the 2 or 4, either rider
They
is
took
showing,
hold, both
they
of
just
them.
thought,
They took
oh,
hold.
we're going to be able to cruise around the front end. And Irad said, no, guys, I'm going. Oh, I didn't expect to see him. And you can see John Velasquez sees him outside. He goes, wait, who's that? Oh, boy, I blew it. Now, she wasn't going to win anyway, but still.
Had Irad done anything different, anything else, he loses this race.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
I don't know about that. But look, he won it the right way, right? Took advantage of slow pace, went to the lead. This horse runs well from off the pace. She can be tactically placed against that kind of pace. But
the 5 ran very well in there.
Really good.
Yeah, she really did.
Really good.
Stakes placed, Root Cause, and this is just the starting point for her 4-year-old campaign, and runner-up from the same barn as well. Child of the Moon, first start since June of last year. And first state start.
Now, since you're making odds on the trainer jockey things, I just want to know, Chad Brown has took the lead. The trainer says he 1-9 to win it.
He is not 1-9.
I don't think so either.
But this man right here just might be to win a 3rd straight riding title at Saratoga. Root Cause with the win. Off the bench, it's 1-2 Chad Brown here in the 9th.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Just saw a nice performance from a classy filly in her 4-year-old debut, Root Cause, with the win, as I'm pleased to be joined by her rider, Irado Ortiz, and 4 wins today, Irado. What an afternoon, and seems like it's commonplace for you to win multiple races up here at Saratoga, but I know each win means a lot.
It means a lot. I mean, it's a tough colony right now. I have to say thanks to a lot of people who support me day by day, and my agent do a great job, Steve Rochin, like always, and gotta thank him too. And you know, we're here trying to do our best out there.
You're doing your best, and with this filly, Root Cause, you told me that you looked over and saw that there was nobody really being that aggressive, and you took the initiative.
I feel like not too much speed on the race. I feel like I have a little speed, probably gonna stuck second, but if Roy Lerman horse don't go for it, so I can go for it and walk have some slow fractions, and that's what happened, exactly what happened. When I break, I see Johnny's horse was ahead of him, so I just tried to go for it, going to the first turn. I get the easy lead and sit there, buy my time, and asking to run on the stretch, and she was enough to hold the other filly run.
A classy filly getting back to the winner's circle today, but tomorrow several jockeys going over to Monmouth for the Naira Betts Haskell. You'll be aboard Mindframe. Can you talk us through what you felt in the Belmont Stakes? Obviously a little bit of green is showing there, but a ton of talent.
Only his third start, John Horse, talented, and I think a 1.25 miles for him. It was a big step up, and he take the challenge. I think he run great. That was a great effort. I'm so happy with him. We got beat by a nice horse, Dornosh, and can't wait to see him back.
Us too, but congratulations on a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Irado Ortiz, 4 on the day, Greg.
Starting to put together one of those runs that we certainly saw from him last summer. We usually see every summer. 11 wins now at the meet, leading the way. Irado Ortiz Jr. and Root Cause, he just kind of took it to him here, Andy.
And I'm going to say I have not seen, I think Irado Ortiz has ridden as well this year in New York as I've ever seen him ride, which is hard to believe. And one of the differences is rides like that. A horse that you thought might be sitting last, going the front in a paceless race and surprising a Hall of Fame rider. He's a great, great rider.
We're going to sign off here on our FS2 coverage. Pick 6, by the way, real quick, can get hit if the 1, 3, 4, or 7 win. Anyone else? We have a carryover into Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. You can continue to watch our program on the Fox Sports app or on our YouTube page at the New York Racing Association. We will see you tomorrow, those watching on FS2. For Rajiv, Tom, Andy, Greg. Catch over on YouTube with the Fox Sports app. And again, our coverage tomorrow starts at 12:30 Eastern start time.
Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75.
Buy them.
Respect them.
70-75. Now 700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. That canoe will get painted after August 24th, and we have a little more clarity in this wide open 3-year-old division than right now. We have no clue who's going to take the reins. A lot to happen over the next couple of weeks to determine who will be the favorite in that race in the DraftKings Travers. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Tom Amos, Rajiv Mirage, and we got some big ones coming up obviously this weekend. Coaching Club American Oaks, and the most dominant 3-year-old filly in the land we'll see tomorrow in Torpedo Anna.
Just another weekend in Saratoga with some of the best horses in the country running.
There was a time this guy right here had the best 3-year-old filly in the land.
Yeah, that was a while back, but she was something special.
Well, we still got one more to close things out here, Rajiv. We're going to get to that race coming up in a moment. Can anyone pose a threat to her, Raj, in your eyes, in that race tomorrow?
I just think she's so dominant, and I'm looking for a chink in her armor, some kind of flaw. This filly just doesn't have any. I've watched her run many times in person at Oakland and on TV and in Kentucky, and I tell you what, she can handle some adversity. Most of her races, things haven't even gone favorable for her, and a regular horse, they would use that as an excuse when they lost. She absorbs all that, chews it up, and just spits out our competition.
It's our AVR Race of the Week, prestigious race, and usually a stepping stone to the Alabama. We'll see what the path is for the winner of this year's edition. Here's Candy. She's coming off a career best effort.
She beat older horses. She won fairly easily. I still don't think that effort puts her in hailing distance of the favorite in this race, and frankly, I want to see her do it again.
Next door, long shot, Barbatrina moving to the George Weaver barn.
Long shot, and probably should be. Moves from Brad Cox to George Weaver. She's going to have to step up her game and do something different than she's ever done to be a winning factor here.
The horse last time trained by a very great trainer.
Yes, she did. That guy's Hall of Famer if I ever saw one.
A win by this filly tomorrow, and is she locked up a championship?
I mean, you'd think so, right? We'd have said about Princess Silmar, but I think this is unusual talent, and this is what the game is about. I mean, listen, we like to bet, we like to have fun, but this is an unusually good filly. Come out and appreciate her.
Meanwhile, here's a Grade 1 winner of the Ashland leading into the Kentucky Oaks, Leslie's Rose.
Well, I mean, for Leslie's Rose, I mean, she had everything she needed last time to be a threat to Torpedo Anna. She couldn't do it.
And the only filly to beat Torpedo Anna. Here's Intricate.
Maybe Torpedo Anna wasn't quite herself since then, but Intricate's an interesting horse. I'm going to take an odd approach to this race. I'm going to try to beat the Pledger horses for second, and I'm going to use both the 2 and 5. All kidding aside, I know Barbertina's got to get faster, but I think that race she comes out of, and your horse as well, who is an MTO in a race, I think, today, and hopefully we'll see her soon.
Standout sensation.
That's been a very, very good race, a productive race. Now, I don't believe these horses are going to beat the favorite, Torpedo Anna, but I think they have a chance to maybe pull a little upset to be second, one of the 2 or 5.
What are you two school children doing here behind the scenes?
Tom does not bring his A game for the app. Tom's A game belongs on Fox.
Andy is
when he's
breaking
on
script. He's freelancing, and so
I apologize. That's my fault. You're right. I blew it.
Yeah, you broke script.
I did.
And
I apologize.
Rajiv and I noticed it.
You guys are right.
Since you guys point out our mistakes,
so it's I'm the one who doesn't bring his A game.
Since Andy points out our mistakes all the time, we thought it was very
I'm allowed to call him Flavian. I'm allowed to call him Flavian at least one time this week.
I do not bring my A game for the app, if I have one.
We still got one more coming up on this Friday card. Want to remind everyone, too, to get involved in this Saratoga Saturday contests. What time is it? Window's closed. $300 buy-in. Cash and seat prizes. Registration accepted to post time. Register now at nairabets.com/contest to get involved, and good luck to everyone playing. Again, each and every Saturday here at Saratoga. We still have this finale to come on our Friday card. Sprinting, 5.5 furlongs on the lawn for these New York bred maiden special weights. We'll be back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, August 15th.
This is Hands of Time, who just worked this morning, hence the poultice knees down. He's a good horse. We like him. He debuts on the 20th. Dad actually purchased him at Keeneland. He's a Liam's Map. We've had our fair share of success with Liam's Maps.
Yeah.
Rose for Deborah, Silver Skillet, Deterministic. So we went the same path, and we like him. He debuts on the 20th in theory, long on the grass. And Joel will have them out. Worked him the other day and likes them.
Good.
It's a fun partnership as well.
And who is the partnership?
It's Mr. Alan Cartucci,
Ah.
Mr. Steve Dunker, Mr. Kevin Warsh, as well as St. Elias. So it's a fun partnership.
Okay, and I mean,
Trying to recreate Deterministic 2.0.
I was just going to say the former two, you have had, you know, your dad and you have had a long-standing relationship. Hi.
Correct.
Now, with the Liam's Maps, obviously, Roses for Deborah is a very good turf sprinter. They seem to be quite versatile, too. Is there any versatility in this horse, or do you just think long turf? Long turf?
No, probably he wants to go long. It's just the reason we went
Period.
turf is because the dirt races are only 6 furlongs at the moment, and it won't only be till about 6.5 to the end of this book.
Yeah.
And he definitely wants to go long, so just run him at least on the right distance. May not be the right surface, but at least you get the distance right.
Awesome.
He doesn't have that much early speed, but he stays. I mean, he's got class. He's just not meant to be a speedball, which is fine.
That's
Most
fine.
classic races are not
I
sprints.
was just going to say, the future. It's all about the future.
That's Hands of Time, who we'll see in the opener on the Saturday card. This maiden special weight at a mile and a 16th on the grass for the Christophe Clement barn. Joel Rosario will have the ride in the debut.
And this is our first 2-year-old turf route race. We've seen the 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf, but this is the first time we'll see the routers. And listen, we saw Hard to Justify, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, break her maiden here at Saratoga, so maybe we'll see that again. Not the first time it's happened.
Meanwhile, here's our nightcap. Coming up 10 minutes away from this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Let's go to Acacia.
There's a lot going on in this race, and before diving into some of the more logical ones, I wanted to mention the one Ariana Rye, because she was a horse who was entered for the turf back during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival and flipped behind the gate when stepping onto the turf, was acting really badly that day and totally washed out. So she gets another chance today, and it's like I'm looking at a different horse. She is so much more relaxed this afternoon. Very quiet here in the paddock. Obviously, we'll see what happens out on the track because she has had some gait issues, but definitely a lot of schooling since that Belmont week. Now, looking at the number 4, Geopolitics, your favorite and a very logical runner in here, ran really well using her speed in the New York Stallion Series last time, was beaten by Solo Shot, who unfortunately is on the shelf, but Geopolitics will try to break her maiden in here. Very classy acting throughout the preliminaries, looks like a turf horse. She does wear that breastplate where it attaches to the saddle for horses that are a little bit more narrow in the withers, and I noticed that they don't have it on her today. So a horse that may be continuing to strengthen a little bit more, and I like her staying on the grass as well. The number 5, Stars in the City, comes back off a layoff, not having run since December, and gets back on the turf too. I know that her last turf race was going long, but it definitely was her best effort yet, and she is sharp. She's on her toes. I do think that she would be better after a race. She's carrying a lot of conditioning with her, and she also is a very big filly. She looks like she wants to go long on the turf, so maybe a jumping off point, but like I said, she's definitely on her toes today. And a big price to mention, the 8, Aunt Yola, who is trying the turf for the first time. Now, the dam was 0 for 1 on the grass, but there were a couple of siblings who handled turf and synthetic. One horse, Blake Stetson, was a stakes winner on the grass, and then another sibling just one time a stakes winner on synthetic. She is a very big filly. I would have guessed a little bit more distance for her, but she's built like a turf horse. So intriguing to see what she does switching surfaces today, Greg.
Well, you know.
Yeah, certainly some pedigree with Aunt Yola, who's a little interesting at 18 to 1, as we see some youngsters taking in the fun and well dressed for this weekend action here as we get set to kick off a big weekend ahead.
Tomorrow's a big day, Tom. You gonna have a pink ribbon in your hair tomorrow?
Andy, I don't always wear pink, but when I do, people pay attention.
When he does, he wins the Oaks.
Yeah, there you go.
So if you ever see Tom on Oaks Day in pink, he's got it done.
Even money on Geopolitics in here. This look, we know this filly is fast. She doesn't have to last as long as she did last time. Shortening up, is that going to be the key here?
I don't know. We'll see. I think she's much the worst to beat. She was on an inside part of the track last time, which was very much the place to be on the turf. The rails had gone to 0, so she benefited from that. I feel like she met competition that's better than the horses running today. Others may disagree, but clearly the public is agreeing with me, and I know you feel the same way, Tom.
She made such an easy lead last time. I was surprised she faded at the end.
And she's raced 3 times. All 3 times she's been the favorite, and she still hasn't won yet. So, look, on paper, clear the horse to beat, but is she impossible to beat? No.
Well, here's one getting on the grass for the first time. Dam did produce Dufresne, who actually won the turf debut, which is the 2nd start overall.
Yeah, nothing special, but there is at least that there, but probably not good enough here.
Lafayette, David Donk, cut back in distance.
Sprinted on the dirt, then ran long on the turf. Now she gets a chance to sprint on the turf.
Heart of the Night was just 2nd to a next out winner.
Did a good job of getting back to her once decent form, first time for Rossi de Paz last time.
The favorite again in the one to catch, Geopolitics.
She has a lot in her favor, cutting back a half of furlongs after just surrendering the win right at the wire last time.
Turn back in distance for Stars in the City, Linda Rice.
Maybe it's Linda Rice as a starting point, but I thought she was a little interesting as an alternative.
Jose Ortiz rides for Linda. Splashy, Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis.
An intriguing sort who had trouble 2 stars back going long, then came with a good finish last time at 6 furlongs.
Barefoot Disco for Charlie Baker. First start since last summer, Saratoga.
I know this is Greg's long shot play in this race. I just don't know if that maiden race she comes out of last year has turned out to be very good.
Here's the one Acacia was talking about with some pedigree, Aunt Yola.
This $210,000 purchase is trying turf for the first time after running pretty credibly, having 2 second-place finishes on the dirt.
Better Be Smart, Frank and Torrey sighting for Charlie Baker.
She improved in her first start on the turf and ran her best race, but that was probably a cut below that field from today's field.
Can Arad Ortiz Jr. get number 5 on the card?
This one out of Crystalite, who was very successful mare for this connections.
Soretta, huge price, 0 for 16 to this point.
She has just had so many chances, this horse, that I kind of feel like she's had her chances.
And Lil, how you doing? Luis Saez rides outside.
It's good.
That I think could be considered as a long shot toss in there somewhere after showing speed first time out on the grass last year and then got some trouble last time out.
She's got a dam that actually selenite. She's related to, I believe, Hessenite, and that was a Dave Donk horse. Was a tremendous mare. I think she went over to Japan. I think she was sold to Japan and being bred. I always loved her.
And the 10 is out of Crystallite, another one of David Donk.
Yeah, and she's half to Linerite. And of course, Ron Dominguez rode Hessenite, and I loved her. She was a really nice horse for Dave Donk.
Beat me a couple of times.
There's Joel Rosario on the Speedster Geopolitics. So that was the turf debut last time out. It's going to be Jonathan's bankroll play. He's going to bet 400 to win on this now 4-5 favorite.
And he, with a loss here, he's going to assume the leadership role in being the first one to go tapioca in this tournament.
Now, hold on a second.
Don't worry, LaDuca or I will be hot on his heels.
400 to win. That should put him in the driver's seat if he wins, right?
No, she's 4-5. He would win about $320,
Right.
and
Put you in a headlock, basically?
No, he'd still be behind me. I just haven't. He's been betting a lot more than me.
Have anyone of you hit a bet yet?
Oh, God.
Well, to be fair to Kinship,
It's a fair
in
question,
all
Tom.
fairness,
That's
in all fairness to JK, he had a winning play, and there was some there was some mutual mistakes made that didn't get put into contest. So to be fair to Jonathan, he
Right.
did have a winning play, and he should be doing better.
He would have been on the lead.
But he's now. I think he should have just bet the
He
whole.
would have bet Bookham Dano, but that was at Monmouth.
He should, right? Yeah, yes, good point. I think he should just bet the total 2,700 here to win here and just take a shot.
he says that's going to be his play. I don't want to give away the secret.
Don't worry,
I don't want to give away his
Leduc
secret.
and I are will be. What's that line with the Sting? We'll be joining you there soon.
What a great movie.
Yeah, the poker game, right? When Paul
Stood
Newman
the test
says
of time.
when the guy loses, he says, "Don't worry, the others will be joining you soon." Greatest
The
movies,
guy's
most
face,
entertaining movies
they're cheating
ever
in the
made.
guy's face when Paul Newman lays down the winning hand, he's like,
What do you want me to do? Accuse him of cheating better than me in front of the
Yeah,
others? It's a lot of lines that are adaptable to other things in life.
So look, if you guys only were able to have one horse in this race, would you want Geopolitics or would you go elsewhere?
I wouldn't bet Geopolitics 4-5. I picked her on top. I think the 3's a better bet at 4-1, but I am not trying to beat Geopolitics. I think the world's divided into people that are trying to beat this horse and not. I think. Let me ask you a question. 4-5. Let's do our bet against. I don't know. I don't know where I stand. What do you think?
I like the 3, Heart of the Night, because that last race, Heart of the Night ran in. This horse was not going to get there at the wire, and they just kind of let him coast on in.
And the winner came back to win that win and
so,
improve next
Heart of the
time.
Night, I see Heart of the Night as an improving horse.
Yeah, winner
in this
improved
race.
3 buyer points next time out for the Clermont Barn. With
That's why I
more
picked
on this
this horse, yeah.
filly, let's go to Acacia.
And I like Heart of the Night in here, too. That was actually her first time against New York Bred Company last time out when moving to Horacio's barn, and a horse that early in her career and even last time out had been really bad to get the tack on, had just been a little bit tough to handle early on. They saddled her with the pony today, but she was so much more professional and relaxed as well. I like what I see from her. I mean, look, they all have to get around Geopolitics, but I think that she is a very logical alternative, and one that I agree with Tom. I think that, yes, she ran on a little bit late, but there was no catching Strictly Taboo that day. I think we're going to see a stronger performance from her today. The 6 Splashy, she's a horse that did finish 3rd last time out. The winner wired the field that day. As Rajiv mentioned, definitely going long was not for her. I wasn't in the paddock last time, but 2 starts back, she did try to flip when saddling and was really bad to get the tack on. They brought her in with a schooling saddle in the paddock. She was accompanied by the pony throughout. That is the Clermont Stable pony, Sunny, that's with her. So that's the normal pony that she's accompanied by in the mornings as well when she's here in Saratoga, and she is much quieter today. Hopefully we'll keep that trend going, getting to the starting gate. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. They all got to try and catch this filly and run her down. She's going to be in front early, barring a bad break, under Joel Rosario. And a 4-5 favorite. See if she can get it done for the now 4th time as a favorite. Disappointing as a chalk each of the first 3 starts of her career.
And I thought that was a great point by you, Rajiv, that while she may be the horse to beat, I mean, she lost her debut at 8-5. She's lost tough races, but she lost an 8-5, 4-5, and 6-5. At some point, you start to think maybe she just doesn't want to win.
You know, if I had one horse to pick and my, without betting at all, I would definitely pick Geopolitics because she's the most likely winner. But when it comes to betting and odds, she doesn't lay over the field that much. I think that you can make cases for number 3, who I picked, Heart of the Night. And I even like Splashy. I think Splashy has a dirtied up form. And at 11 to 1, I'd rather play something like that than Geopolitics. What do you really win if you bet Geopolitics?
Well, I mean, one of the things, though, is, you want to bet against. And I'm not saying,
Yeah.
I pick a horse. I'm not thrilled. I think it's a bad price on the horse. I don't want to bet anybody else, so I would just pass.
So look, Andy has accused us of not talking about pace when we should talk about pace. This is a race we should be talking about pace. I mean, Geopolitics, the 4, looks like the speed other than the 9. The 4 and the 9 look like the speed in the race.
Oh, I disagree. I think the only horse who can possibly get with the 4 is the 3. If she's going to use the speed she's had in the past. I thought it was those
Heart
two.
of the Night led in California against Open Company twice.
They were the only two. If the 3 doesn't go, I think the 4 will be clear. I don't agree with the 9. The 9 was second behind a very moderate pace.
But he's part of an entry from the trainer's got 2 in the race. Doesn't he have to try to use one and finish with the other? That's just not what you're thinking, is it?
That's the way.
I don't like the way you look at me.
That's the way Tom Amos
when Andy looks at me like that, it's game
No, that's
on.
the way you think. I'm not saying your thinking's wrong. It's just not the way it seems to happen around. I don't think your thinking is flawed, except in practice it doesn't.
One of the things about Aunt Yola is she's never run on the turf before. And so if they don't like the turf, no matter how much you send them, she might not show speed.
And
if she shows speed, she likes the turf.
And dirt speed often does not translate to turf
Fair.
speed. Especially
Very
sprinters,
fair.
man, because those turf sprinters, they're like the fastest horses in the world.
At 16 of a mile in the race, we'll know if she likes the turf or not.
4 to 5 favorite, Geopolitics. Will she have company? Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Okay. And they're off, and Heart of the Night bounces out very quickly. So too Geopolitics, those two going at it from the start. Aunt Yola comes away in third. They're followed by Ariana Rai. Better Be Smart is racing in between horses. Lil Hyatt doing on the far outside moves up to take fourth. Behind this group comes La Fiera, racing on the inside of Splashy as they move into the far turn. Outside of that pair is Soretta. It's a break of 3, back to Barefoot Disco, who's toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers are Russelite and Stars in the City. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter, and it's the favorite Geopolitics carving out the fractions with a quarter of a mile to go. She is prompted by Aunt Yola on the outside. Those two, 1-2, heading to the 8th pole, 2 lengths back. Heart of the Night along the inside is in third, and they are followed by Soretta in fourth. Final furlong, Geopolitics clinging to the lead narrowly. Heart of the Night coming back for more along the inside, and on the outside, Aunt Yola, Geopolitics, nose to nose. Aunt Yola ran her down. Another for Kendrick Carmouche. Geopolitics had to settle for second again, then Heart of the Night in third.
First time on the grass. Acacia brought up that turf pedigree. Damon produced a stakes winner on the turf. Black Stetson also produced a Grade 1 winner who is a multiple graded stakes winner on dirt and just gets by this heavy favorite.
And Geopolitics found herself in a Horacio de Paz sandwich in the stretch, right? The 3 inside and the 8 outside. And Raj, now another time at a short price, she goes down.
Well, and we talked about, we'll know about Aunt Yola if she likes the turf right away. She was always there for Kendrick. She broke sharp. She put him in the race. And Geopolitics, just a funny head carrying horse. Look at her pin her ears back and put her head up. She's the kind of horse that doesn't have that much killer instinct.
It was a close loss, but she should have won today, Tom.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I agree she should have won today because she eventually clears. Yeah, it was quick. I mean, that half is actually very fast. But, I mean, look, the winner was right next to her.
The speeds ran 1, 2, 3 by a pole.
They did.
So, and
nobody did any finishing in here.
Carry over 154,000 and change into Saturday's card. I have a single in the pick 6 tomorrow for you,
Don't
Greg.
say it. Don't do it. Candied?
No. Candied, right. Right. What the horse I told Tom I liked to beat your horse last time.
I'm guessing Anna. Candy's referring to. Kendrick Carmouche, multiple win Friday card. Well, good for him on a 24-1 shot here to close it out. This horse had some pedigree for the grass, and it pays off making that surface switch. As you get a look there at Horacio de Paz.
And I want to say that is 4 wins in the last 2 days for Kendrick.
Yes.
He had 2 today and 2 yesterday, so always happy to see Kendrick get those wins. It ain't easy up here.
I love seeing the wins disperse amongst a multitude of jockeys. It makes it more interesting, and I feel like this jocks colony is so deep. As deep as I can ever remember with quality. Even the guys that are at the, not winning as many races, they can be top jockey anywhere in the world, frankly. It's just a great colony, and we are lucky and we're fortunate to be able to see that on display every day, every race here at Saratoga.
Imagine if you and Ramon were still riding.
We should both make a comeback. Ramon, if you're listening, let's get in the gym and let's get going.
He's not listening. He's got far better things to do. Listen to us.
Kendrick saluting the crowd. They love him here in New York. He is fired up. Gotta feel good to have a multiple win day at this racetrack. And yeah, he's not far off. I mean, 4 wins for him, starting to gain a little momentum. Good for Kendrick.
He beat the 1-9.
He's wearing it on his sleeves there. You can see his emotions coming out.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with prices right after this. It's Aunt Yola, first time on the grass in the finale.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Picture time for Kendrick. Who's in the house, Rajiv?
Kendrick's in the house.
No, Louisiana's in the house.
There we go.
I mean, come on, get with the program. Well, we're finding out, by the way, off camera, who the smart member of the Mirage family is.
Yeah, my mom hit that pick 4 on an $18 ticket on her Naira Bets account.
She'll be on the show tomorrow.
Really?
She'll be on the show
Taking
tomorrow.
my job. You're getting the better Mirage.
Need a guest handicapping segment coming in. Kendrick, he made that gumbo for the TRF event last week. He had the whole family helping out. And always popular to see in the winner's circle.
Know him is to love him. How do you not like Kendrick?
He's got a great attitude. He has fun.
It's very entertaining to watch. And, you know, he's a crafty jockey. You know, he got his own style. He's very aggressive, and it's fun to watch him ride.
But I think sometimes he gets pigeonholed as a speed rider. He's a talented rider. The carryover, Greg. You ready for the carry? Ooh. What it pay?
That's not correct. It didn't pay $1 million. I believe it
that
paid.
was the pool.
No. That's incorrect, I believe.
Regardless, $154,700 and something in the Pick 6 carryover.
We have a Pick 6 carryover for tomorrow. Let's just clarify here. The Pick 5 paid $13,759.
Raj, why don't your mom have that?
Someone who just hit that now is
She's
very
stuck in
upset.
her guns. Her pick 4. She might have had the Pick 5 and not tell me.
And the Pick 6 tomorrow, a lot of people will be singing
my Christmas
Torpedo
gift
Anna.
becomes a little bit more expensive if she hit the Pick 5.
The baby coming, you know.
The baby coming, grandkids.
Andy's been very generous. He's gone out on a limb to give us a single in that carryover for tomorrow. He likes Torpedo Anna.
I'm here for the people.
Thank you.
Andy wanted me to mention that Jonathan's pick lost.
I never said that.
So I'll mention it. I'm that guy.
You don't think I'm getting even on that?
Throwing his hat into the Travers conversation. Fans loving this Friday action. It's going to get even hotter tomorrow with the best 3-year-old filly in the game.